The Prologue of Simon Called Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. The author to the reader. The glamour of no other evil thing is stronger than the glamour of war. It would seem as if the cup of the world's sorrow as a result of war had been filled to the brim again and again, but still a new generation has always been found to forget. A new generation has always been found to talk of the heroisms that the divide in us can manifest in the mouth of hell, and to forget that so great a miracle does not justify our creation of the circumstance. Yet if ever war came near to its final condemnation, it was in 1914 to 1918. Our comrades died bravely, and we had been willing to die to put an end to it once and for all. Indeed, war-weary men heard the noise of conflict die away on November the 11th, 1918, thinking that the end had been attained. It is not yet 3 years ago, a little time, but long enough for betrayal. Long enough, too, for the making of many books about it all, wherein has been recorded such heroisms as might make God proud, and such horror as might make the devil weep. Yet has the truth been told, after all? Has the world realized that in a modern war a nation but moves in uniform to perform its ordinary tasks in a new, intoxicating atmosphere? Now and again a small percentage of the whole is flung into the pit, and for them, where 1 in 10 was heavy slaughter, now 1 in 10 is reasonable escape. The rest, for the greater part of the time, live an unnatural life, death near enough to make them reckless, and far enough to make them gay. Commonly men and women more or less restrain themselves because of tomorrow. But what if there be no tomorrow? What if the dice are heavily weighted against it? And what if they are already jeoparded restraint when the crisis has thrown the conventions to the winds, and there is little to lighten the end of the day? Thus, to lift the veil on life behind the lines in time of war is a thankless task. The stay-at-homes will not believe, and particularly they whose smug respectability and conventional religion has been put to no such fiery trial. Moreover, they will do more than disbelieve. They will say that the story is not fit to be told. Nor is it. But then it should never have been lived. That very respectability, that very conventionality, that very contented backboneless religion made it possible, all but made it necessary. For it was those things which allowed the world to drift into the war, and what the war was, 9 days out of 10, ought to be thrust under the eyes of those who will not believe. It is a small thing that men die in battle, for a man has but one life to live, and it is good to give it for one's friends. But it is such an evil that it has no like, this drifting of a world into a hell to which men's souls are driven like red maple leaves before the autumn wind. The old-fashioned pious books make hell stink of brimstone and painted the devil hideous. But Satan is not such a fool. Champagne and martinis do not taste like Gregory powder, nor was St. Anthony tempted by shrivelled hags. Paganism can be gay, and passion look like love. Moreover, still more truly, Christ could see the potentiality of virtue in Mary Magdalene, and of strength in Simon called Peter. The conventional religious world does not. A curious feature, too, of that strange life was its lack of consecutiveness. It was like the pages of La Vie Parisienne. The friend of today was gone for ever tomorrow. A man arrived, weary and dirty and craving for excitement, in some unknown town. In half an hour he had stepped into the gay glitter of wine and women's smiles. In half a dozen he had been whirled away. The days lingered and yet flew. The pages were twirled ever more dazzlingly. Only at the end men saw in a blinding flash whither they had been led. These things, then, are set out in this book. This is its atmosphere. They are truly set out. They are not whitewashed. Still less are they pictured as men might have seen them in more sober moments, as the Puritan world would see them now. Nor does the book set forth the author's judgment. That is not his idea of a novel. It sets out what Peter and Julie saw and did, and what it appeared to them to be while they did it. Very probably, then, the average reader had better read no further than this. But at any rate, let him not read further than is written. The last page has been left blank. It has been left blank for a reason, because the curtain falls not on the conclusion of the lives of those who have stepped upon the boards, but at a psychological moment in their story. The Lord has turned to look upon Peter, and Julie has seen that he has looked. It is enough. They were happy who, going down into the valley of the shadow of death, saw a vision of God's love even there. For the Christ of Calvary moved to his cross again but a few short years ago, and it is enough in one book to tell how Simon failed to follow, but how Jesus turned to look on Peter. R.K. End of the prologue. Part 1 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1. Chapter 1. Ah, is thy love indeed a weed, albeit an amaranthine weed, suffering no flowers except its own to mount? Ah, must. Designer infinite. Ah, must thou char the wood ere thou canst limn with it? Francis Thompson. London lay as if washed with water-colour that Sunday morning, light blue sky and pale dancing sunlight wooing the begrimed stones of Westminster like a young girl with an old lover. The empty streets, clean swept, were bathed in the light, and appeared to be transformed from the streets of weekday life. Yet the half of Londoners lay late abed, perhaps because 6 mornings a week of reality made them care little for one of magic. Peter, nevertheless, saw little of this beauty. He walked swiftly, as always, and he looked about him, but he noticed none of these things. True, a fluttering sheet of newspaper headlines impaled on the railings of St. Margaret's held him for a second, but that was because its message was the one that rang continually in his head, and had nothing at all to do with the beauty of things as he passed by. He was a perfectly dressed young man, in a frock coat and silk hat of the London clergyman, and he was on his way to preach at St. John's at the morning service. Walking always helped him to prepare his sermons, and this sermon would ordinarily have struck him as one well worth preparing. The pulpit of St. John's marked a rung up the ladder for him. That great fashionable church of mid-Victorian faith and manners held a congregation on Sunday mornings for which the rector catered with care. It said a good deal for Peter that he had been invited to preach. He ought to have had his determined scheme plain before him, and a few sentences, carefully polished, at hand for the beginning and end. He could trust himself in the middle, and was perfectly conscious of that. He frankly liked preaching, liked it not merely as an actor loves to sway his audience, but liked it because he always knew what to say, and was really keen that people should see his argument. And yet, this morning, when he should have been prepared for the best he could do, he was not prepared at all. Strictly that is not quite true, for he had a text, and the text absolutely focused his thought. But it was too big for him. Like some, at least, in England that day, he was conscious of staring down a lane of tragedy that appalled him. Fragments and sentences came and went in his head. He groped for words mentally as he walked. Over and over again he repeated his text. It amazed him by its simplicity. It horrified him by its depth. Hilda was waiting at the pillar box, as she had said she would be, and little as she could guess it, she irritated him. He did not want her just then. He could hardly tell why, except that somehow she ran counter to his thoughts altogether that morning. She seemed, even in her excellent brown costume that fitted her fine figure so well, out of place, and out of place for the first time. They were not openly engaged, these two, but there was an understanding between them, an understanding that her family was slowly recognizing. Mr. Lessing, at first, would never have accepted an engagement, for he had other ideas for his daughter of the big house in Park Lane. The rich city merchant, churchwarden at St. John's, important in his party, and a person of distinction when at his club, would have been seriously annoyed that his daughter should consider a marriage with a curate whose gifts had not yet made him an income. But he recognized that the young man might go far. "Young Graham," he would say. "Yes, a clever young fellow, with quite remarkable gifts, sir. Bishop thinks a lot of him, I believe. Preaches extraordinarily well. The rector said he would ask him to St. John's one morning." Peter Graham's parish ran down to the river, and included slums in which some of the ladies of St. John's, whose congregations seen to it that in their immediate neighbourhood there were no such things, were interested. So the two had met. She had found him admirable and likeable. He found her highly respectable and seemingly unapproachable, from which cold elements much more may come than one might suppose. At any rate, now, Mrs. Lessing said nothing when Hilda went to post a letter in London on Sunday morning before breakfast. She would have mildly remonstrated if the girl had gone to meet the young man. That which was England once, and may, despite the Kaiser, be England yet once more. "I was nearly going," she declared. "You're a bit late." "I know," he replied. "I couldn't help it. The early service took longer than usual. But I'm glad to see you before breakfast. Tell me, what does your father think of it all?" The girl gave a little shrug of the shoulders. "Oh, he says war is impossible. The credit system makes it impossible. But if he really thinks so, I don't see why he should say it so often and so violently. Oh, Peter, what do you think?" The young man unconsciously quickened his pace. "I think it is certain," he said. "We must come in. I should say more likely the credit system makes it impossible for us to keep out. I mean, half Europe can't go to war and we sit still. Not in these days. And if it comes, good Lord, Hilda, do you know what it means? I can't see the end, and it looks to me like a fearful smash." "Oh, we shall pull through, but nobody seems to see that our ordinary life will come down like a pack of cards. And what will the poor do? And can't you see the masses of poor souls that were thrown into the vortex like... He broke off. "I can't find words," he said, gesticulating nervously. "It's colossal." "Peter, you're going to preach about it. I can see you are. But do take care what you say. I should hate father to be upset. He's so, I don't know, British, I think. He hates to be thrown out, you know, and he won't think all that possible." She glanced up, the least little bit that she had to, anxiously. Graham smiled. "I know, Mr. Lessing," he said, "but Hilda, he's got to be moved. Why, he may be in khaki yet." "Oh, Peter, don't be silly. Why, father's 50, and not exactly in training," she laughed. Then seriously, "But for goodness' sake don't say such things. For my sake, anyway." Peter regarded her gravely and held open the gate. "I'll remember," he said, "but more unlikely things may happen than that." They went up the path together, and Hilda slipped her key into the door. As it opened, a thought seemed to strike her for the first time. "What will you do?" she demanded suddenly. Mrs. Lessing was just going into the dining-room, and Peter had no need to reply. "Good morning, Mr. Graham," she said, coming forward graciously. "I wondered if Hilda might meet you. She wanted to post a letter. Come in. You must be hungry after your walk." A man-servant held the door open, and they all went in. That magic sun shone on the silver of the breakfast table, and lit up the otherwise heavy room. Mrs. Lessing swung the cover of a silver dish, and the eggs slipped in to boil. She touched a button on the table and sat down, just as Mr. Lessing came rather ponderously forward with a folded newspaper in his hand. "Morning, Graham," he said. "Morning, Hilda. Been out, eh? Well, well, lovely morning out. Makes one feel 10 years younger. What do you think of all this, Graham?" waving the paper as he spoke. Peter just caught the portentous headline, "Germany declares war on Russia," as he pulled up to the table, but he did not need to see it. There was really no news, only that. "It is certain, I think, sir." "Oh, certain, certain," said Lessing, seating himself. "The telegrams say they are over the frontier of Luxembourg and massing against France. Grey can't stop 'em now, but the world won't stand it, can't stand it. There can't be a long war. Probably it's all a big bluff again. They know in Berlin that business can't stand a war, or at any rate a long war. And we needn't come in. In the city yesterday they said the government could do more by standing out. We're not pledged. Anderson told me Asquith said so distinctly. Thank God the fleet's ready. It's madness, madness. We must keep our heads. That's what I say, anyway." Graham cracked an egg mechanically. His sermon was coming back to him. He saw a congregation of Lessings, and more clearly than ever the other things. "What about Belgium?" he queried. "Surely our honour is engaged there." Mr. Lessing pulled up his napkin, visibly perturbed. "Yes, but what can we do?" he demanded. "What is the good of flinging a handful of troops overseas, even if we can? It's incredible.
English troops in Flanders in this century. In my opinion, I say, we should do better to hold ourselves in readiness. Germany would never really dare antagonize us. They know what it involves. Why, there's hundreds of millions of pounds at stake. Grey is only to be firm, and things must come right. Must, absolutely must.
Annie said this morning that she heard everyone in the streets last night say we must fight, father, put in Hilda.
Pooh! Exclaimed the city personage, touched now on the raw. What do the fools know about it? I suppose the Daily Mail will scream, but thank God this country is not quite gone to the dogs yet. The people, indeed. The mass of the country is solid for sense and business, and trusts the government. Of course, the Tory press will make the whole question a party lever if it can, but it can't. What? Are we going to be pushed into war by a mob and a few journalists? Why, Labour even would be dead against it. Come, Graham, you ought to know something about it. More in your line than mine, don't you think so?
You really ought not to let the maids talk so, said Mrs. Lessing gently. Peter glanced at her with a curiously hopeless feeling, and looked slowly round the room until his eyes rested on Mr. Lessing's portrait over the mantel-shelf, presented by the congregation of St. John's on some occasion 2 years before. From the portrait he turned to the gentleman, but it was not necessary for him to speak. Mr. Lessing was saying something to the man, probably ordering the car. He glanced across at Hilda, who had made some reply to her mother and was toying with a spoon. He thought he had never seen her look more handsome, and he could not find the word, thought her solid, and then smiled at the thought. It did not fit in with the sunlight on her hair.
Well, well, said Mr. Lessing, we ought to move. It won't do for either of us to be late, Mr. Preacher.
The congregation of St. John's assembled on a Sunday morning as befitted its importance and dignity. Families arrived, or arrived by 2 or 3 representatives, and proceeded with due solemnity to their private pews. No one, of course, exchanged greetings on the way up the church, but every lady became aware not only of the other ladies present, but of what each wore. A sidesman, with an air of portentous gravity, as one who, in opening doors, performed an office more on behalf of the deity than the worshippers, was usually at hand to usher the party in. Once there was some stir of orderly bustle. Needles were distributed according to requirements, books sorted out after the solemn unlocking of the little box that contained them, sticks and hats safely stowed away. These duties performed, paterfamilias cast one penetrating glance round the church, and leaned gracefully forward with a kind of circular motion. Having suitably addressed Almighty God, it is to be supposed, he would lean back, adjust his trousers, possibly place an elbow on the pew door, and contemplate with a fixed and determined gaze the distant altar. Peter, of course, wound into solemn music with the procession of choir-boys and men, and accorded the honour of a beadle with a silver mace, since he was to preach, and was finally installed in a suitably cushioned seat within the altar rails. He knelt to pray, but it was an effort to formulate anything. He was intensely conscious that morning that a meaning hitherto unfelt and unguessed lay behind his world, and even behind all this pomp and ceremony that he knew so well. Rising, of course, when the senior curate began to intone the opening sentence in a manner which one felt was worthy even of St. John's, he allowed himself to study his surroundings as never before. The church had, indeed, an air of great beauty in the morning sunlight. The Renaissance galleries and woodwork, mellowed by time, were dusted by that soft, warm glow, and the somewhat sparse congregation, in its magnificently isolated groups, was humanized by it too. The stone of the chancel, flecked with colour, had a quiet dignity, and even the altar, ecclesiastically ludicrous, had a grace of its own. There was to be a celebration after matins. The historic gold plate was therefore arranged on the retable, with something of the effects of show-pieces at Mappin and Webb's. Peter noticed 3 flagons, and between them 2 patens of great size. A smaller pair for use stood on the credence table. The gold chalice and paten, veiled, stood on the altar table itself, and above them, behind, rose the cross and 2 vases of hothouse lilies. Suggesting one of the great shields of beaten gold that King Solomon had made for the Temple of Jerusalem, an alms-dish stood on edge, and leant against the retable to the right of the veiled chalice. Peter found himself marvelling at its size, but was recalled to his position when it became necessary to kneel for the confession. The service followed its accustomed course,
and throughout the whole of it Peter was conscious of his chaotic sermon. He glanced at his notes occasionally, and then put them resolutely away, well aware that they would be all but useless to him. Either he would, at the last, be able to formulate the thoughts that raced through his head, or else he could do no more than occupy the pulpit for the conventional 20 minutes with a conventional sermon. At times he half thought he would follow this easier course, but then the great letters of the newspaper poster seemed to frame themselves before him, and he knew he could not. And so at last there was the bowing beadle with the silver mace, and he must set out on the little dignified procession to the great Jacobean pulpit with its velvet cushion at the top. Hilda's mind was a curious study during that sermon. At first, as her lover's rather close-cropped, dark-haired head appeared in sight, she had studied him with an odd mixture of pride and apprehension. She held her hymn-book, but she did not need it, and she watched surreptitiously while he opened the Bible, arranged some papers, and in accordance with custom, knelt to pray. She began to think half-thoughts of the day that might be, when perhaps she would be the wife of the rector of some St. John's, and later possibly of a bishop. Peter had it in him to go far, she knew. She half glanced round with a self-conscious feeling that people might be guessing at her thoughts, and then back, wondering suddenly if she really knew the man, or only the minister. And then there came the rustle of shutting books and of people composing themselves to listen, the few coughs, the vague suggestion of hassocks and cushions being made comfortable. And then in a moment, almost with the giving out of the text, the sudden stillness and that tense sensation which told that the young orator had gripped his congregation. Thereafter she hardly heard him, as it were, and she certainly lost the feeling of ownership that had been hers before. As he leaned over the pulpit, and the words rang out almost harshly from their intensity, she began to see, as the rest of the congregation began to see, the images that the preacher conjured up before her. A sense of coming disaster riveted her, the feeling that she was already watching the end of an age. Jesus had compassion on the multitude. That had been the short and simple text. Simple words, the preacher had said, but how when one realized who had had compassion, and on what? Almighty God himself, with his incarnate mind set on the working out of immense and age-long plans, had, as it were, paused for a moment to have compassion on hungry women and crying babies, and folk whose petty confused affairs could have seemed of no consequence to anyone in the drama of the world. And then, with a few terse sentences, the preacher swung from that instance to the world drama of today. Did they realize, he asked, that peaceful, bright Sunday morning, that millions of simple men were at that moment being hurled at each other to maim and kill? At the bidding of powers that even they could hardly visualize, at the behest of world politics that not 1 in 1,000 would understand and scarcely any justify, houses were being broken up, women were weeping, and children playing in the sun before cottage doors were even now being left fatherless. It was incredible, colossal, unimaginable, but as one tried to picture it, hell had opened her mouth and death gone forth to slay. It was terrible enough that battlefields of stupendous size should soon be littered with the dying and the dead, but the aftermath of such a war as this would be still more terrible. No one could say how near it would come to them all. No one could tell what revolution in morals and social order such a war as this might not bring. That day God himself looked down on the multitude as sheep having no shepherd, abandoned to be butchered by the wolves, and his heart beat with a divine compassion for the infinite sorrows of the world. There was little more to it, an exhortation to go home to fear and pray and set the house in order against the day of wrath, and that was all. "My brethren," said the young man, and the intensity of his thought lent a certain unusual solemnity to the conventional title, "no one can tell how the events of this week may affect us. Our feet may even now be going down into the valley of the shadow of temptation, of conflict, of death, and even now they may be preparing for us a chalice such as we shall fear to drink. Let us pray that in that hour the compassion of Jesus may be real to us, and we ourselves find a sure place in that sorrowful heart." And he was gone from the pulpit without another word. It would have been almost ridiculous if one had noted that the surprised beadle had had no "And now to God the Father" in which to reach the pulpit, and had been forced to meet his victim hurrying halfway up the chancel. But perhaps no one but that dignitary, whom the fall of thrones would not shake, had noticed it. The congregation paid the preacher the great compliment of sitting on in absolute silence for a minute or two. For a moment it still stared reality in the face. And then Mr. Lessing shifted in his pew and coughed, and the rector rose, pompously as usual, to announce the hymn, and Hilda became conscious of unaccustomed tears in her eyes. The senior curate solemnly uncovered and removed the chalice. Taking bread and wine, he deposited the sacred vessels at the north end of the altar, returned to the centre, unfolded the corporal, received the arms, and as solemnly set the great gold dish on the corporal itself, after the unmeaning custom of the church. And then came the long prayer and the solemn procession to the vestry, while a dozen or two stayed with the senior curate for the communion. Graham found himself in the little inner vestry, with his green cloth table and massive inkstand and registers, and began to unvest mechanically. He got his coat out of the beautifully carved wardrobe, and was folding up his hood and surplice, when the rector laid a patronizing hand on his shoulder. "A good sermon, Graham," he said. "A good sermon, if a little emotional. It's a pity you forgot the doxology. But it is a great occasion, I fear a greater occasion than we know, and you rose to it very well. Last night I had half the mind to phone you not to come, and to preach myself, but I'm glad now I did not. I'm sure we are very grateful. Eh, Sir Robert?" Sir Robert Doyle, the other warden, was making neat piles of sovereigns on the green cloth, while Mr. Lessing counted the silver as to the manner born. He was a pillar of the church too, was Sir Robert, but a soldier and a straight speaker. He turned genially to the young man. "From the shoulder, Rector," he said. "Perhaps it will make a few of us sit up a little. Coming down to church I met Arnold of the War Office, and he said war was certain. Of course it is. Germany has been playing up for it for years, and we fools have been blind and mad. But it'll come now. Thank God I can still do a bit. Maybe we should meet out there yet, eh, Mr. Graham?" Somehow or another that aspect of the question had not struck Peter forcibly till now. He had been so occupied with visualizing the march of world events that he had hardly thought of himself as one of the multitude. But now the question struck home. What would he do? He was at a loss for the moment. The rector saved him, however. "Well, well, of course, Sir Robert, apart from the chaplains, the place of the clergy will be almost certainly at home. The hospitable visiting, and so on, will take a lot of time. I believe the Chaplain General's department is fully staffed, but doubtless if there's any demand, the clergy will respond. It is, of course, against canon law for them to fight, though doubtless our young friend would like to do his share in that if he could. You were in the OTC at Oxford, weren't you, Graham?" "Yes," said Graham shortly. "The French priests are mobilizing with the nation," said Sir Robert. Yes, naturally," replied the rector. "That is one result of the recent anti-clerical legislation. Thank God this country has been spared that, and in any case we shall never have conscription. Probably the army will have to be enlarged. 500,000 will be required at least, I should think. That will mean more chaplains. I should suppose the bishops will select. Yes, surely their lordships will select. It would be a pity for you to go, Graham. It's rough work with the Tommies, and your gifts are wanted at home. The vicar of St. Thomas's speaks very highly of your gifts as an organizer, and doubtless some sphere will be opening up for you. Well, well, these are stirring times. Good morning, Mr. Graham." He held out his hand to the young man. Mr. Lessing, carefully smoothing his silk hat, looked up. "Come into luncheon with us, will you, Graham?" he said. Peter assented, and shook hands all round. Sir Robert and he moved out together, and the baronet caught his eye on the porch. "This'll jog him up a bit, I'm thinking," he said to himself. "There's stuff in that chap, but he's got to feel his legs." Outside, the summer sun was now powerful, and the streets were dusty and more busy. The crowd had thinned at the church door, but Hilda and Mrs. Lessing were waiting for the car. "Don't let's drive," said Hilda as they came up. "I'd much sooner walk home to-day." Her father smiled paternally. "Bit cramped after church, eh? Well, what do you say, dear?" he asked his wife. "I think I shall drive," Mrs. Lessing replied. "But if Mr. Graham is coming to luncheon, perhaps he will walk round with Hilda. Will you, Mr. Graham?" "With pleasure," said Peter. "I agree with Miss Lessing, and the walk will be jolly. We'll go through the park. It's less than half an hour, isn't it?" It was arranged at that, and the elders drove off. Peter raised his hat to Sir Robert, who turned up the street, and together he and Hilda crossed over the wide thoroughfare and started down for the park. There was silence for a little, and it was Peter who broke it. "Just before breakfast," he said, "you asked me what I should do, and I had no chance to reply. Well, they were talking of it in the vestry just now, and I've made up my mind. I shall write tonight to the bishop and ask for a chaplaincy." They walked on 100 yards or so in silence again. Then Hilda broke it. "Peter," she began, and stopped. He glanced at her quickly and saw in a minute that the one word had spoken truly to him. "Oh, Hilda," he said, "do you really care all that? You can't possibly. Oh, if we were not here, and I could tell you all I feel. But, dear, I love you. I know now that I have loved you for months, and it is just because I love you that I must go." "Peter," began Hilda again, and again stopped. Then she took a grip of herself and spoke out bravely. "Oh, Peter," she said, "you've guessed right. I never meant you to, at least not yet, but it is terrible to think of you going out there. I suppose I ought to be glad and proud, and in a way I am, but you don't seem the right person for it. It's wasting you, and I don't know what I shall do without you. You've become the centre of my life. I count on seeing you and on working with you. If you go, you may... I can't say it. I ought not to say all this, but..." She broke off abruptly. Graham glanced round him. They were in the park now, and no one in particular was about in the quiet of the sidewalk. He put his hand out and drew her gently to a seat. Then, leaning forward and poking at the ground with his stick, he began. "Hilda, darling," he said, "it's awful to have to speak to you just now, just like this, but I must. First about ourselves. I love you with all my heart, only that's so little to say. I love you so much that you fill my life, and I have planned my life with you. I hardly knew it, but I had. I thought I should just go on and get a living and marry you. Perhaps, if you would, I can hardly speak of it now, I know you would, and, I don't know, make a name in the church, I suppose. Well, and I hope we shall one day, but now this has come along. I really feel all I said this morning, awfully. I shall go out. I must. The men must be helped. One can't sit still and imagine them dying, wounded, tempted, and without a priest. It's a supreme chance. We should be fighting for honour and truth, and the church must be there to bear her witness and speak her message. There will be no end to do, and it is a chance of a lifetime to get into touch with the men and understand them. You do see that, don't you? Besides, forgive me, but I must put it so, if He had compassion on the multitude, ought we not to have too? He showed it by death. Ought we to fear even that too?" The girl stole out a hand, and his gripped it hard. Then she remembered the conventions and pulled it away, and sat a little more upright. She was extraordinarily conscious of herself, and she felt as if she had two selves that day. One was Hilda Lessing, a girl she knew quite well, a well-trained person who understood life and the business of society and of getting married quite correctly. And the other was somebody she did not know at all, that could not reason, and who felt naked and ashamed. It was inexplicable, but it was so. That second self was listening to heroics and even talking them, and surely heroics were a little out of date. She looked across a wide green space and saw through the distant trees the procession of the church parade. She felt as if she ought to be there, and half unconsciously glanced at her dress. A couple of terriers ran scurrying across the grass, and a seat-ticket man came round the corner. Behind them a taxi hooted, and some sparrows broke out into a noisy chatter in a bush. And here was Peter, talking of death and the cross, and out of church too. She gave a little shudder and glanced at her wristwatch. "Peter," she said, "we must go. Dear, for my sake, do think it over. Wait a little and see what happens. I quite understand your point of view, but you must think of others, even your vicar, my parents, and of me. And Peter, shall we say anything about our love? What do you think?"
Peter Graham looked at her steadily, and as she spoke he too felt the contrast between his thoughts and ordinary life. The London curate was himself again. He got up. "Well, darling," he said, "just as you like, but perhaps not, at any rate until I know what I have to do. I'll think that over. Only we shan't change, shall we, whatever happens? You do love me, don't you? And I do love you." Hilda met his gaze frankly and blushed a little. She held out a hand to be helped up. "My dear boy," she said. After luncheon Peter smoked a cigar in the study with Mr. Lessing before departure. Every detail of that hour impressed itself upon him as had the events of the day, for his mind was strung up to see the inner meaning of things clearly. They began with the usual ritual of the selection of chairs and cigars, and Mr. Lessing had a glass of port with his coffee, because, as he explained, his nerves were all on edge. Comfortably stretched out in an armchair, blowing smoke thoughtfully towards the empty grate, his fat face and body did not seem capable of nerves, still less to be suffering from them, but then one can never tell from appearances. At any rate, he chose his words with care, and Graham, opposite but sitting rather upright, could not but sense his meaning. "Well, well, well," he said, "to think we should come to this. A European war in this century, and we in it. Not that I'll believe it till I hear it officially. While there's life there's hope, eh, Graham?" Peter nodded, for he did not know what to say. "The question is," went on the other, "that if we are carried into war, what is the best policy? Some fools will lose their heads, of course, and chuck everything to run into it. But I've no use for fools, Graham." "No, sir," said Peter. "No use for fools," repeated Mr. Lessing. "I shall carry on with business as usual, and I hope other people will carry on with theirs. There are plenty of men who can fight, and who ought to, without disorganizing everything. Hilda would see that, too. She's such a sensible girl. Look at that Boer affair, and all that foolery about the CIV. Why, I met a South African at the club the other day who said we'd have had done 10 times as well without 'em. You must have trained men these days, and after all it's the men behind the armies that win the war. Men like you and I, Graham, each doing his ordinary job without excitement. That's the type that's made old England. You ought to preach about it, Graham. Come to think, it fits in with what you said this morning, and a good sermon too, young man. Every man's got to put his house in order and carry on. You meant that, didn't you?" "Something like that," said Peter. "But as far as the clergy are concerned, I still think the bishops ought to pick their men." Yes, of course," said Mr. Lessing, stretching himself a bit. "But I don't think the clergy could be much use over there. As the canon said, there will be plenty to do at home. In any case, it would be no use rushing the bishops. Let them see what's needed, and then let them choose their men, eh? A man like London's sure to be in the know. Good thing he's your bishop, Graham. You can leave it to him easily." "I should think so, sir," said Peter forlornly. "Oh, well, glad to hear it so, I'm sure, Graham. And so will Mrs. Lessing be, and Hilda. We're old-fashioned folk, you know. Well, I suppose I oughtn't to keep you. I'll come with you through to the door, my boy." He walked ahead of the young man into the hall and handed him his hat himself. On the steps they shook hands to the fire of small sentences. "Drop in some evening, won't you? Don't know if I really congratulated you on the sermon. You spoke extraordinarily well, Graham. You've a great gift. After all, this war will give you a bit of a chance, eh? We must hear you again in St. John's. Good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Mr. Lessing," said Graham, "and thank you for all you've said." In the street he walked slowly, and he thought of all Mr. Lessing had not said, as well as all he had. After all, he had spoken sound sense, and there was Hilda. He couldn't lose Hilda, and if the old man turned out obstinate, well, it would be all but impossible to get her. Probably things were not as bad as he had imagined. Very likely it would all be over by Christmas. If so, it was not much use throwing everything up. Perhaps he could word the letter to the bishop a little differently. He turned over phrases all the way home, and got them fairly pat, but it was a busy evening, and he did not write them that night. Monday always began as a full day, what with staff meeting and so on, and its being bank holiday did not make much difference to them. But in the afternoon he was free to read carefully the Sunday papers, and was appalled with the swiftness of the approach of the universal cataclysm.
after evensong and supper. Then he got out paper and pen and wrote. Though it took much longer than he thought it would. In the end he begged the bishop to remember him if it was really necessary to find more chaplains, and expressed his readiness to serve the church and the country when he was wanted. When it was written, he sat long over the closed envelope and smoked a couple of pipes. He wondered if men were killing each other even now, just over the water. He pictured a battle scene, drawing from imagination what he remembered of field days at Aldershot. He shuddered a little as he conceived himself crawling through heather to reach a man in the front line who had been hit, while the enemy's guns on the crest opposite were firing as he had seen them fire in play. He tried to imagine what it would be like to be hit. Then he got up and stretched himself. He looked round curiously at the bookcase, the Oxford group or two, the hockey cap that hung on the edge of one. He turned to the mantelpiece and glanced over the photos. Probably Bob Scarlett would be out at once. He was in some Irish regiment or other. Old Howson was in India. He wouldn't hear or see much. Jimmy. What would Jimmy do now? He picked up the photograph and looked at it. The clean-shaven, thoughtful, good-looking face of the best fellow in the world, who got his fellowship almost at once after his brilliant degree, and was just now, he reflected, on holiday in the south of France. Jimmy, the idealist. What would Jimmy do? He reached for a hat and made for the door. He would post his letter that night under the stars. Once outside, he walked on farther down Westminster way. At the bridge he leaned for a while and watched the sullen, tireless river, and then turned to walk up past the house. It was a clear, still night, and the street was fairly empty. Big Ben boomed 11, and as he crossed in front of the gate to reach St. Margaret's, he wondered what was doing in there. He had the vaguest notion where people like the Prime Minister and Sir Edward Grey would be that night. He thought possibly with the King, or in Downing Street. And then he heard his name being called, and turned to see Sir Robert Doyle coming towards him. The other's face arrested him. "Is there any news, Sir Robert?" he asked. Sir Robert glanced up in his turn at the great shining dial above them. "Our ultimatum has gone, or is just going to Germany, and in 24 hours we shall be at war," he said tersely. "I'm just going home. I've been promised a job." End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 2. At 7:10 on a foggy February morning, Victoria Station looked a place of mystery within which a mighty work was going forward. Electric lights still shone in the gloom, and whereas innumerable units of life ran this way and that like ants disturbed, an equal number stood about, apparently indifferent and unperturbed. Tommies who had found a place against a wall or seat deposited rifle and pack close by, lit a pipe, and let the world go by, content that when the officers' leave train had gone, someone, or some providence, would round them up as well. But for the rest, porters, male and female, rushed up with baggage. Trunks were pushed through the crowd with the usual objurgations. Subalterns, mostly loud and merry, greeted each other or the officials, or more subdued moved purposefully through the crowd with their womenfolk, intent on finding a quieter place farther up the platforms. There was no mistaking the leave platform or the time of the train, for a great notice drew one's attention to it. Once there, the army took a man in hand. Peter was entirely new to the process, but he speedily discovered that his fear of not knowing what to do or where to go, which had induced him, among other reasons, to say good-bye at home and come alone to the station, was unfounded. Redcaps passed him on respectfully but purposefully to officials who looked at this paper and that, and finally sent him up to an officer who sat at a little table with papers before him to write down the name, rank, unit, and destination of each individual destined that very morning to leave for the army in France. Peter at last, then, was free to walk up the platform and seek the rest of his luggage that had come on from the hotel with the porter. He was free, that is, if one disregarded the kit hung about his person, or which, despite King's regulations, he carried in his hands. But free or not, he could not find his luggage.
At 7:30 it struck him that at least he had better find his seat. He therefore entered a corridor and began pilgrimage. It was seemingly hopeless. The seats were filled with coats or sticks or papers. Every type of officer was engaged in bestowing himself and his goods, and the general atmosphere struck him as being precisely that which one experiences as a fresher when one first enters hall for dinner at the varsity. The comparison was very close. First-year men, that is to say, junior officers returning from their first leave, were the most encumbered, self-possessed, and asserting. Those of the second year, so to say, usually got a corner seat and looked out of window, while here and there a senior officer, or a subaltern with a senior's face, selected a place, arranged his few possessions, and got out a paper, not in the Oxford manner, as if he owned the place, but in the Cambridge, as if he didn't care a damn who did. Peter made a horrible hash of it. He tried to find a seat with all his goods in his hands, not realizing that they might have been deposited anywhere in the train, and found when he had started, since, owing to a particular dispensation of the high gods, everything that passed the barrier for France got there. He made a dive for one place and sat in it, never noting a thin stick in the corner, and he cleared out with enormous apologies when a perfectly groomed major with an exceedingly pleasant manner mentioned that it was his seat, and carefully put the stick elsewhere as soon as Peter had gone. Finally, at the end of a carriage, he descried a small door half open, and inside what looked like an empty seat. He pulled it open and discovered a small select compartment with a central table and 3 men about it, all making themselves very comfortable. "I beg your pardon," said Peter, "but is there a place vacant for one?" The 3 eyed him stonily, and he knew instinctively that he was again a fresher calling on the second year. One, a captain, raised his head to look at him better. He was a man of light hair and blue, alert eyes, wearing a cap that, while not looking dissipated, somehow conveyed the impression that its owner knew all about things. A cap, too, that carried the Springbok device. The lean face with its humorous mouth regarded Peter and took him all in. His vast expanse of collar, the wide black edging to his shoulder straps, his brand-new badges, his black buttons and stars. Then he lied remorselessly, "Sorry, Padre, we're full up." Peter backed out and forgot to close the door, for at that moment a shrill whistle was excruciatingly blown. He found himself in the very cab of the Pullman with the glass door before him, through which could be seen a sudden bustle. Subalterns hastened forward from the more or less secluded spots that they had found, with a vision of skirts and hats behind them. An inspector passed aggressively along, and, thanks to those high gods, Peter observed the hurrying hotel porter at that moment. In 60 seconds the door had been jerked open, a Gladstone, a suitcase, and a kit bag shot at him. Largesse had changed hands, the door had shut again, the train had groaned and started, and Peter was off to France. It was with mixed feelings that he groped for his luggage. He was conscious of wanting a seat and a breakfast. He was also conscious of wanting to look at the station he was leaving, which he dimly felt he might never see again. And he was above all conscious that he looked a fool and would like not to. In such a turmoil he lugged at the Gladstone and got it into a corner, and then turned to the window in the cleared space with a determination. In turning, he caught the captain's face stuck round the little door. It was withdrawn at once, but came out again, and he heard for the second time the unfamiliar title. "Say, Padre, come in here. There's room after all." Peter felt cheered. He staggered to the door and found the others busy making room. A subaltern of the ASC gripped his small attaché case and swung it up onto the rack. The South African pulled a British warm off the vacant seat and reached out for the suitcase. And the third man, with the rank of a major and the badge of a bursting bomb, struck a match and paused as he lit a cigarette to jerk out, "Damn full train. We ought to have missed it, Donovan." "It's a good stunt, that, if too many blighters don't try it on," observed the subaltern, reaching for Peter's warm. "But they did my last leave, and I got the devil of a choking off from the brass hat in charge. It's the staff train, and they only take prime ministers, journalists, and trade union officials in addition. How's that, Padre?" "Thanks," said Peter, subsiding. It's jolly good of you to take me in. I thought I got a stand from here to Folkestone." H.P. Jenks, second lieutenant ASC, regarded him seriously. "Couldn't be done, Padre," he said. "Not at this hour of the morning. I left Ealing about midnight, more or less. Got sandwiched in the metro with the Brigadier General and his blooming wife and daughters. Had to wait God knows how long for the RTO. If I couldn't get a seat and a break after that, I'd be a casualty, sure thing."
"It's your own fault for going home last night," observed the Major judiciously.
Peter noticed that he was a little older than Jenks on inspection.
"Gad, Donovan, you should have been with us at the Adelphi. It was some do, I can tell you. And afterwards—"
"Shut up, Major," said the cut-in Jenks. "Remember the padre."
"Oh, he's broad-minded, I know, aren't you, padre? By the way, did you ever meet old Drennan, who was up near Popperinga with the Canadians? He was a sport, I can tell you. Mind you, real good chap at his job, but a white man. Pluck! By Jove, I don't think that chap had nerves. I saw him one day when they were dropping heavy stuff on the station, and he was getting some casualties out of a Red Cross train. Shell burst just down the embankment, and his two orderlies ducked for it under the carriage. But old Drennan never turned a hair. "Better have a fag," he said to the Scotty he was helping. "It's no use letting Fritz put one off one smoke."
Peter said he had not met him, but could not think of anything else to say at the moment, except that he was just going out for the first time.
"You don't say," said Donovan dryly. "Wish I was," ejaculated Jenks. "Good chap," replied the Major. "Pity more of your sort don't come over. When I was up at Luce, September last year, we didn't see a padre in 3 months. Then they put on a little chap, forget his name, who used to bike over when we were in rest billets. He wasn't much use." "I was in hospital 7 weeks and never saw one," said Jenks.
"Good heavens," said Graham. "But I've been trying to get out for all these years, and I was always told that every billet was taken and that there were hundreds on the waiting list. Last December the Chaplain General himself showed me a list of over 200 names."
"Don't know where they get to, then, do you, Bevan?"
asked Jenks.
"No," said the Major, "unless they keep 'em at the base." "Plenty down at Rouen, anyway," said Donovan. "Sporting little blighter I met at the Brasserie Opera told me he hadn't anything to do anyway." "I shall be a padre in the next war," said Jenks, stretching out his legs. "Parade on Sunday, and you're finished for the week. No orderly dog, no night work, and plenty of time for your meals. Padres can always get leave, too, and they always come and go by Paris."
Donovan laughed and glanced sideways at Peter.
"Stow it, Jenks," he said.
"Where are you for, padre?" he asked. "I've got a report at Rouen," said Peter. "I was wondering if you were there."
"No such luck now," returned the other.
"But it's a jolly place. Jenko's there. Get him to take you out to Duclair. You can get roast duck at a pub there that melts in your mouth. And what's that little hotel near the statue of Joan of Arc, Jenks, where they still have decent wine?" Peter was not to learn yet awhile, for at that moment the little door opened and a waiter looked in. "Breakfast, gentlemen?" he asked. "Oh, no," said Jenks. "Waiter, I always bring some rations with me. I'll just take a cup of coffee." The man grinned. "Right-o, sir," he said. "Porridge, gentlemen?" He disappeared, leaving the door open, and Donovan, opening a newspaper, Graham stared out of the window to wait. From the far corners came scraps of conversation, from which he gathered that Jenks and the Major were going over the doings of the night before. He caught a word or two, and stared the harder out of the window. Outside, the English country was rushing by. Little villas with back gardens running down to the rail would give way for a mile or two to fields, and then start afresh. The fog was thin there, and England looked extraordinarily homely and pleasant. It was the known. He was conscious of rushing at 50 miles an hour into the unknown. He turned over the scrappy conversation of the last few minutes, and found it savoured of the unknown. It was curious the difference uniform made. He felt that these men were treating him more like one of themselves than men in a railway carriage had ever treated him before, that somehow even his badges made him welcome, and yet that, nevertheless, it was not he, Peter Graham, that they welcomed, or at least not his type. He wondered if padres in France were different from priests in England. He turned over the unknown Drennan in his mind. Was it because he was a good priest that the men liked him, or because they had discovered the man in the parson? The waiter brought in the breakfast, porridge, fish, toast, and the rest, and there fell to, a running fire of comments going on all the time. Donovan had had Japanese marmalade somewhere, and thought it better than this. The Major wouldn't touch the beastly margarine, but Jenks thought it quite as good as butter if taken with marmalade, and put it on nearly as thickly as his toast. Peter expanded in the air of camaraderie, and when he leaned back with a cigarette, tunic unbuttoned and cap tossed up on the rack, he felt as if he had been in the army for years. He reflected how curious that was. The last 2 or 3 years or so of Boy Scouts and hospitals and extra prayer meetings, attended by the people who attended everything else, seemed to have faded away. There was hardly a gap between that first war evening which he remembered so clearly and this. It was a common experience enough, and probably due to the fact that, whereas everything else had made little impression, he had lived for this moment and been extraordinarily impressed by that Sunday. But he realized also that it was due as much to his present companions. They had, seemingly, accepted him as he had never been accepted before. They asked practically no questions. So far as he could see, he made no difference to them. He felt as if he were at last part of a great brotherhood, in which chiefly one worried about nothing more important than Japanese marmalade and margarine. "We're almost there, boys," said Bevan, peering out of the window.
"Curse!" ejaculated Jenks. "I hate getting my traps together in a train, and I loathe the mob on the boat."
"I don't see why you should," said Donovan. "I'm blessed if I bother about anything. The RTO and the Red Caps do everything, and you needn't even worry about getting a Pullman ticket this way over. Hope it's not rough, though." He let a window down and leaned out. "Looks all right," he added. Peter got up with the rest and began to hang things about him. His staringly new Sam Brown irritated him, but he forgot it as the train swung round the curve to the landing stage. "Get a porter and a truck, Donovan," said the Major, who was farthest from the door. They got out nonchalantly, and Peter lit a cigarette while the others threw remarks at the man as to luggage. Then they all trooped off together in a crowd that consisted of every variety of rank and regiment and section of the British Empire, plus some whacks and nurses. The Pride of Folkestone lay alongside. When they got there she seemed already full. The four of them got jammed at the gangway and shoved on board, handing in and receiving papers from the official at the head as they passed him. Donovan was in front, and as he stepped on deck he swung his kit bag back to Peter, crying, "Lay hold of that, Padre, and agent on the deck. Get up ahead of the funnel that side. I'll get chairs. Jenko, you Rotto, get belts and stop eyeing the girl."
"Jolly nice bit of fluff,"
said Jenks meditatively, staring fixedly across the deck.
"Where?" queried the Major, fumbling for his eyeglass.
"Get on there, please, gentlemen," called a ship's official.
"Damn it, mind my leg."
"Jerry, old son, here we are again."
"I say, Tommy, did you get to the Alhambra last night after all?"
"What?"
"Well, I couldn't see you, anyhow."
To which accompaniment Peter pushed his way across the deck. "Sorry, Padre," said a V.A.D. who blocked the way, bending herself back to let him pass and smiling. "Catch hold," called out Donovan, swinging a couple of chairs at him. "No, sir, it's not my chair," to a colonel who was grabbing at one already set out against the rail. The colonel collected it and disappeared. Jenks appeared a moment later, red-faced through the crush.
"You blamed fool," he whispered. "It's that girl's. I saw her put one here and edged up on it, only some fool got in my way. Still, hopefully, perhaps she'll come back."
Between them they got 4 chairs into a line and sat down, all that is, save Jenks, who stood up in a bland and genial way, as if to survey the crowd impartially. How impartially soon appeared.
"Damn!" he exploded. "She's met some other females, weird and woody things, and she's sitting down there. No, by Jove, she's looking this way."
He made a half-start forward, and the Major kicked his shins.
"Blast!" he exploded. "Why did you do that, you fool?" "Don't be an infant, Jenko. Sit down. You can't start a flotation across the blooming deck. Here, Padre, can't you keep him in order?"
Peter half raised himself from his chair at this, and glanced the way the other was looking. Through the crush he saw, clearly enough for a minute, a girl of medium height in a nurse's uniform, sideways onto him. The next second she half turned, obviously smiling some remark to her neighbour, and he caught sight of clear brown eyes and a little fringe of dark hair on the forehead of an almost childish face. The eyes met his, and then a sailor blundered across his field of vision.
"Topping, isn't she?" demanded Jenks, who had apparently been pulled down into his chair in the interval.
"Oh, I don't know," said Graham, and added deliberately, "Rather ordinary, I thought." Jenks stared at him. "Good Lord, Padre," he said, "where are your eyes?" Peter heard a little chuckle behind, and glanced round to see Donovan staring at him with amusement written all across his face. "You'll do, Padre," he said, taking a pipe from his pocket and beginning to fill it. Peter smiled and leant back. Probably for the first time in 5 years he forgot for a moment what sort of a collar it was around his neck. Sitting there, he began to enjoy himself. The sea glittered in the sun, and the leas stretched out opposite him across the shining gulf. Seabirds dipped and screamed, On his left, Major Bevan was talking to a flying man, and Peter glanced up with him to see an aeroplane that came humming high up above the trees on the cliff and flew out to sea. "Damn fine type," said the boy, whose tunic for all his youth sported wings. "Fritz can't touch it yet. Of course he'll copy it soon enough, or go one better, but just at present I think it's the best out. Wish we'd got some in our circus. We've nothing but—" and he trailed off into technicalities. Peter found himself studying Donovan, who lay back beyond Jenks, turning the pages of an illustrated magazine and smoking. The eyes interested him. They looked extraordinarily clear, but as if their owner kept hidden behind them a vast number of secrets as old as the universe. The face was lined. Good-looking, he thought, but the face of a man who was no novice in the school of life. Peter felt he liked the captain instinctively. He carried breeding stamped on him, far more than, say, the Major with his eyeglass. Peter wondered if they would meet again. The siren sounded, and a bustle began as people put on their life-belts. "All life-belts on, please," said a young officer continually, who, with a brassard on his arm, was going up and down among the chairs. "Who's that?" asked Peter, struggling with his belt. "Oh, some poor bloke has been roped in for crossing duty," said Jenks. "Mind my chair, Padre. Bevan and I are going below for a wet. Coming, skipper?" "Not yet," said Donovan. "The bar's too full at first for me. Padre and I'll come later." The others stepped off across the crowded deck, and Donovan pitched his magazine into Bevan's chair to retain it. "You're from South Africa?" queried Peter. "Yes," replied the other. "I was in German West and came over after on my own. Joined up with the brigade here." "What part of Africa?" asked Peter. "Basutoland, Padre. Not a bad place in a way. Decent climate, topping scenery, but rather a stodgy crowd in the camps. One or two decent people, but the majority mid-Victorian without a blessed notion except the price of mealies, who quarrel about nothing half the time, talk tuppenny-halfpenny scandal the rest. Good Lord, I wish we had some of the perishers out here. But they know which side of the bread the butter is. Bad time for trade, they say, and every other trader has bought a car since the war. Of course, there's something to be said for the other side, but what gets my goat is their pettiness. I'm for British East Africa after the war. There's a chap written a novel about Basutoland called The Land of Tomorrow, but I call it The Land of the Day Before Yesterday. I suppose some of them came over with an assortment of ideas one time, but they struck no new ones since. I don't advise you to settle in a South African dorp if you can help it, Padre." "I don't suppose I shall," said Peter. "I've just got engaged, and my girl's people wouldn't let her out of England." "Engaged, are you? Thank your stars you aren't married. Safer not to be out here." "Why?" Donovan looked at him curiously. "Oh, you'll find out fast enough, Padre," he said. "Wonder what you'll make of it. Rum place just now, France, I can tell you. There's the sweepings of half the world over there, and everything's turned upside down. Fellows are out for a spree, of course, and you can't be hard on a chap down from the line if he goes on the bust a bit. It's human nature. You must allow for it. Don't you think so?" "Human nature can be controlled," said Peter primly. "Can it?" retorted the other. "Even the cloth doesn't find it too easy, apparently." "What do you mean?" demanded Peter, and then added, "Don't mind telling me. I really want to know." Donovan knocked out his pipe and evaded. "You've got to be broad-minded, Padre," he said. "Well, I am," said Peter, "but—" "Come and have a drink, then," interrupted the other. "Jenko and the Major are coming back." "Damn poor whisky," said the latter, catching the rail as the boat heaved a bit. "Begging your pardon, Padre. Better try brandy. If the war lasts much longer, there'll be no whisky worth drinking this side. I'm off it till we get to the club at Boulogne." Peter and Donovan went off together. It was a new experience for Peter, but he wouldn't have owned it. They groped their way down the saloon stairs and through a crowd to the little bar. "What's yours?" demanded Donovan. "Oh, I'll take the Major's advice," said Peter. "Brandy and soda for me." "Soda finished, sir," said the bar steward. "All right, 2 brandies and water, steward," said Donovan, and swung a revolving seat near round for Graham. As he took it, Peter noticed the man opposite. His badge was a Maltese cross, but he wore a flannel collar and tie. Their eyes met, but the other stared a bit stonily. For the second time Peter wished he hadn't a clerical collar. The next he was taking the glass from the South African. "Cheerio," said Donovan. "Here's to you," said Peter, and leaned back with an assumption of ease. He had a strange sense of unreality. No fool and no Puritan, he had naturally been little in such an atmosphere since ordination. He would have had a drink in Park Lane with the utmost ease, and he would have argued over it that the clergy were not nearly so out of touch with men as the papers said. But down here, in the steamer's saloon, surrounded by officers in an atmosphere of indifference to him and his office, he felt differently. He was aware, dimly, that for the past 5 years situations in which he had been dominated by him, and that he, as a clergyman, had been continually the centre of concern. Talk, conduct, and company had been rearranged when he came in, and it had happened so often that he had ceased to be aware of it. But now he was a mere unit of no particular importance whatever. No one dreamed of modifying himself particularly because a clergyman was present. Peter clung to the belief that it was not altogether so, but he was sufficiently conscious of it. And he was conscious of liking it, of wanting to sink back in it as a man sinks back in an easy-chair. He felt he ought not to do so, and he made a kind of mental effort to pull himself together. Up on the deck the world was very fair. The French coast was now clearly visible, and even the houses of the town, huddled together as it seemed, but dominated by a church on the hill. Behind them a sister ship containing Tommies ploughed steadily along, serene and graceful in the sunlight, and above an airship of silvery aluminium bearing the tricoloured circle of the Allies kept pace with the swift ship without an effort. 4 destroyers were visible, their low dark shapes plying regularly along at stated intervals, and someone said a 5th was out of sight behind. People were already beginning to take off their lifebelts, and the sailors were clearing a place for the gangway. Peter found that Donovan had known what he was about, for his party would be close to the gangway without moving. He began to wonder uneasily what would be done on landing, and to hope that Donovan would be going his way. No one had said a word about it. He looked round for Jenks' nurse, but couldn't see her. It was jolly entering the port. The French houses and fishing boats looked foreign, although one could hardly say why. On the quay was a big notice: "All officers to report at once to the MLO." Farther on was a board bearing the letters RTO, but Peter hardly liked to ask. In fact, everything went like clockwork. He presently found himself in a queue behind Donovan of officers who were passing a small window like a ticket office. Arriving, he handed in papers and was given them back with a brief "All right." Beyond, Donovan had secured a broken-down-looking one-horse cab. "You'll be coming to the club, Padre?" he asked. "Chuck in your stuff. This chap will take it down, and Bevan with it. Let's walk. It isn't far." Jenks elected to go with his friend the Major, and Donovan and Peter set off over the cobbles. They joined up with another small group, and for the first time Peter had to give his name as he was introduced. He forgot the others as soon as he heard them, and they forgot his. A big Dublin Fusilier officer with a tiny moustache that seemed ludicrous in his great face exchanged a few sentences with him. They left the quay and crossed a wide space where a bridge debouched towards the railway station. Donovan, who was walking ahead, passed on, but the Fusilier suggested to Peter that they might as well see the RTO at once about trains. Entering the station gates, the now familiar initials appearing on a row of offices before them to the left, Peter's companion demanded the train to Albert. 2:30 a.m. Change at Amiens, sir," said a clerk in uniform within, and the Fusilier passed on. "What time is the Rouen train?" asked Peter in his turn, and was told 9:30 p.m. "You're in luck, Padre," said the other. "It's badly rotten getting in at 2:30, and probably the beastly thing won't go till 5. Still, it might be worse. You can get on board at midnight, and with luck get to sleep. If I were you, I'd be down here early for yours. Crowded always it is. Of course you'll dine at the club?" Peter supposed he would. The club entrance was full up with officers, and more kept pouring in. Donovan was just leaving the counter on the right with some tickets in his hand as they pushed in. "See you later," he called out. "I've got to sleep here, and I want to leave my traps." Peter wondered where, but was too much occupied in keeping well behind the Fusilier to think much. At a kind of counter, a girl in a WAAC uniform was serving out tickets of one sort and another, and presently the two of them were before her. For a few francs one got tickets for lunch, dinner, bed, a bath, and whatever else one wanted, but Peter had no French money. The Fusilier brought in the first two, however, and together they forced their way out into the great lounge. "Half an hour before lunch," said his new companion, and then, catching sight of someone, "Hello, Jack, you back? Never saw you on the boat. Did you—" His voice trailed off as he crossed the room. Peter looked around a little disconsolately. Then he made his way to a huge lounge chair and threw himself into it. All about him was a subdued chatter. A big fire burned in the stove, and round it was a wide semicircle of chairs. Against the wall were more, and a small table or two stood about. Nearly every chair had its occupant, all sorts and conditions of officers, mostly in undress, and he noticed some fast asleep with muddied boots. There was a look on their faces, even in sleep, and Peter guessed that some at least were down from the line on their way to a brief leave. More and more came in continuously. Stewards with drinks passed quickly in and out among them. The Fusilier and his friend were just ordering something. Peter opened his case and took out a cigarette, tapping it carefully before lighting it. He began to feel at home and lazy and comfortable, as if he had been there before. An orderly entered with envelopes in his hand. "Lieutenant Fraser," he called, and looked round inquiringly. There was no reply, and he turned to the next. "Captain Saunders?" Still no reply. "Lieutenant Morecambe?" Still no reply. "Lieutenant Morecambe?" he called again. Nobody took any interest, and he turned on his heel, pushed the swing door open, and departed. Then Donovan came in, closely followed by Bevan. Peter got up and made towards them. "Hello," said Bevan. "Have an appetizer, Padre. Lunch will be on in 20 minutes. What's yours, Skipper?" The three of them moved on to Peter's chair, and Bevan dragged up another. Peter subsided, and Donovan sat on the edge. Peter pulled out his cigarette case again and offered it. Bevan, after one or two ineffectual attempts, got an orderly at last. "Well, here's fun," he said. "Cheerio," said Peter. He remembered Donovan had said that in the saloon. End of Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 3. Jenks, being attached to the ASC, engaged in feeding daily more than 100,000 men in the Rouen area, Peter and he travelled together. By the latter's advice they reached the railway station soon after 8:30, but even so the train seemed full. There were no lights in the siding, and none whatever on the train, so that it was only by matches that one could tell if a compartment was full or empty, except in the case of those from whom candlelight and much noise proclaimed the former indisputably. At last, however, somewhere up near the engine, they found a second-class carriage, apparently unoccupied, with a big ticket marked "Reserved" upon it. Jenks struck a match and regarded this critically. "Well, Padre," he said, "as it doesn't say for whom it is reserved, I guess it may as well be reserved for us. So here goes." He swung up and tugged at the door, which for some time refused to give. Then it opened suddenly, and Second Lieutenant Jenks, ASC, subsided gracefully and luridly on the ground outside. Peter struck another match and peered in. It was then observed that the compartment was not empty, but that a dark-haired, lanky youth, stretched comfortably along one seat, was regarding them solemnly. "This carriage is reserved," he said. "Yes," said Jenks cheerfully, "for us, sir. May I ask what you are doing in it?" They wakened one side. "It's worked before, and if you chaps come in and shut the door quickly, perhaps it'll work again. 3's not too bad, but I've seen 6 in these perishing cars. Come in quickly, for the Lord's sake." Peter looked round him curiously. 2 of the 4 windows were broken, and the glory had departed from the upholstery. There was no light, and it would appear that a heavier body than that designed for it had travelled upon the rack. Jenks was swearing away to himself and trying to light a candle end. Peter laughed. "Got any cards?" asked the original owner. "Yes," said Jenks. "Got any grub?" "Bath olivers and chocolate and half a water bottle of whisky," replied the original owner. "And we shall need 'em." "Good enough," said Jenks. "And the Padre here has plenty of sandwiches, for he ordered a double lot." "Do you play auction, Padre?" queried what turned out in the candlelight to be a Canadian. Peter assented. He was moderately good, he knew. This fairly roused the Canadian. He swung his legs off the seat and groped for the door.
"Hang on to this dugout, you men," he said, "and I'll get a fourth. I kidded some fellows of ours with that notice just now, but I know them, and I can get a decent chap to come in." He was gone a few minutes only. Then voices sounded outside. "Been looking for you, old dear," said their friend. "Only 2 sportsmen here, and a nice little show all to ourselves. Tumble in, and we'll get cheerful. Not that seat, old dear, but wait a jiffy. Let's sort things out first." They snorted out of the dreary tunnel into Rouen in the first daylight of the next morning. Peter looked eagerly at the great winding river and the glory of the cathedral as it towered up above the mists that hung over the houses. There was a fresh taste of spring in the air, and the smoke curled clear and blue from the slow-moving barges on the water. The bare trees on the island showed every twig and thin branch as if they had been pencilled against the leaden-coloured flood beneath. A tug puffed fussily upstream, red and yellow markings on its grimy black. Jenks was asleep in the corner, but he woke as they clattered across the bridge. "Hey-ho," he sighed, stretching. "Back to the old graft again." Yet once more Peter began to collect his belongings. It seemed ages since he got into the train at Victoria, and he felt particularly grubby and unshaven. "What's the next move?" he asked. Jenks eyed him. "Going to take a taxi?" he queried. "Where to?" said Peter. "Well, if you ask me, Padre," he replied, "I don't see what's against a decent clean-up and breakfast at the club. Doesn't much matter when I report, and the club's handy for your show. I know the ACG's office, because it's in the same house as the base cashier, and the club's just at the bottom of the street. But it's a deuce of a way from the station. If we can get a taxi, I vote we take it." "Right-ho," agreed Peter. "You lead on." They tumbled out onto the platform and produced the necessary papers at the exit labelled "British Officers Only." A red-capped military policeman wrote down particulars on a paper, and in a few minutes they were out among the crowd of peasantry in the booking-hall. Jenks pushed through, and had secured a cab by the time Peter arrived. "There isn't a taxi to be got, Padre," he said, "but this'll do." They rolled off down an avenue of wintry trees, past a wooden building which Peter was informed was the English military church, and out onto the stone-paved quay. To Peter, the drive was an intense delight. A French blue-coated regiment swung past them. "Going up the line," said Jenks. A crowd of black troops marched by in the opposite direction. "Good Lord," said Jenks, "so the SA native labour has come." The river was full of craft, but his mentor explained that the true docks stretched mile on mile downstream. By a wide bridge lay a camouflaged steamer. "Hospital ship," said Jenks. Up a narrow street could be seen the buttresses of the cathedral, and if Peter craned his head to glance up, his companion was more occupied in the great café at the corner a little further on. But it was, of course, deserted at that early hour. A flower stall at the corner was gay with flowers, and 2 French peasant women were arranging the blooms. And then the fiacre swung into the Rue Jeanne d'Arc, and opposite a glooming-looking entrance pulled up with a jerk. "Here we are," said Jenks. "It's up an infernal flight of steps." The officers' club in Rouen was not monstrously attractive, but they got a good wash in a little room that looked out over a tangle of picturesque roofs, and finally some excellent coffee and bacon and eggs. Jenks lit a cigarette and handed one to Peter. "Better leave your traps," he said. "I'll go up with you. I've nothing to do." Outside, the street was filling with the morning traffic, and the two walked up the slight hill to the accompaniment of a running fire of comments and explanations from Jenks. "That's Cox's. Useful place for the first half of a month. Not much use to me, anyway, for the second. You ought to go to that shop and buy picture postcards, Padre. There's a topping girl who sells 'em. Rue de la Grosse Horloge. You can see the clock hanging over the road. The street runs up to the cathedral. Rather jolly sometimes, but nothing doing now." "What's that?" "I don't know." "Oh, yes, I do. Palais de Justice, or something of that sort. Pretty old, I believe. In those gardens is the picture gallery. Not been in myself, but I believe they've got some good stuff. That's your show over there. Don't be long. I'll hang about." Peter crossed the street, and following directions ascended some wooden stairs. A door round the corner at the top was inscribed ACG C.E, and he went up to it. There he cogitated. Ought one to knock, or, being in uniform, walk straight in? He could not think of any reason why one should not knock, being in uniform, so he knocked. "Come in," said a voice. He opened the door and entered. At a desk before him sat a rather elderly man,
clean-shaven, who eyed him keenly. On his left, with his back to him, was a man in uniform pattering away busily on a typewriter, and for the rest the room contained a few chairs, a coloured prints of the light of the world over the fireplace, and a torn map. Peter again hesitated. He wondered what was the rank of the officer in the chair, and if he ought to salute. While he hesitated, the other said, "Good morning. What can I do for you?" Peter, horribly nervous, made a half-effort at saluting and stepped forward. "My name's Graham, sir," he said. "I've just come over and was told in the CG's office in London to report to Colonel Chichester, ACG, at Rouen." The other put him at ease at once. He rose and held a hand out over the littered desk. "How do you do, Mr. Graham?" he said. "We were expecting you. I am the ACG here, and we've plenty for you to do. Take a seat, won't you? I believe I once heard you preach at my brother's place down in Suffolk. You were at St. Thomas's, weren't you, down by the river?" Peter warmed to the welcome. It was strangely familiar after the past 24 hours to hear himself called Mr., and despite the uniform and the surroundings, he felt he might be in the presence of a vicar in England. Some of his old confidence began to return. He replied freely to the questions. Presently the other glanced at his watch. "Well," he said, "I've got to go over to HQ, and you'd better be getting to your quarters. Where did I place Captain Graham, Martin?" The orderly at the desk leaned sideways and glanced at a paper pinned on the desk. "Number 5 rest camp, sir," he said. "Ah, yes, I remember now. You can get a tram at the bottom of the street that will take you nearly all the way. It's a pretty place, on the edge of the country. You'll find about 1,000 men in camp, and the OC's name is... what is it, Martin?" "Captain Harold, sir." "Harold, that's it. Decent chap. The men are constantly coming and going, but there's a good deal to do." "Is there a chapel in the camp?" asked Peter. "Oh, no, I don't think so. You'll use the canteen. There's a quiet room there you can borrow for celebrations. There's a POW camp next door one way, and a South African Native Labour Corps lot the other. But they have their own chaplains. We'll let you down easy at first, but you might see if you can fix up a service or so for the men in the forest. There's a Labour company out there cutting wood. Maybe you'll be able to get a lift out in a car. But get your OC to endeavour for a bicycle, if there isn't one. Drop in and see me some day, and tell me how you're getting on. I'll find you some more work later on." Peter got up. The other held out his hand, which Peter took, and then, remembering OTC days at Oxford, firmly and unblushingly saluted. The colonel made a little motion. "Good-bye," he said, and Peter found himself outside the door. "Number 5 rest camp," said James a moment later. "You're in luck, Padre. It's a topping camp, and the skipper is an awfully good sort. Beast of a long way out, though. You'll have to have a taxi now." "The ACG said a tram would do," said Peter. "He's talking through his blooming hat," replied the other. "He's probably never been there in his little life. It's 2 miles beyond the tram terminus, if it's a yard. My place is just across the river. There's a ferry that pretty well drops you there. Tell you what I'll do. I'll see you down and then skip over." "What about your stuff, though?" queried Peter. "Oh, bless you, I can get a lorry to collect that. That's one use in being ASC, at any rate." "It's jolly decent of you," said Peter. "Not a bit, old dear," returned the other. "You're the right sort, Padre, and I'm at a loose end just now. Besides, I'd like to see old Harold. He's one of the best. Come on." They found a taxi this time, near the God.The, and ran quickly out, first over cobbles, then down a wide avenue with a macadamized surface which paralleled the river downstream. "Main road to Havre," volunteered Jenks. "I've been through once or twice with our stuff. It's a jolly pretty run, and you could lunch in Conderbeck with a bit of luck, which is one of the beauty spots of the Seine, you know." The road gave on open country in a few miles, though there were camps to be seen between it and the river, with wharves and buildings at intervals, and ahead a biggish waterside village. Just short of that they pulled up. A notice board remarked, "Number 5 rest camp," and Peter saw he had arrived. The sun was well up by this time, and his spirits with it. The country smiled in the clear light. Behind the camp, fields ran up to a thick wood through which wound a road, and the river was just opposite them. A sentry came to attention as they passed in, sloped arms, and saluted. Peter stared at him. "You ought to take the salute, Padre," said Jenks. "You're senior to me, you know." They passed down a regular street of huts, most of which had little patches of garden before them, in which the green of some early spring flowers was already showing, and stopped before the orderly room. Jenks said he would look in and see if the skipper were inside, and in a second or two came out with a red-faced, cheerful-looking man, whom he introduced as Captain Harold. With them was a tall young Scots officer in a kilt, whom Peter learned was Lieutenant Mackay of their mess.
"Glad to see you, Padre," said Harold. "Our last man wasn't up to much. Jenks says you're a sport. I finished it there, so come on to the mess and let's have a spot for luck. Come on, Scotty. 11 o'clock's all right for you, isn't it?"
"Shan't say no," said the gentleman addressed, and they passed behind the orderly room and in at an open door. Peter glanced curiously around. The place was very cheerful, a fire burning and gay pictures on the wall.
"Rather neat, isn't it, Padre?" queried Harold. "By the way, you've got to dub up a picture. Everyone in the mess gives one. There's a blank space over there that'll do nicely for a Kirschner, if you're sport enough for that. Jenk'll will show you where to get a topper. What's yours, old son?"
"Same as usual, skipper," said Jenks, throwing himself into a chair. Harold walked across to a little shuttered window and tapped. A man's face appeared in the opening.
"4 whiskies, Hunter. That's all right, Padre?"
"Yes," said Peter, and walked to the fire while the talk became general. "First time over?" queried Mackay.
"Well, how's town?" asked Harold. "Good shows on? I ought to be due next month, but I think I'll wait a bit. Want to get over in the spring and see a bit of the country too. What do you think of the war over there, Jenko?"
"It's going to be over by summer. There's a big push coming off this spring, and Fritz can't stand much more. He's starving and has no reserves worth talking of. The East does not matter, though the doings at Salonika have depressed them no end. This show's going to be won on the West, and that's quickly. Got it, old bean?"
"Good old Blighty," ejaculated Harold. "But they don't really believe all that, do they, Padre?"
"They do," said Peter, "and to tell you the truth, I wondered if it would be over in time myself. Surely the Yanks must come in and make a difference."
"This time next year, perhaps, though I doubt it. What do you think, Scotty?"
"Oh, ask another. I'm sick of it. Say, skipper, what about that run out into the forest you talked of?"
"Oh, good enough. Would you care to go, Padre? There's a wood-cutting crowd out there, and I want to see 'em about firewood. There's a car possible today, and we could all pack in."
"Count me out," said Jenks. "I'll have to toddle over and report. Sorry, all the same."
"I'd love it," said Peter.
"Besides, the ACG said I was to look up those people."
"Oh, well done. It isn't a joyride at all, then. Have another, Padre. Let's get off."
"No?"
"Well, I will. How's yours, Scotty?"
10 minutes later, the three of them got into a big car and glided smoothly off, first along the river, then up a steep road into the forest. Peter, fresh from London, lay back and enjoyed it immensely. He had no idea Normandy boasted such woods, and the world looked very good to him. It was all about as different from what he had imagined as it could possibly have been. He just set himself to appreciate it. The forest was largely fir and pine, and the sunlight glanced down the straight trunks and patterned on the carpet beneath. Hollies gleamed green against the brown background, and in an open space of bare beech trees the littered ground was already pricked with the new green of the wild hyacinth. Now and again the rounded hills gave glimpses of the far Normandy plain across the Serpentine River, then would suddenly close in on them again until the car seemed to dart between the advancing battalions of the forest as though to escape capture. At length, in one such place, they leaped forward up a short rise, then rushed swiftly downhill, swung round a corner, and came out on what had become all but a bare tableland, set high so that one could see distant valleys, Rocheville, Duclair, and yet bare, for the timber had been all but entirely cut down. 500 yards along this road brought them to a small encampment. There were some lines of Nissen huts, a canteen with an inverted triangle for sign, some tents, great stacks of timber and of smaller wood, a few lorries drawn up and silent, and beyond 2 or 3 buildings of wood set down by themselves, with a garden in front, and a notice, Officers' Quarters. Here, then, Captain Harold stopped the car, and they got out. There were some jovial introductions, and presently the whole party set off across the cleared space to where, in the distance, one could see the edge of the forest. Peter did not want to talk, and dropped a little behind. Harold and the O.C. of the forestry were on in front, and Mackay, with a junior local officer, was skirmishing about on the right, taking pot-shots with small chunks of wood at the stumps of trees, and behaving rather like 2 schoolboys. The air was all heavy with resinous scent, and the carpet beneath soft with moss and leaves and fragrant slips of pine. Here and there, on a definite plan, a small tree had been spared, and when he joined the men ahead, Peter learned how careful were the French in all this apparently wholesale felling. In the forest, as they saw as they reached it, the lines were numbered and lettered, and in some distant office every woodland group was known with its place and age. There are few foresters like the French, and it was cheering to think that this great levelling would, in a score of years, do more good than harm. Slowly biting into the untouched regiments of trees were the men, helped in their work by a small power engine. The great trunks were lopped and roughly squared here, and then dragged by motor traction to a slide, which they now went to view. It was a fascinating sight. The forest ended abruptly on a high hill, and below, at their feet, wound the river. Far down, working on a wharf that had been constructed of piles driven into the mud, was a Belgian detachment with German prisoners, and near the wharf rough sheds housed the cutting plant. Where they stood was the head of a big slide with back-up sides, and the forest giants, brought to the top of the place where they were felled, were levered over to swish down in a cloud of dust to the waiting men beneath.
"Well, skipper, what about the firewood?" asked Harold, as they stood gazing.
"How much do you want?"
asked the O.C. Forestry.
"Oh, well, what can you let me have? You've got stacks of odd stuff about. Surely you can spare a bit." "Still against regulations, but could you send for it?"
"Oh, rather. There's an ASC camp below us, and the men there promised me a lorry if I'd share the spoils with them."
"Will that do?" "All right. When will you send up?"
"What's the day? Wednesday? How about Sunday? I could put some boys on to load up who'd like the jaunt. How would Sunday do?"
"Capital. My chaps work on all day, of course, and I don't want to give them extra, so send some of yours." Peter listened, and now cut in. "Excuse me, sir," he said, "but I was told I ought to try and get a service of some sort out here. Could I come out on the lorry and hold one?"
"Delighted, Barger, of course.
I'll see what I can do for you. About 11. Probably you wouldn't get many men, as there are usually inspection parades and some extra fatigues on Sunday, but I'll put it in orders. We haven't had a padre for a long time." 11 would suit me," said Peter, "if Captain Harold thinks the lorry can get up here by that time. Would it, sir?"
"Oh, I should think so. Anyway, an hour or so won't make much difference. If I can, I'll come with you myself. But I say, we ought to be going back now. It'll be infernally late for luncheon."
"Come and have a drink before you start, anyway," said the O.C., and he led the way back to the camp and into an enclosure made of bushes and logs in the rear of the mess, where rustic seats and a table had been constructed under the shade of a giant oak.
"It's rattling here in summer," he said. "We have most of our meals out of doors.
Sit down, won't you? Orderly."
"By Jove, you people are comfortable out here," said Harold. "Wish I had a job of this sort."
"Oh, I don't know, Skipper. It would feed you up after a while, I think.
It's bally lonely in the evening, and we can't always get a car to town. It's a damn nuisance getting out again, too."
Then, as the orderly brought glasses and a bottle, "Have a spot. Haig and Haig, Mackay, and the right stuff." "Jolly good, sir," said that worthy critically. "People think because I don't talk broad Scots I'm no Highlander. When it comes to the whisky I've got a Scottish thirst. Say when, sir?" Peter had another, because he was warm with the sense of good comradeship, and was warmer still when he climbed into the car 10 minutes later. Life seemed so simple and easy, and he was struck with the cheeriness of his new friends and the ready welcome to himself and his duty. He waved to the O.C. "See you Sunday, sir," he called out. "About 11. You won't forget to put it in orders, will you? Cheerio." "Let's go round by the lower road, Skipper," said Mackay. "We could look in at that topping little pub. What's its name? Cross something? Besides, the surface is capital down there." "And see Marie, eh? But don't forget you've got a padre aboard." "Oh, he's all right. If he's going to be out here, it's time he knew Marie." Graham laughed. "Carry on," he said. "It's all one to me where we go, Skipper." He lay back more comfortably than ever, and the big car leaped forward through the forest, ever descending towards the river level. Soon the trees thinned, and they were skirting ploughed fields. Presently they ran through a little village, where a German prisoner straightened himself from his work in a garden and saluted. Then through a wood which suddenly gave a vista of an avenue to a stately house, turreted in the French style, a quarter of a mile away. Then over a little stream, then round a couple of corners, past a dreamy old church and a long immemorial wall, and so out into the straight road along the river. The sun gleamed on the water, and there were ships in view, a British and a couple of Norwegian tramps, ploughing slowly down to the sea. On the far bank the level of the land was low, but on this side only some narrow apple orchards and here and there lush water meadows separated them from the hills. The Croix-de-Guerre stood back from the road in a long garden just where a forest bridle path wound down through a tiny village to the main road. Their chauffeur backed the car all but out of sight into this path after they climbed out, and the three of them made for a side door in a high wall. Harold opened it and walked in. The pretty trim little garden had a few flowers in bloom, so sheltered was it, and Mackay picked a red rosebud as they walked up the path. Harold led the way without ceremony into a parlour that opened off a veranda, and finding it empty, opened a door beyond. "Marie! Marie!" he called. "Ah, Monsieur le Capitaine, I come," came a girl's voice, and Marie entered. Peter noticed how rapidly she took them all in, and how cold were the eyes that nevertheless sparkled and greeted Harold and Mackay with seeming gaiety. She was short and dark, and not particularly good-looking, but she had all the vivacity and charm of the French. "Oh, monsieur, where have you been for so long? I thought you'd forgotten La Croix-de-Guerre altogether. It's the 2 weeks, no, 3, since you come here. The gentlemen will have déjeuner, and perhaps a little apéritif before." "Bonjour, Marie," began the captain in clumsy French, then abandoned the attempt. "I could not come, Marie, you know. C'est la guerre. Much work each day." "Ah, no, monsieur cannot cheat me. He has found another café and another girl. No, no, monsieur, it is not correct." The girl drew herself up with a curiously changed air as Harold clumsily reached out towards her, protesting. "And you have a curé here. How do you say? A chapelain?" And Marie beamed on Peter. The 2 officers looked at him and laughed. "What can I bring you, monsieur le capitaine le curé?" demanded the girl. "Vermouth? Cognac?" Mackay slipped from the edge of the table on which he had been sitting and advanced towards her, speaking fluent French. Peter watched with a smile on his face and a curious medley of feelings, while the lieutenant explained that they could not stop to lunch, but that they would take 3 mixed vermouth, and that he would come and help her get 'em. They went out together, Marie protesting, and Harold, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Peter, said with a laugh, "He's the boy's Mackay. Wish I could sling the lingo like him. It's a great country, padre." In a minute or 2 the pair of them came back. Marie was wearing the rose at the point of the little décolleté of her black dress, and was all over smiles. She carried a tray with glasses and a bottle. Mackay carried the other. With a great show he helped her pour out, and chatted away in French while they drank. Harold and Peter talked together, but the latter caught scraps of the other's conversation. Mackay wanted to know, apparently, when she would be next in town, and was urging a date on her. Peter caught Rue Jeanne d'Arc, but little more, and Harold was insistent on a move in a few minutes. They skirmished at the door, saying good-bye, but it was with an increased feeling of the warmth and jollity of his new life that Peter once more boarded the car. This time Mackay got in front, and Harold joined Graham behind. As they sped off, Peter said, "By Jove, skipper, you do have a good time out here." Harold flicked off the ash of his cigarette. "So, padre," he said, "but the devil's loose. It's all so easy. I've never met a girl yet who was not out for a spree. Of course, we don't see anything of the real French ladies, though. This isn't the line. By God, when I think of the boys up there, I feel a beast sometimes. But I can't help it. They won't pass me to go up, and it's no use growling down here because of it." "I suppose not," said Peter, and leaned back, reflecting for the rest of the way. He felt as if he had known these men all his days, and as if his London life had been lived on another planet. After lunch he was given a cubicle, and spent an hour or 2 getting unpacked. That done, just as he was about to sit down to a letter, there came a knock at the door, and Mackay looked in. "You there, padre?" he asked. "There's a lorry going up to town that has just brought a batch of men in. Would you care to come? I've got to do some shopping, and we could dine at the club and come back afterwards." Peter jumped up. "Topping," he said. "I want to get 1 or 2 things, and I'd love it." "Come on, then," said the other. "I'll meet you at the gate in 5 minutes." Peter got on his Sam Brown and went out, and after a bit Mackay joined him. They jolted up to town, and went first to the officer's store at the EFC. Mackay brought some cigarettes, and Peter some flannel collars and a tie. Together the pair of them strolled round town, and put their heads in at the cathedral at Peter's request. He had a vision of old grey stone and coloured glass and wide soaring spaces, but his impatient companion hauled him out. "Of course you want to see round, padre," he said, "but you can do it some other time and with somebody else.
I've seen it once, and that's enough for me. Let's get on to the club and book a table. There's usually a fearful crowd."
Peter was immensely impressed with the crowd of men, the easy greetings of acquaintances, and the way in which one was ignored by the rest. He was introduced to several people who were all very cheerful, and in the long dining-room they eventually sat down to the table with 2 more officers whom the Scotsman knew. Peter was rather taken with a tall man, slightly bald, of the rank of captain, who was attached to a labour corps. He had travelled a great deal, and been badly knocked about in Gallipoli. In a way he was more serious than the rest, and he told Peter a good deal about the sights of the town, the old houses and churches, and where was the best glass, and so on. Mackay and the 4th made merry, and Mackay, who called the WAAC waitress by her Christian name, was plainly getting overexcited. Peter's friend was obviously a little scornful. "I meet a lot of fools here, Padre," he said, "old and young. The other day I was having tea here when 2 old buffers came in, dug out, shoved into some job or other, and they sat down at the table next mine. I couldn't help hearing what they said. The older and fatter, a colonel, looked out of the window and remarked ponderously, 'By the way, wasn't Joan of Arc born about here?' 'No,' said the other, 'down in Alsace-Lorraine, I believe. She was burnt here, and they threw her ashes into the Grande Pont.'" Peter laughed silently, and the other smiled at him. "Fact," he said, "that's one type of ass, and the second is," dropping his voice, "your friend here and his like. You don't mind my saying so. Look at him with that girl now. Somebody will spot it, and they'll keep an eye on him. Next time he meets her on the sly, he'll be caught out and be up for it. Damn silly fool, I think. The Burley girl's only a waitress from Lyon." Peter glanced at Mackay. He was leaning back, holding the menu, which she, with covert glances at the cashier's desk, was trying to take away from him. "Isabel," he said, "I say, come here. No, I really want to see it. Tell me, when do you get out next?" "We don't get no leave worth talking of, you know," she said. "Besides, you don't mean it. You can't talk to me outside. Oh, shut up. I must go. They'll see us." And she darted away. "Damn pretty girl, eh?" said Mackay contentedly. "Don't mind me, Padre. It's only a bit of a joke. Come on, let's clear out." The 4 went down the stairs together and stood in a little group at the entrance door. "Where are you now for, Mac?" asked the 2nd officer, a subaltern of the West Hampshires. "Don't know, old spot. I'm with the Padre. What are you for, Padre?" "I should think we'd better be getting back," said Peter, glancing at the watch on his wrist. "We've a long way to go." "Oh, hang it all, not yet. It's a topping evening. Let's stroll up the street." Peter glanced at the Labour Corps captain, who nodded, and they 2 turned off together. "There's not much to do," he said. "One gets sick of cinemas. The music hall is worse, except when one is really warmed up for a razzle-dazzle. And if one of these chaps go after wine and women more than they ought. After all, most of them are just loose from home. You must make allowances, Padre. It's human nature, you know." Peter nodded abstractedly. It was the second time he had heard that. "It's all so jolly different from what I expected," he said meditatively. "I know," said the other. "Not much danger or poverty or suffering here, seemingly. But you never can tell. Look at those girls. I bet you would probably sum them up altogether wrongly if you tried." Peter glanced at a couple of French women who were passing. The pair were looking at them, and in the light of a brilliantly lit cinema they showed up clearly. The paint was laid on shamelessly. Their costumes, made in one piece, were edged with fur and very gay. Each carried a handbag, and one a tasselled stick. "Good night, chérie," said one as they passed. Peter gave a little shudder. "How ghastly," he said. "How can anyone speak to them? Are there many like that about?" He glanced back again. "Why, good heavens!" he cried. "One's Marie." "Hello, Padre," said his friend, the ghost of a smile beginning about his lips. "Where have you been?" "Marie? By Jove, I shall have to report you to the ACG." Peter blushed furiously. "It was at an inn," he said, "this morning, as we were coming back from the forest. But she seemed so much better then. Mackay knew her. Why, I heard him say—" He glanced back at the sudden recollection. The 2 girls were speaking to the 2 others, 20 paces or so behind. "Oh," he exclaimed, "look here." The tall Labour man slipped his arm in his and interrupted. "Come on, Padre," he said. "You can't do anything. Mackay's had a bit too much as it is, and the other chap is looking for a night out. We'll stroll past the cathedral, and I'll see you a bit of the way home." "But how damnable, how beastly!" exclaimed Peter. "Makes one sick."
He broke off, and the two walked on in silence. "Is there much of that?" Peter demanded suddenly. The other glanced at him. "You'll find out without my telling you," he said. "But don't be too vehement till you've got your eyes open. There are worse things." "There can't be," broke in Peter. "Women like that, and men who will go with them, aren't fit to be called men and women. There's no excuse. It's bestial, that's what it is." "You wouldn't speak to one?" queried the other. "Good heavens, no! Do you forget what I am?" "No, I don't, Padre. But look here, I'm not a Christian, and I take a common-sense view of these things. But I'm bound to say I think you're on the wrong tack, too. Didn't Christ have compassion on people like that? Didn't he eat and drink with publicans and sinners?" "Yes, to convert them. You can't name the two things in the same breath. He had compassion on the multitude of hungry women and children and misguided men, but he hated sin. You can't deny that." Peter recalled his sermon. He was rather indignant, unreasonably, that the suggestion should have been made. "So," said the other laconically. "Well, you know more about it than I do, I suppose. Come on, we go down here." They parted at the corner by the river again, and Peter set out for his long walk home alone. It was a lovely evening of stars, cool but not too cold, and at first the streets were full of people. He kept to the curb or walked to the road till he was out of the town, taking salutes automatically, his thoughts far away. The little Café de Bille were crowded, largely by Tommies. He was not accosted again, for he walked fast, but he saw enough as he went. More than an hour later he swung into camp and went to his room, lit a candle, and shut the door. Tuning off, he sat on the edge of the camp bed and stared at the light. He seemed to have lived a year in a day, and he felt unclean. He thought of Hilda, and then actually smiled, for Hilda and this life seemed so incredibly far apart. He could not conceive of her even knowing of its existence. Yet he supposed she knew, as he had done, that such things were. He'd even preached about them. It suddenly struck him that he'd talked rot in the pulpit, talked of things of which he knew nothing. Yet, of course, his attitude had been right. He wondered if he should speak to Mackay, and so wondering, fell forward on his knees. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 4. Hilda's religion was, like the religion of a great many Englishwomen of her class, of a very curious sort. She never, of course, analysed it herself, and conceivably she would object very strongly to the description set down here, but in practical fact there is no doubt about the analysis. To begin with, this conventional and charming young lady of Park Lane had in common with Napoleon Bonaparte that Christianity meant more to them both as the secret of social order than as the mystery of the Incarnation. Hilda was convinced that a decent and orderly life rested on certain agreements and conclusions in respect to marriage and class and conduct, and that these agreements and conclusions were admirably stated in the Book of Common Prayer, and most ably and decorously advocated from the pulpit of St. John's. She would have said that she believed the agreements and conclusions because of the prayer book, but in fact she had primarily given in her allegiance to a social system, and supported the prayer book because of its support of that. Once a month she repeated the Nicene Creed, but only because, in the nature of things, the Nicene Creed was given her once a month to repeat, and she never really conceived that people might worry strenuously about it, any more than she did. Being an intelligent girl, she knew of course that people did, and occasionally preachers occupied the pulpits of St. John's who were apparently quite anxious that she and the rest of the congregation should understand that it meant this and not that, or that and not this, according to the particular enthusiasm of the clergyman of the moment. Sentence by sentence, she more or less understood what these gentlemen keenly urged upon her. As a whole, she understood nothing. She was far too much the child of her environment and age not to perceive that Mr. Lloyd George's experiments in class legislation were vastly more important. Peter, therefore, had always been a bit of an enigma to her. As a rule he fitted in with the scheme of things perfectly well, for he was a gentleman, he liked nice things, and he was splendidly keen on charity organisation,
and the reform of abuses on right lines. But now and again he said and did things which perturbed her. It was as if she had gradually become complete mistress of a house, and then had suddenly discovered a new room into which she peeped for a minute before it was lost to her again and the door shut. It was no Bluebeard's chamber into which she looked. It was much more that she had a suspicion that the room contained a live mistress who might come out one day and dispute her own title. She could tell how Peter would act 9 times out of 10. She knew by instinct, a great deal better than he did, the conceptions that ruled his life. But now and again he would hesitate perplexedly if at the thought of something that she did not understand, or act suddenly in response to an overwhelming flood of impulse whose spring was beyond her control or even her surmise. Women mother all their men because men are on the whole such big babies, but from a generation of babies is born occasionally the master. Women get so used to the rule that they forget the exception. When he comes, then, they are troubled. But this was not all Hilda's religion. For some mysterious reason this product of a highly civilized community had the elemental in her. Men and women both have got to eliminate all trace of sex before they can altogether escape that. In other words, because in her lay latent the power of birth, in which moment she would be cloistered alone in a dark and silent room with infinity, she clung unreasonably, and all but unconsciously, to certain superstitions, which she shared with primitive savages and fetish worshippers. All of which seems a far cry from the war intercession services of wealthy and fashionable St. John's, but it was nothing more or less than this which was causing her to kneel on a high hassock, elbows comfortably on the prayer rail, and her face in her hands, on a certain Friday evening in the week after Peter's arrival in France, while the senior curate, after suitable pauses during which her mind was uncontrollably busy with an infinite number of things, ranging from the doings of Peter in France to the increasing difficulty of obtaining silk stockings, intoned the excellent stately English of the prayers set forth by authority in time of war. 2 pews ahead of her knelt Sir Robert Doyle, in uniform. That simple soldier was a bigger child than most men, and was therefore still conscious of a number of unfathomable things about him, for the which Hilda, his godchild, adored and loved him as a mother will adore her child who sits in a field of buttercups and sees, not minted, nor botanical, but heavenly gold. He was all the more lovable because he conceived that he was much bigger and stronger than she, and perfectly capable of looking after her. In that he was like a plucky boy who gets up from his buttercups to tell his mother not to be frightened when a cow comes into the field. They went out together and greeted each other in the porch. "Good evening, child," said the soldier, with a smile. "And how's Peter?" Hilda smiled back, but after a rather wintry fashion, which the man was quick to note. "I couldn't have told you fresh news yesterday," she said, "but I had a letter this morning all about his first Sunday. He's at Rouen at a rest camp for the present, though he thinks he's likely to be moved almost at once, and he's quite well." "And then?" queried the other affectionately. "Oh, he doesn't know at all, but he says he doesn't think there's any chance of his getting up the line. He'll be sent to another part where there's likely to be a shortage of chaplains soon." "Well, that's all right, isn't it? He's in no danger at Rouen, at any rate. If we go on as we're going on now, they won't even hear the guns down there soon. Come, little girl, what's worrying you? I can see there's something." They were in the street now, walking towards the park, and Hilda did not immediately reply. Then she said, "What are you going to do? Can't you come in for a little? Father and Mother will be out till late, and you can keep me company." He glanced at his watch. "I've got to be at the War Office later," he said, "but my man doesn't reach town till after 10, so I will. The club's not over-attractive these days. What with the men who think one knows everything and won't tell, and the men who think they know everything and want to tell, it's a bit trying." Hilda laughed merrily. "Poor Uncle Bob," she said, giving him her childhood's name that had never been discontinued between them. "You shall come home with me and sit in Father's chair and have a still decent whisky and a cigar, and if you're very good I'll read you part of Peter's letter." "What would Peter say?" "Oh, he wouldn't mind the bits I'll read to you. Indeed, I think he'd like it. He'd like to know what you think. You see, he's awfully depressed. He feels he's not wanted out there, and, though I don't know what he means, that things, religious things, you know, aren't real." "Not wanted, eh?" queried the old soldier. "Now I wonder why he resents that. Is it because he feels snubbed?
I shouldn't be surprised if he had a bit of a swelled head, your young man, you know, Hilda.
Sir Robert Doyle, if you're going to be beastly, you can go to your horrid old club, and I only hope you'll be worried to death. Of course it isn't that. Besides, he says everyone is very friendly and welcomes him, only he feels that makes it worse. He thinks they don't want, well, what he has to give, I suppose.
What he has to give? What in the world has he to give? He has to take parade services and visits hospitals and—
He was just going to say bury the dead, but thought it hardly sounded pleasant.
Make himself generally decent and useful, I suppose. That's what chaplains did when I was a subaltern, and jolly decent fellows they usually were.
Well, I know. That's what I should feel, and that's what I don't quite understand. I suppose he feels he's responsible for making the men religious. Reads like that. But you shall hear the letter yourself.
Doyle digested this for a while in silence. Then he gave a sort of snort, which is inimitable, but always accompanied his outbursts against things slightly more recent than the 60s. It had the effect of rousing Hilda, at any rate.
"Don't you, dear old thing," she said, clutching his arm. "I know exactly what you're going to say. Young men of your day minded their business and did their duty, and didn't theorize so much. Very likely. But you see, our young men had the misfortune to be born a little later than you, and they can't help it." She sighed a little. "It is trying sometimes, but they're all right, really, and they'll come back to things."
They were at the gate by now. Sir Robert stood aside to let her pass. "I know, dear," he said. "I'm an old fogey. Besides, young Graham has good stuff in him. I always said so. But if he's on the tack of trying to stick his fingers into people's souls, he's made a mistake in going to France. I know Tommy, or I did know him. The Lord alone knows what's in the army these days. He doesn't want that sort of thing. He swears, and he grouses, and he drinks, but he respects God Almighty more than you'd think, and he serves his queen, his king. A parade service is a parade. It's a bore at times, but it's discipline, and it helps in the end. Like that little do tonight, it helps. One comes away feeling one can stand a bit more for the sake of the decent, clean things of life."
Hilda regarded the fine, straight old man for a second as they stood on the top of the steps. Then her eyes grew a little misty. "God bless you, Uncle Bob," she said. "You do understand." And the two went in together. Hilda opened the door of the study. "I'm going to make you comfortable myself," she said. She pulled a big arm-chair round, placed a reading lamp on a small table and drew it close, and she made the old soldier sit in the chair. Then she unlocked a little cupboard, got out a decanter and siphon and glass, and a box of cigars. She placed these by his side and stood back quizzically for a second. Then she threw a big leather cushion at his feet and walked to the switches, turning off the main light and leaving only the shaded radiance of the reading lamp. She turned the shade of it so that the light would fall on the letter which she sat on the cushion, and then she bent down, kissed her godfather, and went to the door. "I won't be a moment, Uncle Bob," she said. "Help yourself and get comfortable." 5 minutes later the door opened, and she came in. As she moved into the circle of light, the man felt an absurd satisfaction, as if he were partly responsible for the dignified figure with its beautifully waved, soft, fair hair, of which he was so proud. She smiled on him, and sat down at his feet, leaning back against his chair and placing her left elbow on his knees. He laid a caressing hand on her arm, and then looked steadily in front of him, lest he should see more than she wished. Hilda rustled the sheets. "The first is all about me," she exclaimed, "and I'll skip that. Let me see. Yes, here we are. Now listen, it's rather long, but you mustn't say anything till I've finished." "Saturday," Peter's letter ran, "I gave up to getting ready for Sunday, though Harold, he's the O.C. of the camp, Peter says, a jolly decent sort of man, wanted me to go up town with him. I had a talk with him about the services, and have fixed up to have a celebration in the morning in the YMCA in camp. They have a quiet room, and there is a table in it that one puts against the wall and uses for an altar, and an evening service in the canteen hall part of the place. I couldn't have a morning service, as I was to go out to the forest camp, as I've told you. He said in his first letter how he'd been motored out to see a camp in the forest where they are cutting wood for something, and he fixed up a parade," said Hilda, looking up. Doyle nodded gravely, and she went on reading. "Harold said he'd like to take communion, and that I could put up a notice in the anteroom of the officers' mess. Well, I spent the morning preparing sermons. I thought I'd preach from The axe is laid to the root of the tree in the forest, and make a sort of little parable out of it for the men. I plan to say how Christ was really watching and testing each one of us, especially out here, and to begin by talking a bit about Germany, and how the axe was being laid to that tree because it wouldn't bear good fruit. I couldn't get much for the evening, so I thought I'd leave it, and perhaps say much the same as the morning, only differently introduced. I went and saw the hut manager, a very decent fellow who is a Baptist minister at home, and he said he'd like to come in the morning. Well, I didn't know what to say to that. I hated to hurt him, and of course he has no Baptist chapel out here, but I didn't know what the regulations might be, and excused myself on those grounds. Then in the afternoon I went round the camp. Oh, Hilda, I was fearfully nervous. I don't know why exactly, but I was. The men were playing Crown and Anchor, and sleeping and cleaning kit. This is a rest camp, you know, and it seemed so cold-blooded somehow. I told them anyone could come in the evening if he wanted to, but in the morning the service was for Church of England communicants. I must say I was very bucked up over the result. I had no end of promises, and those who were going to be out in the evening said so straight out. Quite 30 said they'd come in the morning, and they were very respectful and decent. Then I wrote out and put up my notices. The mess ragged a bit about it, but quite decently. Here's the padre actually going to do a bit of work, and the usual, I shall be a chaplain in the next war. And I mentioned to one or two whom I knew to be Church of England that Captain Harold had said he would come to the early service. Someone had told me that if the O.C. of a camp comes, the others often will. After dinner we settled down to bridge, and about 10:30 I was just going off to bed when Harold came in with 2 or 3 other men. Well, I hate to tell you, dear, but I promised I'd write, and besides I do want to talk to somebody. Anyway, he was what they call merry, and he and his friends were full of talk about what they'd done uptown. I don't know that it was anything very bad, but it was awful to me to think that this chap was going to communicate next day. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't say anything then, and I slipped off to bed as soon as I could. They made a huge row in the anteroom for some time, but at last I got to sleep. Next morning I was up early and got things fixed up nicely. At 8 o'clock one man came rather sheepishly, a young chap I'd seen the day before, and I waited for some 5 minutes more. Then I began. About the creed Harold came in, and so we finished the service. Neither of them seemed to know the responses at all. I don't think I've ever felt more miserable. However, I had done all I could do, and I let it go at that. I comforted myself that I would get on better in the forest, where I thought there was to be a parade. We got out about 11 o'clock, and I went to the O.C.'s hut. He was sitting in a deck chair reading a novel. He jumped up when he saw me and was full of apologies. He'd absolutely forgotten I was coming, and so no notice had been given, and anyway, apparently it isn't the custom in these camps to have ordered parade services. He sent for the sergeant major, who said the men were mostly cleaning camp, but he thought he could get some together. So I sat and talked for about 20 minutes, and then went over. The canteen had been opened, and there were about 20 men there. They all looked as if they'd been forced in, except one, who turned out to be a Wesleyan, and chose the hymns out of the YMCA books in the place. They had mission hymns, and the only one that went well was "Throw Out the Lifeline," which is really a rather ghastly thing. We had short matins, and I preached as I had arranged. The men sat stiffly and looked at me. I don't know why, but I couldn't work up any enthusiasm, and it all seemed futile. Afterwards I tried to talk to this Wesleyan corporal. He was great on forming a choir to learn hymns, and then I said straight out that I was new to this sort of work, and I hoped what I had said was all right. He said, "Yes, sir, very nice, I'm sure, but if you'll excuse me, what the men need is converting." Said I, "What exactly do you mean by that, corporal?" "Well, sir," he said, "they want to be led to put their trust in the Lord and get right with God. There's many a rough lad in this camp, sir. If you knew what went on, you'd see it." I said that I had told them God was watching them, and that we had to ask His daily help to live clean, honest lives, and truly repent of our sins. "Yes, you did, sir," he said. "That's what I say, sir. It was very nice, only somehow these chaps have heard that before. It don't grip, sir. Now, we had a preacher in our chapel once," and he went on to tell me of some revival mission. When I went back to the O.C., he wanted me to have a drink, and I did, for to tell you the truth, I felt like it. Then I got back to the camp. In the afternoon I went round the lines again. Hilda, I wish I could tell you what I felt. Everyone was decent enough, but the men would get up and salute as I came up, and by the very sound of their voices you could tell how their talk changed as soon as they saw me. Mind you, they were much more friendly than men at home, but I felt all the time out of touch. They didn't want me, and somehow Christ and the gospel seemed a long way off. However, we had the evening service. The hut was fairly full, which pleased me, and I preached a much more gospel address than in the morning. Some officers came, and then afterwards 2 or 3 of us went out for a stroll and a talk. Among these officers was a tall chap I had met at the club named Langton. He'd come down to see somebody in our mess, and had come on to service. He's an extraordinarily nice person, different from most, a man who thinks a lot and controls himself. He did most of the talking, and began as we strolled up the hill. "Padre," he said, "how does Christ save us?" I said he had died to obtain our forgiveness from God, and that, if we trusted in him, he would forgive and help us to live nobler and manlier lives. Of course I said much more, but I see plainly that that is what it all comes to. When I had done, he walked on for a bit in silence, and then he said, "Do you think the men understand that?" I said I thought and hoped they might. It was simple enough. "Well," he said, "it's hopeless jargon to me. If I try to analyze it, I am knocked out right and left by countless questions. But leave that. It's when I try to take you practically at your word that I find you are mumbling a fetish. Forgive me, but it is so." I was a little annoyed and very troubled. "Do explain," I said. "All right, only you mustn't mind if I hurt you," he said. "Take trust in Christ. Well, that either means that a man gets intoxicated by an idea which does control his life, just as it would if he were intoxicated by the idea trust in Buddha, or else it comes to nothing. I can't really trust in a dead man, or a man on the right hand of the throne of God. What Tommy wants is a pal to lean on in the canteen and the street. He wants somebody more real and more lovable and more desirable than the girl who tempts him into sin. And he can't be found. Was he in your service tonight? Can he be emotionally conjured up by yield not to temptation or dare to be a Daniel? Be honest, Padre, the thing is a spectre of the imagination." I was absolutely silent. He went on, "You make much talk of sin and forgiveness. Well, Tommy doesn't understand what you mean by sin. He's confused to bits about it. But the main thing that stands out is that a man may break all the 10 Commandments theologically, and yet be a rattling good pal, as brave as a lion, as merry as a cricket, and the life and soul and Christ of a platoon. That's the fact, and it is the one thing that matters. But there's another thing. If a man sins, how is he to get forgiveness? What sort of a God is it who will wipe the whole blessed thing out because in a moment of enthusiasm the sinner says he's sorry? If that's all sin is, it isn't worth worrying about. And if that is all God is, he's not got the makings of a decent O.C. "Good for you, Skipper," said the other man. Langton rounded on him. "It isn't good for me or for anyone," he said. "And I tell you what, my boy, all that I've said doesn't justify a man making a beast of himself, which is what the majority of us do. I can see that a man may very wisely get drunk at times, but he's a fool to get himself sodden with drink." And he went on to more, Hilda, that I can't write to you. Well, I don't know what I said. I went back utterly miserable. Oh, Hilda, I think I never ought to have come out here. Langton's right in a way. We clergy have said the same thing so often that we forget how it strikes a practical, common-sense man. But there must be an answer somewhere, if I only knew it. Meantime, I'm like a doctor among the dying who cannot diagnose the disease. I'm like a salesman with a shop full of goods that nobody wants because they don't fulfil the advertisement. And I've never felt more utterly alone in my life. These men talk a different language from mine. They belong to another world. They're such jolly good fellows that they are prepared to accept me as a comrade without question. But as for my message, I might as well be trying to cure smallpox by mouthing sonorous Virgil. And it is worse than that, for they no longer even believe that the diagnosis is what I say. And what gets over me is that they are, on the whole, decent chaps. There's Harold. He's probably immoral, and he certainly drinks too much, but he's as unselfish as possible, and I feel in my bones he'd do anything to help a friend. Of course I hate their vices. The sights in the streets make me feel positively sick. I wouldn't touch what they touch with a stick. When I think of you, so honest and upright and clean— Oh, but I didn't read that, Uncle Bob." She turned over a page or so. "I think that's all. No, just this. I've been made mess secretary, and I serve out coffee in the canteen for a couple of hours every other day. That's about all there is to do. I wish to heaven I had an ordinary commission." The girl's voice ceased with a suspicious suddenness, and the man's hand tightened on her arm. For a minute they remained so, and then, impulsively and unrestrained, she half turned and sobbed out against his knees. "Oh, Uncle Bob, I'm so unhappy. I feel so sorry for him, and the worst is, I don't really understand. I don't see what worries him. Our religion is good enough, I'm sure. I hate these beasts of men out there. Peter's too good for them. I wish he'd never gone. I feel as if he'd never come back."
"There, there, my dear," said the old soldier, uncomfortably. "Don't take on so. He'll find his feet, you know. It's not so bad as that. You can trust him, can't you?"
She nodded vigorously. "But what do you think of it all?" she demanded. Sir Robert Doyle cleared his throat.
"Well," he began, but stopped.
To him it was an extraordinarily hard thing to speak of religion, partly because he cherished so wholeheartedly what he had got, and partly because he had never formulated it, probably for that very reason. Sir Robert could hardly have told his Maker what he believed about him. When he said the creed, he always said it with lowered voice and bowed head, as one who considered very deeply of the matter. But in fact he practically never considered at all.
"Well," he began again, "you see, dear, it's a strange time out there. It's a damned unpleasant age, if you excuse me. People can't take anything these days without asking an infernal number of questions. Some blessed socialists will begin to ask why a man should love his mother next, and not getting a scientific answer, argue that one shouldn't. As for the men, they're all right, or they used to be. Love the brotherhood, fear God, honour the king. That's about enough for you and me, I take it, and Graham will find it's enough for him. And he'll play the game, and decent men will like him and get helped, my dear. That's all there is to it. But it's a pity," added the old Victorian regular, "that these blessed Labour Corps and rest camps and all the rest of it don't have parade services. The boy's bound to miss that. I'm hanged if I don't speak about it. That reminds me. Good Lord, it's 10 o'clock. I must go."
He started up. Hilda rose, smiling a little.
"That's better," said the old fellow. "Must be a man, what? It's all a bit of the war, you know."
"Oh, Uncle Bob, you are a dear. You do cheer one up somehow. I wish men were more like you."
"No, you don't, my dear. Don't you think it. I'm a back number, and you know it as well as any."
"You're not, Uncle Bob. I won't have you say it. Give me a kiss and say you don't mean it."
"Well, well, Hilda, there is life in the old dog yet, and I must be off and show it. No, I won't have another, not before duty. Good night, dear, and don't worry."
Hilda saw him off and waved her hand from the door. Then she went back slowly to the study and looked round. She stood a few moments and then switched off the lights and went out and slowly upstairs. The maid was in the bedroom, and she dismissed her, keeping her face turned away. In front of her glass she held her letter irresolutely a moment, and then folded it and slipped it into a drawer. She lifted a photo from the dressing-table and looked at it for a few minutes earnestly. Then she went back to her window, threw it up, and leaned on the sill, staring hard over the dark and empty park. Outside, the General walked some distance before he found a taxi. He walked fast for a man of his age, and ruminated as he went. It was his way, and the way of his kind. Most of the modern sciences left him unmoved, and although he would vehemently have denied it, he was the most illogical of men. He held fast by a few good, sound, old-fashioned principles, and the process of thought, to him, meant turning over a new thing until he had got it into line with these principles. It was an excellent method as far as it went, and it made him what he was, a thoroughly sound and dependable servant of the state in any routine business. At the War Office he climbed more slowly up the steps and into the lobby. An officer was just coming out, and they recognized each other under the shaded lights.
"Hello, Chichester. What are you doing here?" demanded Doyle heartily. Thought you were in France.
So I was up to yesterday. Just arrived. Orders.
Where have you been?
Rouen. It's a big show now. Place full of new troops and mechanics in uniforms. Tell you the truth, Doyle, the army's a different proposition from what it was when you and I were in Egypt and India.
That's a long time ago, old friend. Rouen, eh? Now that's a coincidence. A young chap I know has just gone there, in your department. Graham. Peter Graham. Remember him?
Oh, quite well. Very decent chap, I thought. Joined us 10 days ago or so. What about it? I forget for the moment where we put him.
Oh, nothing. He'll find his feet all right. Well, what's this about no parade services these days?
No parade services? We have 'em all right when we can. Of course, it depends a bit on the OC, and in the Labour Corps especially it isn't usually possible. It isn't like the line, old fellow, and even the line isn't what we knew it. You can't have parade services in trenches, and you can't have them much when the men are offloading bully beef or mending aeroplanes and that sort of thing. This war's a big proposition. It's got to go on. Why, young Graham grousing?
No, hastily asserted Doyle, the soul of honour. No, not at all. Only mentioned not getting a parade, and it seemed to me a pity. There's a lot in the good old established religion.
Is there? Said the other thoughtfully. I'm not so sure today. The men don't like being ordered to pray. They prefer to come voluntarily.
Doyle got fierce. Don't like being ordered, don't they? Then what the deuce are they there for? Good Lord, man, the army isn't a debating society or a mothers' meeting. You might as well have voluntary games at a public school.
The ACG smiled. That's it, old headstrong. No, my boy, the army isn't a mothers' meeting. At any rate, Fritz doesn't think so. But times have changed, and in some ways they're better. I'd sooner have 50 men at a voluntary service than 200 on a parade.
Well, I wouldn't, exploded Doyle. I know your voluntary services, moody and Sankey hymns on a Sunday night. The men had better be in a decent bar. But turn 'em out in the morning, clean and decent on parade, and give 'em the old service, and it'll tighten 'em up and do 'em good. Voluntary service. You'll have voluntary evangelists instead of army chaplains next.
Colonel Chichester still smiled, but a little grimly. We've got them, he said. No doubt there's something in what you say. But times change, and the Church has got to keep abreast of the times. But look here, I must go. What about a luncheon? I've not got much leave.
So must I. I've an appointment, said Doyle. But all right, old friend. Tomorrow at the club. But you're younger than I, Chichester, or perhaps you parsons don't get old as quickly.
They shook hands and parted. Sir Robert was busy for an hour, and came out again with his head full of the proposed plans for the aerial defence of London. "Taxi, sir?" he was asked at the door.
"No," he replied. I'll walk home. "Best way to think, walking at night," he said to himself as he turned down Whitehall, through the all but empty streets, darkened as they were. The meaning of those great familiar spaces struck him as he walked. Hardly formulating it, he became aware of a sense of pride and responsibility as he passed scene after scene of England's past glory. The old abbey towered up in the moonlight, solemn and still, but almost as if animate and looking at him. He felt small and old as he passed into Victoria Street. There the stores by night made him smile at the contrast, but in Ashley Gardens Westminster Cathedral made him frown. If he hated anything, it was that for which it stood. Romanism meant to him something effeminate, sneaking, monstrous. That there should be Englishmen to build such a place positively angered him. He was not exactly a bigot or a fanatic. He would not have repealed the Emancipation Acts, and he would have said that if anyone wanted to be a Romanist, he had better be one. But he would not have had time for anyone who did so want, and if he should have had to have by any chance dealings with a priest, he would have been so frigidly polite that the poor fellow would probably have been frozen solid. Of course Irishmen were different, and he'd known some capital fellows, Irish priests and chaplains. And then he saw two men ahead of him. They were privates on leave and drunk, but not hopelessly drunk. They were trying to negotiate the blank of the entrance to the Catholic soldiers' hut in the protecting wall which guarded the pavement just beyond the cathedral. As Sir Robert came within earshot, one of them stumbled through it and collapsed profanely. He halted for a second irresolutely, with the officer's hesitancy at meddling with a drunken man. The fellow on the ground tried to raise himself and got one elbow on the gravel. This brought him into such a position that he stared straight at the illuminated crucifix across the path
and but little farther in.
"Lord blimey, Joe," he said, "I'm blasted drunk, I am. Thought I was an old wipe as I didn't see one of them blessed crucifixes."
The other, rather less away, pulled at his arm.
"So you did, old pal," he said. "It's there now. This here's some Catholic place or other. Come on." "Strike me dead, so it is, Joe. Large as life. Christ, who'd ever thought it? A bloody crucifix. What's old England coming to, Joe?"
With drunken solemnity he began to make a sign of the cross, as he had seen it done in Belgium. The other, in the half-light, plainly started.
"Shut your bloody jaw, Henry," he said. "It's bad luck to swear near a crucifix. I saw 3 chaps blotted out clean next second for it, back behind La Basse. Come on, will you? We can't stay here all the blasted night." "You are down on a chap, you are," said the other. "I don't mean no harm. He ought to know that, anyhow."
He got unsteadily to his feet.
"He died to save us, he did. I heard a YMCA bloke say them very words. He died on the crucifix to save us." "Yeah, cheese it, you fool. We'll have somebody out next. Come away with you. I've got some bass in my place if we get there."
At this the other consented to come. Together they staggered out, not seeing Sir Robert, and went off down the street, Henry talking as they went. The General stood and listened as the man's voice died down.
"Good for you, old pal. But he died to save us all, he did. Made a bloomer of it, I reckon. Didn't save us from the bloody trenches. Not as I could see, anyhow. If that chap could have told us how to get saved from the blasted rats and bugs."
Sir Robert pulled himself together and walked away sharply. By the cathedral the carven Christ hung on in the wan little light, very still. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 5. Peter lay on a home-made bed between the blankets and contemplated the ceiling while he smoked his first cigarette. He had been a fortnight at Rouen, and he was beginning to feel an old soldier. That is to say, he was learning not to worry too much about outside things, and not to show he worried particularly about the interior. He was learning to stand around and smoke endless cigarettes, to stroll into breakfast and out again, look over a paper, sniff the air, write a letter, read another paper, wander round the camp, talk a lot of rubbish and listen to more, and so do a morning's work. Occasionally he took a service, but his real job was, as mess secretary, to dispatch the man to town for the shopping and afterwards go and settle the bills. Just at present he was wondering sleepily whether to continue ordering fish from the big merchants pièce frère ici, or to go down to the market and choose it for himself. It was a very knotty problem, because solving it in the latter way meant getting up at once, and his batman had not yet brought his tea. There came a knock at the door, and the tea came in. With it was a folded note. "Came last night, sir, but you was out," said the man. He collected his master's tunic and boots, and departed. Peter opened the note, and swore definitely and unclerically when he had read it. It was from some unknown person who signed himself as Acting Assistant Chaplain General, to the effect that he was to be moved to another base, and that, as the ACG was temporarily on leave, he had better apply to the colonel of his own group for the necessary movement order. On the whole, this was unintelligible to Peter, but he was already learning that there was no need to worry about that, for somebody would be able to read the riddle. What annoyed him was the fact that he had got to move just as he was settling down. It was certainly a matter for another cigarette, and as he lit it he perceived one gleam of sunshine. He need worry no more about the fish. Peter waited till Harold had finished his breakfast before he imparted the news to the world a couple of hours or so later. "I say, Skipper," he said, "I've got to quit."
"What, padre? Oh, hang it all, no, man. You've only just taken on the mess secretary's job, and you aren't doing it any too badly either. You can't go, old dear."
"I must. Some blight has written from the ACG's office, and I've got to get a movement order from the colonel of the group, whatever that means. But I suppose you could put me straight about that, anyway."
"Well, sure thing. Come up to the orderly room about 11, and you can fill up the chit, and I'll fire it in for you. It's only a matter of form. It goes through to Colonel Lear at La Crosse. Where to? Peter told him moodily. Eh, said Harold. Well, you can cheer up about that. Oh, it's not at all a bad place. There are some decent shows about there, and some very decent people. What you got to do? I don't know. I suppose I shall find out when I get there. But I don't care what it's like. It's vile having to leave just now when I'm getting straight. What'll you do for a 4 at bridge? Harold got up and fumbled in his pockets. As usual, there was nothing there. Why, that damned Batman of mine won't put my case in my pocket. I can't think, he said. I'll have to fire the blighter. He is TT and used to be a P&O steward. Give me a fag, somebody. Thanks. Well, Padre, it's no use grousing. It's a beastly old war. You're in the blinking British Army, me lad. Drop in at 11, then. Cheerio till then. At 11, Peter found Harold signing papers. He glanced up. Oh, Sergeant, he said, give Captain Graham a movement order application form, will you? Sit down, Padre. There's a pen there. Peter wrestled with the form, which looked quite pretty when it was done. Harold endorsed it. Fire this through to the orderly room, 10th group, Sergeant, he said, and rose wearily. Come along, Padre, he said. I've got to go round the camp, and you can come too, if you've got nothing better to do. When will I have to go, do you think? Asked Peter as they went out. Oh, I don't know, in a day or two. You'll have to hang about, for the order may come any time. I don't know how or when they'll send you. Peter did hang about for 10 days, with his kit packed. His recently acquired calm forsook him about the 6th day, and on the 10th he was entirely mutinous. At lunch he voiced his grievances to the general mess. Look here, you men, he said, I'm fed up to the back teeth. I've hung round this blessed camp for more than a week waiting for that infernal movement order, and I'm hanged if I'm going to stay in any more. It's a topping afternoon. Who'll come down to the river to La Bouillie, or whatever it's called? Harold volunteered. That's a good line, Padre. I want to go there myself. Are the boats running now? Saw 'em yesterday, volunteered somebody, and it was settled. The two of them spent a decent afternoon on the river, and at Harold's insistence went on back right up to the town. They dined and went to a cinema, and got back to camp about midnight. Graham struck a match and looked at the board in the anteroom. May as well see if there's anything for me, he said. There was, of course. He tore the envelope open. Good Lord, Skipper, he said, here's my blessed movement order to report at the God.The at 8 p.m. this very day. I'm only 4 hours too late. What the dickens shall I do? Harold whistled. Show it to me, he said. Following personnel to report at God.The at 8 p.m. 28th inst, he read. You're in for it, old bird, he continued cheerfully. But what rot. Look here, it was handed into my orderly room at 6:30. You've hardly had time to get there at any rate. Graham looked over his shoulder. That's so, he said. But what'll I do now? Haven't a notion, said the other, except that they'll let you know quick enough. Don't worry, that's the main thing. If they choke you off, tell 'em it came too late to get to the station. Peter meditated this in silence, and in some dismay. He saw visions of courts-martial, furious strafing, and unholy terrors. He was to be forgiven, for he was new to comic opera, and besides, when a page of Punch falls to one in real life, one hardly realizes it till too late. But it was plain that nothing could be done that night, and he went to bed with what consolation he could derive from the cheerful Harold. Next morning his breakfast was hardly over when an orderly came in. Harold had been earlier than usual, and had finished and gone out. Captain Graham, sir? Queried the man. Captain Harold's compliments. A telephone message has just come in that you are to report to HQ 10th Group as quickly as possible. Peter brushed himself up, and outwardly cheerful, but inwardly quaking, set off. Half an hour's walk brought him to the place, a little office near a wharf in a tangle of trolley lines. He knocked, went in, came to attention, and saluted. Colonel Lear was a short, red-faced, boorish fellow, and his adjutant sat beside him at the desk, for the colonel was not particularly well up in his job. The adjutant was tall, slightly bald, and fat-faced, and he leaned back throughout the interview with an air of sneering boredom, only vouchsafing laconic replies to his superior's occasional questions. Peter didn't know which he hated the more, but he concluded that whereas he would like to cut the colonel in Regent Street, he would enjoy shooting the adjutant. "Ah," said the colonel. "Are you Captain Graham? Well, sir, what's the meaning of this? You applied for a movement order, and one was sent to you, and you did not report at the station. You damned padres think you can do any bally thing you choose. Out here for a picnic, I suppose. What's the meaning of it?"
"Well, sir," said Peter, "I waited 10 days for the order, and it did not come. At last I went out for the afternoon, and got back too late to execute it. I'm very sorry, but can't I go to-day instead?"
"Good God, sir, do you think the whole British Army is arranged for your benefit? Do you think nobody has anything else to do except to arrange things to suit your convenience? We haven't got troopers with Pullman cars every day for the advantage of you chaplains, I suppose you think we ought to have. Supposing you did have to wait, what about it? What else have you to do? You'd have waited fast enough if it was an order to go on leave. That's about all you parsons think about. I don't know what you can do. What had you better do, Maloney?"
The adjutant leaned forward leisurely, surveying Peter coolly. "Probably he'd better report to the RTO, sir," he said.
"Oh, very well. Won't be any good, though. Go up to the RTO and ask him what you can do. Here's the order."
He threw it across the table, and Peter picked it up, noting miserably the blue legend, "Failed to report, RTO, God.The."
"Well, don't apply to this office again. Haven't you got a blessed department to do your own damned dirty work?"
"The ACG's away, sir," said Peter.
"Oh, on leave, I suppose. Wish to God I were a padre, eh, Maloney? Always on leave or in Paris and doing nothing in between. Got those returns, Sergeant? What in hell are you waiting for, padre?"
For the first time in his life, Peter had an idea of what seeing red really means. But he mastered it by an effort, saluted without a word, and passed out. In a confused world, he set off for the RTO, and with a sinking heart reached the station, crowded with French peasantry, who had apparently come for the day to wait for the train. Big notices made it impossible to miss the railway transport officer. He passed down a passage and into an office. He loathed and hated the whole wide world as he went in. A young man, smoking a cigarette and reading a magazine, glanced up at him. Peter observed in time that he had 2 stars only on his shoulder-strap. Before he could speak, the other said cheerily, "Well, Padre, what can I do for you?" Peter deprecatingly told him. He waited 10 days, etc., and had at last gone out, and the movement order had come with... The other cut him short. "Oh, you're the chap who failed to report, are you? Blighted rotters they are at these group HQs. Chuck us over the chit." Peter brightened up and obeyed. The other read it. "I know," ventured Peter, "but I got the dickens of a strafe from the Colonel. He said he had no idea when I could get away, and had better see you. What can I do?" "Oh, silly old ass, you better go tonight. Plenty of trains. You're all alone, aren't you? I might just alter the date, but I suppose now you'd better go to his nibs, the Deputy Assistant Officer controlling transport. He's in the Rue de la République, number 153. You can find it easily enough. Tell him I sent you. He'll probably make you out a new order." Peter felt enormously relieved. He relaxed, smiled, and got out a cigarette, offering the other one. "Beastly lot of fuss they make over nothing, these chaps," he said. "I know," said the RTO, "but they're paid for it, my boy. Probably your old dear had been strafed himself this morning. Well, cheerio. See you again tonight. Come in time, and I'll get you a decent place." The great man's office was up 2 flights of wooden stairs in what looked like a deserted house. But Peter mounted them with an easy mind. He'd forgiven Lear, and the world smiled. He didn't realize he was acting in Punch. Outside a suitably labelled door, he stood a moment, listening to a well-bred voice drawling out sarcastic orders to some unfortunate. Then, with a smile, he entered. A major looked up at him and heard his story without a word. Peter got less buoyant as he proceeded, and towards the end he was rather lame. A silence followed. The great man scrutinized the order.
"Where were you?"
he demanded at last, abruptly. It was an awkward question. Peter hedged. "The OC of my camp asked me to go out with him," he said at last, feebly. The other picked up a blue pencil and scrawled further on the order. "You had too much of this lately," he said icily. "Officers appear to think they can travel when and how they please. You report to the DAQMG at headquarters, 3rd Echelon." He handed the folded order back, and the miserable Peter had a notion that he meant to add, "And God have mercy on your soul." He ventured a futile remonstrance. "The RTO said you could perhaps alter the date." The Major leaned back and regarded him in silence as a remarkable phenomenon such as had not previously come his way. Then he sighed and picked up a pen. "Good morning," he said. Peter, in the street, contemplated many things, including suicide. If Colonel Chichester had been in Rouen, he would have gone there, As it was, he did not dare to face that unknown any more than this other. In the end he set out slowly for HQ, was saluted by the sentry under the flag, climbed up to a corridor with many strangely labelled doors, and finally entered the right one, to find himself in a big room in which half a dozen men in uniform were engaged as many desks with orderlies moving between them. A kind of counter barred his farther passage. He stood at it forlornly for a few minutes. At last an orderly came to him, and he shortly explained his presence and handed in the much-blued order. The man listened in silence, asked him to wait a moment, and departed. Peter leaned on the counter and tried to look indifferent. With a detached air he studied the Kirshner girls on the walls. These added a certain air to the otherwise forlorn place, but when a little later WAACs were installed, a paternal government ordered their removal. But that then mattered no longer to Peter. At the last the orderly came back. "Will you please follow me, sir?" he said. Peter was led round the barrier like a sheep to execution, and in at a small door. He spied a general officer at a desk by the window, telephone receiver in one hand, the fateful order in the other. He saluted. The other nodded. Peter waited. "Ah, yes, DAQMG speaking. That 10th Group headquarters?" "Ah, yes. Good morning, Maloney. About Captain Graham's movement order. When was this order applied for at your end?" "What? 18th? Ah. What time did your office receive it?" "Ah, 10 a.m. Then, sir, I should like to know what it was doing in your office till 6 p.m. This officer did not receive it till 6:30. "What? He was out?" "Yes, very likely, but it reached his mess at 6:30. It is so, Colonel Lear has had the matter under consideration? Good. Kindly ask Colonel Lear to come to the telephone." He leaned back and glanced up at Graham, taking him in with a grave smile. "I understand you waited 10 days for this, Captain Graham," he said. "It's disgraceful that it should happen. I'm glad to have had an instance brought before me, as we've had too many cases of this sort of thing lately." He broke off. "Yes, Colonel Lear. Good morning, Colonel Lear. This case of the movement order of Captain Graham has just been brought to me. This officer was kept waiting 10 days for his order, and then given an impossibly short time to report. But it won't do, Colonel. There must be something very wrong in your orderly room. Kindly see to it. Chaplains have other things to do than sit around in camps waiting the convenience of group headquarters. The application for this order reached us on the 27th, and was sent off early next morning, in ample time for the officer to travel. I am very displeased about it. You will kindly apply at once for a fresh order, and see that it is in Captain Graham's hands at least 6 hours before he must report. That is all. Good morning." Peter could hardly believe his ears, but he could barely keep a straight face either. The DAQMG hung up the receiver and repeated the latter part of the message. Peter thanked him and departed, walking on air. A day later, an orderly from the group informed him at 11 a.m. that the order had been applied for and might be expected that day, and at 1 o'clock he received it. Such is the humour of the high gods who control the British Army. But he never saw Colonel Lear again, and was thankful. Peter reached his new base then early in March in a drizzle of rain. He was told his camp and set off to find it, and for an hour walked through endless docks over innumerable bridges, several of which, being open to admit and let out ships, caused him pretty considerable delay. It was a strange, new experience. The docks presented types of nearly every conceivable nationality and of every sort of shipping. French marines and seamen were of course everywhere, but so were Chinese, South African natives, Egyptians, Senegalese, types of all European nationalities, a few of the first clean, efficient-looking Americans in tight-fitting uniforms, and individual officers of a score of regiments. The old town ended in a row of high, disreputable-looking houses that were, however, picturesque enough, and across the pavé in front of them commenced the docks. One walked in and out of harbours and waterways, the main stretch of harbour opening up more and more on the right hand, and finally showing two great encircling arms that nearly met, and the grey channel beyond. Tossing at anchor outside were more than a dozen ships, waiting for dark to attempt the crossing. As he went, a seaplane came humming in from the mists, circled the old town, and took the harbour water in a slither of foam. He had to wait while a big Argentine ship ploughed slowly in up a narrow channel, and then, in the late afternoon, crossed a narrow swing footbridge and found himself on the main outer sea wall. Following directions, he turned to the right and walked as if going out to the harbour mouth a mile or so ahead. It seemed impossible that his camp should be here, for on the one hand he was close to the harbour, and on the other, over a high wall and some buildings, was plainly to be espied the sea. A few hundred yards on, however, a crowd of Tommies were lined up and passing embarkation officers for a big trooper, and Peter concluded that this was the leave boat by which he was to mark his camp across the road, and more or less beyond it. He crossed a railway line, went in at a gate, and was there. The officers' quarters had a certain fascination. You stepped out of the anteroom and found yourself on a raised concrete platform at the back of which washed the sea. Very extensive harbour works, half completed, ran farther out in a great semicircle across a wide space of leaden water, over which gulls were circling and crying. But the thin black line of this wall hardly interrupted one's sense of looking straight out to sea, and its wide mouth away on the right led in the real, invigorating, sea-smelling wind. The camp itself was a mere strip between the railway line and the water, a camp of REs to which he was attached. He was also to work a hospital which was said to be close by. It was pointed out to him later. The railway ran out all but to the harbour mouth, and there ended in a great covered wide station. Above it, large and airy, with extensive verandahs parallel to the harbour, was the old customs, and it was this that had been transformed into a hospital. It was an admirable place. The Red Cross trains ran in below, and the men could be quickly swung up into the cool, clean wards above. These, all on one level, had great glass doors giving access to the verandahs, and from the verandahs broad gangways could be placed, running men at high tide onto the hospital ship alongside. The nurses' quarters were beyond, and their sitting-room was perched up, as it were, sea on one side and harbour on the other. At present, of course, Peter did not know all this. He was merely conducted by an orderly in the dusk to the anteroom of the mess, and welcomed by the orderly officer, who led him into a comfortable room already lit, in a corner of which, near a stove, 4 officers sat at cards. "Arch 3, said one as Peter came in. "Pass me," said another, and it struck Peter that he knew the tone. The 4 were fairly absorbed in their game, but the orderly officer led Peter towards the table. At that they looked up, and next minute one had jumped up and was greeting him. "By all that's wonderful, it's you again," he said. "Donovan!" exclaimed Peter. What are you doing here?" The South African held out his hand. "I've got attached to one of our nigger outfits," he said, "just up the dock from here. But what are you doing?" "Oh, I've been moved from Rouen," said Peter, "told to join up here. Got to look after the hospital and a few camps. And I was told," he added, "I'd live in this camp." "Good enough," said Donovan. "Let me introduce you. This is Lieutenant Pennell, R.E., Lieutenant Pennell, Captain Graham. This is a bird of your kidney, mess secretary and a great man, Padre Arnold. And this is one Ferrars, Australian infantry. He tried to stop a shell," went on Donovan easily, "and is now recovering. The shock left him a little insane, or so his best friends think. Hence, as you may have heard, he has just gone 3 hearts. And that's all anyone can do at present, Padre. So have a cigarette and sit down. I hope you haven't changed your old habits, as you are just in time for a sundowner. Orderly!" He pulled up a large easy-chair, and Peter subsided into it with a pleasant feeling of welcome. He remembered now having heard that Donovan was at Havre, but it was none the less a surprise to meet him. Donovan played a good hand when he liked, but when he was not meeting his mettle, or perhaps when the conditions were not serious enough, he usually kept up a diverting, unorthodox run of talk the whole time. Peter listened and took in his surroundings lazily. "Come on," said his friend, playing a queen. "Shove on your king, Pennell. Everyone knows you've got him. What? Hiding the old gentleman, are you? Why, sure it's myself has him all the time." Carrying up the trick and leading the king. "Perhaps somebody's holding up the ace now." And so on. Pennell played well too, but very differently. He was usually bored with his luck or the circumstances, and until you got to know him you were inclined to think he was bored with you. He was a young-looking man of 35, rather good-looking, an engineer in peace-time who knocked about the world a good deal, but hardly gave you that impression. The Australian played poorly. With curly dark hair and a perpetual pipe, His face was almost sullen in repose, but it lit up eagerly enough at any chance excitement. Arnold was easily the eldest, a short man with iron-grey hair and very kindly eyes, a man master of himself and his circumstances. Peter watched him eagerly. He was likely to see a good deal of him, he thought, and he was glad there would be a padre as well in camp. Donovan and Ferrers won the game, and so the rubber easily, and the former pushed his chair back from the table. "That's enough for me, boys," he said. "I must trek in a minute. Well, padre, what do you think of the army now?" "Mixed biscuits, rather," Peter said. "But I had a rum experience getting here. He wouldn't have thought it possible." And he related the story of the movement order. At the close, Pennell nodded gloomily. "Pack of fools they are," he said. "Hardly one of them knows his job. You can thank your lucky stars that the DAQMG had it down on that Colonel what's-his-name. Would have taken you another month to get here, probably. Eh, Donovan?" "That's so, old dear," said that worthy, "but I'm hanged if I'd have cared. Some place, Rouen, better than this hole." "Well, at Rouen they said this was better," said Peter. Arnold laughed. "That's the way of the army," he said. "It's all much the same, but you would have to go far to beat this camp." Pennell agreed. "You're right there, padre," he said. "This is as neat a hole as I've struck. If you know the road," he went on to Peter, "you can slip into town in 25 minutes or so, and we're much better placed than most camps. There's no mud and cinders here, is there, Donovan? His camp's built on cinders," he added. "There are not," said that worthy, rising, "and you're very convenient to the hospital here, padre. You'd better get Arnold to show you round. He's a dog with the nurses." "What about the acting matron, number 1 base?" demanded Arnold. "He has tea there every Sunday," he explained to Peter, "and he a married man, too." "It's time I went," said Donovan, laughing. "All the same, there's a concert on Tuesday and next week. Good one, I believe. I promised to go and take some people. Who'll come? Pennell, will you?" "Not this child, thanks. Too many nurses, too much tea, and too much talk for me. Now, if you pick me out a pretty one and fix up a little dinner in town, I'm your man, old bean." "Well, that might be managed. It's time we had a flutter of some sort. I'll see. What about you, Graham? You game to try the hospital? You'll have to get to know the ropes of them all, you know." "Yes, I'll come," said Peter. "If I can, that is." He looked inquiringly at Arnold. "Oh, your time is more or less your own," he replied. "At least it is our side of the house. Are you CG or PC?" "Good God, padre," said the Australian, getting up too. "What in the world do you mean?" "Chaplain General's Department, or Principal Chaplain's Department. Church of England or Nonconformist. And 6pence, I swear, in this mess." Arnold held out a hand. Donovan caught his friend by the arm. "Come on, out of it," he said. "You won't get back in time if you don't. Padre's a good sort. You needn't mind him. So long, everybody. Keep Tuesday clear, Graham. I'll call for you." "Well, I'd better fix you up, Graham," said Arnold. "For my sins, I'm mess secretary, and as the president's out and likely to be, I'll find a place for you." He led Peter into the passage and consulted a board on the wall. "I'd like to put you next to me, but I can't," he said. "Both sides occupied. Wait a minute. Number 10, Pennell, and number 11's free. How would you like that? Pennell," he called through the open door, "what's the next room to yours like? Light all right?" "Quite decent," said Pennell, coming to the door. "Going to put him there, padre? Let's go and see." Then the three went off together down the passage. The little room was bare, except for a table under the window. Arnold opened it, and Peter saw he looked out over the sea. Pennell switched on the light and found it working correctly, and then sauntered across the couple of yards or so of the cubicle's width to look at the remains of some coloured pictures pasted on the wooden partition. "Last man's made a little collection from La Vie Parisienne for you, padre," he said. "Not a very bright selection either. Have to cover them up, or it'll never do to bring your ACG or APC, or whatever he is, in here. What a life," he added, regarding them. "They are a queer people, the French. Well, is this going to do?" Graham glanced at Arnold. "Very well," he said, "if it's all right for me to have it." "Quite all right," said Arnold. "Remember, Pennell is next door left, so keep him in order. Next door right is the English Channel, more or less. Now, what about your traps?" "I left them outside the orderly room," said Peter, "except for some that a porter was to bring up. Perhaps they'll be here by now. I've got a stretcher and so on." "I'll go and see," said Pennell, "and I'll put my man on to get you straight, as you haven't a Batman yet."
and he strolled off. "Come to my room a minute," said Arnold, and Peter followed him. Arnold's room was littered with stuff. The table was spread with mess accounts, and the corners of the little place were stacked up with a gramophone, hymn books, lantern slides, footballs, boxing gloves, and such like. The chairs were both littered, but Arnold cleared one by the simple expedient of piling all its contents on the other, and motioned his visitor to sit down. "Have a pipe?" he asked, holding out his pouch. Peter thanked him, filled, and handed it back, then lit his pipe and glanced curiously round the room as he drew on it. "You're pretty full up," he said. "Fairly," said the other. "There's a YMCA here, and I run it more or less, and Tommy likes variety. He's a fine chap, Tommy, don't you think so?" Peter hesitated a second, and the other glanced at him shrewdly. "Perhaps you haven't been out long enough," he said. "Perhaps not," said Peter. "Not but what I do like him. He's a cheerful creature for all his grousing. There's sterling good stuff in him. But religiously I don't get on far. To tell you the truth, I'm awfully worried about it." The older man nodded. "I guess I know, lad," he said. "See here, I'm Presbyterian, and I reckon you are Anglican, but I expect we're up against much the same sort of thing. Don't worry too much. Do your job and talk straight, and the men will listen more than you think." "But I don't think I know what to tell them," said Peter miserably, but drawn out by the other. Arnold smiled. "Prayer book's not much use here, eh? But forgive me, I don't mean to be rude. I know what you mean. To tell you the truth, I think this war is what we padres have been needing. It'll help us to find our feet. Only, this is honest, if you don't take care you may lose them. I have to keep a tight hold of that," and he laid his hand on a big Bible, "to mind my own." Peter did not reply for a minute. He could not talk easily to a stranger. But at last he said, "Yes, but it doesn't seem to me to fit the case. Men are different. Times are different. The New Testament people took certain things for granted, and even if they disagreed, they always had a common basis with the apostles. Men out here seem to me to talk a different language. You don't know where to begin. It seems to me that they have long ago ceased to believe in the authority of anyone or anything in religion, and now today they actually deny our very commonplaces. But I don't know how to put it," he added lamely. Arnold puffed silently for a little. Then he took his pipe out of his mouth and regarded it critically. "God's in the soul of every man still," he said. "They can still hear him speak, and speak there. And so must we too, Graham." Peter said nothing. In a minute or two steps sounded in the passage, and Arnold looked up quickly. "Maybe," he said, "our ordinary life prevented us hearing God very plainly ourselves, Graham. Maybe he has sent us here for that purpose. I hope so. I've wondered lately if we haven't come to the kingdom for such a time as this." Pennell pushed the door open and looked in. "You there, Graham?" he asked. "Oh, I thought I'd find him here, Padre. His stuff's come." Peter got up. "Excuse me, Arnold," he said. "I must shake in. But I'm jolly glad you said what you did, and I hope you'll say it again, and some more." The older man smiled an answer, and the door closed. Then he sighed a little and stretched out his hand again for the Bible. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 6. The great central ward at No. 1 Base Hospital looked as gay as possible. In the centre a guards band sat among palms and ferns, and an extemporized stage, draped with flags, was behind, with wings constructed of Japanese-figured material. Pretty well all round were the beds, although many of them had been moved up into a central position, and there was a space for chairs and forms. The green room had to be outside the ward, and the performers therefore came and went in the public gaze. But it was not a critical public, and the men, with a plenitude of cigarettes, did not object to pauses. On the whole they were extraordinarily quiet and passive. Modern science had made the battlefield a hell, but it had also made the base hospital something approaching a paradise. There were women in plenty. The staff had been augmented by visitors from most of the other hospitals in the town, and there were a fair sprinkling of WAACs, YMCA workers, and so on in addition.
Jack Donovan and Peter were a little late, and arrived at the time an exceedingly popular subaltern was holding the stage amid roars of laughter. They stood outside one of the many glass doors and peered in. Once inside, one had to make one's way among beds and chairs, and the nature of things brought one into rather more than the usual share of late-comer scrutiny, but nothing could abash Donovan. He spotted at once a handsome woman in nurse's indoor staff uniform, and made for her. She, with two others, was sitting on an empty bed, and she promptly made room for Donovan. Graham was introduced, and a quiet girl moved up a bit for him to sit down. But there was not much room, and the girl would not talk, so that he sat uncomfortably and looked about him, listening with one ear to the fire of chaff on his right. Donovan was irrepressible. His laugh and voice, and the fact that he was talking to a hospital personage, attracted a certain amount of attention. Peter tried to smile, but he felt out of it and observed. He stared up towards the band, which was just striking up again. Suddenly he became conscious, as one will, that someone was particularly looking at him. He glanced back over the chairs and met a pair of eyes, roguish, laughing, and unquestionably fixed upon him. The moment he saw them, their owner nodded and telegraphed an obvious invitation. Peter glanced at Donovan. He had not apparently seen. He looked back. The eyes called him again. He felt himself getting hot, for despite the fact that he had a kind of feeling that he had seen those eyes before, he was perfectly certain he did not know the girl. Perhaps she had made a mistake. He turned resolutely to his companion. "Jolly good band, isn't it?" he said. "Yes," she replied. "But I suppose at a hospital like this you're always hearing decent music," he ventured. "Not so often," she said. "This band is just back from touring the front, isn't it? My friend said something to that effect." "I believe so," she said. Peter could have cursed her. It was impossible to get anything out of her, though why he had not a notion. The answer was really simple, for she wanted to be next to Donovan, and wasn't, and she was all the while scheming how to get there. But Peter did not tumble to that. He felt an ass and very uncomfortable, and he broke into open revolt. He looked steadily towards the chairs. The back of the girl who had looked at him was towards him now, for she was talking sideways to somebody. But he noted an empty chair just next to her, and that her uniform was not that of the nurses of this hospital. He felt confident that she would look again, and he was not disappointed. Instantly he made up his mind, nodded, and reached for his cap. "I see a girl I know over there," he said to his neighbour. "Excuse me, will you?" Then he got up and walked boldly over to the vacant chair. He was fast acclimatizing to war conditions. He sat down on that empty chair and met the girl's eyes fairly. She was entirely at her ease and laughing merrily. "I've lost my bet," she said, "and Tommy's won." "And you've made me tell a thundering lie," he replied, laughing too, "which you know is the first step towards losing one's soul. Therefore you deserve your share in the loss." "Why, what did you say?" she demanded. "I said I saw a girl I knew," he replied, "but I haven't any idea who you are, though I can't help feeling I've seen you before." She chuckled with amusement and turned to her companion. "He doesn't remember, Tommy," she said. The second girl looked past her to Peter. "I should think not," she said. "Nobody would. But he'll probably say in 2 minutes that he does. You're perfectly shameless, Julie." Julie swung round to Peter. "You're a beast, Tommy," she said over her shoulder, "and I shan't speak to you again. You see," she went on to Peter, "I could see you had struck a footling girl, and as I don't know a single decent boy here, I thought I'd presume on an acquaintance and see if it wasn't a lucky one. We've got to know each other, you know. The girl with me on the boat— Oh, damn, I've told you. I'm swearing, and you're a parson, but it can't be helped now. Well, the girl told me we should meet again, and that it was probably you who was mixed up with my fate line. What do you think of that?" Peter had not an idea, really. He was going through the most amazing set of sensations. He felt heavy and dull, and as if he were utterly at a loss how to deal with a female of so obviously and totally different a kind from any he had met before. But with it all, he was very conscious of being glad to be there. Underneath everything, too, he felt a bit of a daredevil, which was a delightful experience for a London curate. And still deeper, much more mysteriously and almost a little terrifyingly, something stranger still, that he had known this girl for ages, although he had not seen her for a long time. "I'm highly privileged, I'm sure," he said, and could have kicked himself for a stupid ass. "Oh, Lord," said Julie with a mock expression of horror, For goodness sake, don't talk like that. That's the worst of a parson. He can't forget the drawing-room. At any rate, I'm not sure why I'm highly fortunate, but I thought I ought to give fate a chance. Do you smoke?" "Yes," said Peter wonderingly. "Then for goodness sake smoke, and you'll feel better." "No, I daren't here, but I'm glad you're educated enough to ask me. Nurses aren't supposed to smoke in public, you know, and I take it that even you have observed that I'm a nurse." She was quite right. Peter drew on his cigarette and felt more at ease. "Well, to be absolutely honest, I had," he said, "and I observe, moreover, that you are not wearing exactly an English nurse's uniform, and that you have what I might venture to call a zoological badge. I therefore conclude that, like my friend Donovan, you hail from South Africa. What hospital are you in?" "Quai de France," she said. "Know it?" Peter repressed a start. "Quai de France?" he queried. "Where's that now?" At this moment a song started, but his companion dropped her voice to stage whisper and replied, "End of the harbour, near where the leave boat starts. Know it now?" He nodded, but was saved a reply. She looked away towards the platform, and he studied her face surreptitiously. It seemed very young, till you looked closely, especially at the eyes, and then you perceived something lurking there. She was 27 or 28, he concluded. She looked as if she knew the world inside out, and as if there were something hidden below the gaiety. Peter felt curiously and intensely attracted. His shyness vanished. He had, and had had, no intimations of the doings of Providence, and nobody could possibly be more sceptical of fate lines than he. But it dawned on him as he stared at her that he would fathom that look somehow, somewhere. "I'm practically not made up at all," she whispered, without turning her head, "so for heaven's sake don't say there's too much powder on my nose." Peter shook silently. "No, but a faint trace on the right cheek," he whispered again. She turned then and looked at him, and her eyes challenged his. And yet it is to be supposed that Hilda knew nothing whatever about it. "Right on my mother's knee," sang the platform. Without a shirt, gagged Peter sotto voce, and marvelled at himself. But he felt that her smothered laughter amply rewarded him. The song ceased in time, and the encore, which they both rigorously demanded, and immediately she began again. "I hope to goodness tea isn't far off," she said. "By the way, you'll have to take me to it now, you know. We go out of that door and up a flight of steps, and there's the matron's room on the top, and a visitor's room next to it, and tea'll be there. It'll be a fiendish squash, and I wouldn't go if I hadn't you to get me tea and take me away afterwards as soon as possible." "I'm highly privileged, I'm sure," said Peter again, quite deliberately. She laughed. "You are," she said. "Look how you're coming on. 10 minutes ago you were a bald curate, and now you're— what are you?" Peter hesitated perceptibly. He felt he might say many things. Then he said, "A trapped padre," and they both laughed. "Thank goodness you're not sentimental, anyway," she said. "Nor's your friend, but the matron is. I know her sort. Look at them." Peter looked. Donovan appeared still entirely at his ease, but he was watching Peter, who realized why he had been made to look. He brazened it out, smiled back at him, and turned, perfectly deliberately, to his companion. "Judy," he said, "don't look over there any more, for goodness' sake, or we'll have Donovan here. And if he comes, he'll sail in and take you off to tea without a word. I know him. He's got an unfair advantage over me. I'm just waking up, and he's been awake for years. Please, give me a chance." She leaned back and regarded him humorously. "You're not doing so badly," she said. "I don't know that a man has ever called me Julie before in the first quarter of an hour. Do you know that, Solomon?" "It's your fault. I've never been introduced, and I must call you something, so why not the name your friend called you? Julie's very pretty and suits you. Somehow I couldn't call you Miss anything, though it may be convenient to know the rest. Do you think you could call me the Reverend Peter Graham?" "I couldn't," she confessed, slightly more solemnly. "Queer, isn't it? But don't talk about it. It isn't lucky. I shall call you Solomon for ever now, and you can only call me Miss Gamelin when you've got to. See?" "But why in the world Solomon? It doesn't fit me a bit." "Oh, she said it does, but don't worry why. Perhaps because, as the old man said to the vicar when he heard of Solomon's wives, you are a highly privileged Christian. You can't deny that, since you've said it twice. Praises be, here is tea. Come on, Tommy. Oh, Tommy, this is the very Reverend Peter Graham. Mr. Graham, this is one Reynard, commonly known as Tommy. my half-section, so try to be polite." There was a general movement, and Peter shook hands as he got up. The other girl struck him at once as a good sort. "You've booked to take us to tea, I suppose," she said. "Julie's far more practical than you'd imagine, Padre." They left the row of chairs together, Julie well in front and apparently forgetful of their existence. As they came abreast of the empty bed, Peter noticed that the assistant matron had gone, and that Donovan was drifting in the stream alongside her in front. But before they were out of the great ward, Julie and he were laughing together. Peter felt absurdly hurt and hated himself for feeling it. The other girl was talking at his elbow, but he made ridiculous and commonplace replies and hardly noticed her. She broke off at last abruptly, and he roused himself to carry on. He caught her expression, and somehow or other it landed him deeper in the business. He made a deliberate move. "Where are you going after this?" he asked. "Downtown to do some shopping. Then I suppose home, unless a fit seizes Julie, and we run a risk once more of being summarily repatriated." He laughed. "Does that often happen?" "Quite often. You see, ours is an English hospital, though we are South Africans attached to it. I think they're much more strict than colonial hospitals, but they give us more latitude than the rest, at any rate. Julie had a fearful row once, and simply declared that she would do some things, and since then they'd turned a blind eye occasionally. But there are limits, and one day she'll step over them. I know she will." "Well, let's hope not," said Peter. "But now let me get you some tea." The little room was packed, but Peter got through somehow and made his way to a series of tables spread with cakes and sandwiches. He got a cup and seized a plate and shouldered his way back. In the crush he saw only the top of Miss Reynard's head, and made for that. "Here you are," he said cheerfully as he emerged. "Have a sandwich." "Thanks," she said as she took it. "Why didn't you bring 2 cups?" "Why?" he asked. She nodded towards a corner, and there was Julie wedged in between people and refusing tea from a subaltern. "She expects you to bring it," said Miss Reynard. Peter looked puzzled. "Oh, where's Donovan?" he said. "I thought she came with him." The girl smiled. "She did, but she arranged for you to bring her tea, whoever Donovan is, and she'll wait for it. She's that sort. Besides, if Donovan was that officer with the matron, he's probably got other fish to fry." Peter waited for no more, but plunged into the press again. As he emerged, he crossed the track of his friend, who was steering about with cakes. "Hello, Padre," that individual said. "You're a smart one, you are. Let's take those girls out to dinner. They'll come all right." Peter mumbled something, and went on with his tea towards the corner. The other's readiness and effrontery staggered him, but he wasn't going to give himself away. "You're a brute," said Julie promptly. "Where have you been?" "It's where have you been, you mean," retorted Peter. "I thought I was to take you into tea. When last I saw you, you had Donovan in tow." "And you had Tommy. Don't you like her?" "Awfully," said Peter. "I think she wants something now. But do come across to our side. Aren't you going soon?" "Yes, when we can get away. Remember, everyone is watching. You go on out, and we can meet you below." "Right," said Peter. "I'll collect Donovan." He found him after a bit, and the two made their adieus and thanks. As they went down the steps, Jack outlined the campaign. "I just joked to her about dinner," he said, "but I think they'll rise. If they do, we'll go to Travellini's if they dare. That girl of yours is up to anything. She knows a thing or two. You've some nerve, old thing." "Nothing to yours," retorted Graham, still not at all sure of himself. "But look here, what about Travellini's? I don't know that I care to go there." "Oh, it's all right, old dear. You haven't a vast collar on now, and you ought to see life. I've seen scores of captains there, even old Arnold. I'll look after your morals. Come on, let's get out and across the road. We shall see them coming down the steps." The hospital fronted onto the sea and the promenade that once was so fashionable. The sun was setting blood-red over the channel, the ships at anchor looking dark by contrast. But there was still plenty of light, and Peter was inwardly conscious of his badges. Still, he told himself that he was an ass, and the two of them sauntered slowly townwards. In a few minutes Jack glanced back. "They're coming," he said, and as the girls crossed onto the pavement behind them, turned round. "Good for you," he said. "You got out quicker than I thought you would. Shall we tram or walk?" "Walk, I think," said Julie. "It's topping here by the sea. I want to get a pair of shoes, and the shop's not too far. Besides, you can buy shoes by artificial light, which won't do for some things. Tommy bought a hat the other night, and she nearly had a fit in the morning. She's keeping it for the next fancy dress stunt. She ran on, and despite Peter, Donovan annexed her. They set off gaily ahead, Julie's clear laugh coming back now and again. Peter felt depressed and angry. He told himself she was being let in for something he did not want, and he had not much to say. To make conversation, he asked about South Africa. It appeared the girls came from Natal. Miss Reynard was enthusiastic, and he gathered they had been trained together in Pietermaritzburg, but lived somewhere on the coast, where there was tennis all the year, and moonlight bathing picnics in the season, and excellent river boating. He could not catch the name, but it was not too far from Durban. He said in the end that he had always wanted to visit South Africa, and should certainly come to Natal. They turned off the promenade into a boulevard lined with the usual avenue of trees. It was dusk now, and looked darker by contrast with the street lamps. Small tramcars rushed by now and again, with clanging bells and platforms crowded before and behind, and there were plenty of people in the street. Julie turned abruptly. "I say, Tommy," she said, "Captain Donovan wants us to go out to dinner. What do you say? My shoes can wait, and we needn't be in till 8:30. It's not much more than 6 now. It'll be a spree." "I'm game, but where are we going?" "I'd suggest Travellini's, Padre," said Donovan. "Not for me," said Miss Reynard. "It's too public, and you seem to forget, Captain Donovan, that we're forbidden to dine with officers." "Nobody's likely to give us away, Tommy," said Miss Gamelin. "I'm not going to take the risk in uniform. Let's go to a quiet hotel, or else to some very French place. That'll be fun." "Jolly good idea," cried Donovan, "and I know what will just fix us up. Come on." Tommy smiled. "Probably it will fix us up. Tell us about it first." "It's absolutely safe," Donovan protested. "It's quite French, and we shall get 1 knife and fork each. There's a cinema on top and billiards underneath, and practically no officers go. A Belgian captain I came out with took me. He said you could eat well there, and you can, for the cooking is a treat. I swear it's all right." "Lead on," said Julie. "We'll trust you." And she manoeuvred so that her half-section was left with Donovan. The four walked briskly through the dusk. "Don't you love France in the evening?" demanded Julie. "Yes," said Peter, but dubiously. "I don't know it much yet," he added. "Oh, I do. Even a girl can almost do what she likes out here. I've had some awful fun in Havre. I think one ought to take one's pleasures when one has the chance, don't you? But some of these girls give me the hump. They're so narrow. They can't see you with a man without imagining all sorts of things, whereas I've had some rattling good pals among men out here. Then they're so afraid of doing things, the girls, I mean. Do you know, I went to Paris when I came up here from Boulogne. Had absolutely the time. Of course, nobody knows, so don't speak of it, except Tommy, of course." "How did you do it?" demanded Peter, amused. "Well, you see, I and another girl, English, were sent over by Boulogne, as you know, because you saw us on the boat, and we were supposed to come straight here. In the train we met a Canadian in the French air service, and he put us wise about changing, and so on. But it appeared you have to change at Amiens in the middle of the night, and he said the thing was to sleep in the train and go right on to Paris. Then you got 24 hours there, and left next day by the Havre express. The girl was horribly scared, but I said we'd try it. Nothing happened at all. We had a carriage to ourselves, and merely sat still at Amiens. When we got to Paris, we simply walked out, bold as brass. I showed our tickets at Havre, and told the French inspector we had overslept. He merely told us the time to leave next day. We went to a hotel, and then strolled up the Avenue de l'Opera. And what do you think? Who should I see but an old dear of a general I knew out in South Africa who is in the French Red Cross. He was simply delighted to see us. He motored us out to the Bois in the afternoon, dined us, and took us to the theatre. Only by Jove, I did curse that other girl. She was in a ferment all the time. Next morning he had a job on, but he sent a car for us with a subaltern to put us onto the train, and we went to the RTO this time. He couldn't do enough for us when he heard the name of General de Villiers and saw his card. We got into Havre at midday, and nobody was a penny the wiser." Peter laughed. "You were lucky," he said. "Perhaps you always are." "No, I'm not," she said. "But I usually do what I want and get through with it. Hello, is this the place?" "I suppose so," said Peter. "Now for it. Looks as if you've been going to such places all your life." "I've probably been more often than you, anyhow, Solomon," said Julie, and she ran lightly up the steps. They passed through swing doors into a larger hall, brilliantly lit and heavy with a mixed aroma of smoke and food. There was a sort of hum of sound going on all the time, and Peter looked round wonderingly. He perceived immediately that there was an atmosphere about this French restaurant unlike that of any he had been in before. He was, in truth, utterly bewildered by what he saw, but he made an effort not to show it. Julie, on the other hand, was fairly carried away. They seated themselves at a table before, near the end of the partition, and she led the party in gaiety. Donovan hardly took his eyes off her, and cut in with dry, daring remarks with a natural grace. Tommy played a good second to Julie, and if she'd had any fears, they were not visible now. "What about an appetizer?" demanded Donovan. "Oh, rather. Mixed vermouth for me, but Tommy must have a very small one. She gets drunk on nothing. Give me a cigarette now, Padre. I'm dying to smoke." Peter produced his case. "Don't call him Padre here," said Donovan. "You'll spoil his enjoyment." "A cigarette, Solomon, then," whispered Julie, as the other turned to beckon a garçon, flashing her eyes on him. Peter resisted no longer. "Don't," he said. "Call me anything but that." It seemed to him that there was something inevitable in it all. He did not formulate his sensations, but it was the lure of the contrasts that won him. Ever since he had landed in France, he had, as it were, hung on to the old conventional position, and he felt increasingly that it was impossible to do so. True, there seemed little connection between a dinner with a couple of madcap girls in a French restaurant and religion, but there was one. He had felt out of touch with men and life, and now a new phase of it was offered him. He reached out for it eagerly. Julie leaned back and blew out a thin stream of smoke, her eyes daring him, picking up the little glass as she did so. "Here's to the girl with the little grey shoes," she chanted merrily. "Don't, Julie, for heaven's sake," pleaded Tommy. "He'll be shocked." "Oh, go on," said Peter. "What is it?" "Captain Donovan will finish," laughed Julie. "'Deed I can't, for I don't know it," he said. "Let's have it, little girl. I'm sure it's a sporting toast." "Who eats your grub and drinks your booze," continued she. "Shut up, Julie," said Tommy, leaning over as if to snatch her glass. "And then goes home to her mother to snooze," called Julie breathlessly, leaning back. "I don't think," ejaculated Donovan. Julie tipped down the drink. "You knew it all the time," she said, and they all burst out laughing. Peter drank and called for another, his eyes on Julie. He knew that he could not sum her up, but he refused to believe that this was the secret behind the eyes. She was too gay, too insolent. What Donovan thought he could not say, but he almost hated him for the ease with which he kept pace with their companions. They ordered dinner, and a great dish of hors d'oeuvre was brought round by a waiter who seemed to preside over it with a fatherly solicitude. Julie picked up an olive in her fingers, and found it so good that she grumbled at only having taken one. "Have mine," said Donovan, shooting one into her plate. "Thanks," she said. "Oh, heavens, I forgot that patch on my left cheek, or was it my right, Solomon? Let's see." She dived into her pocket and produced a tiny satin beaded box. "Isn't it chic?" she demanded, leaning over to show Donovan. "I got it in the Nouvelle Galerie the other day." She took off the lid, which revealed its reverse as a tiny mirror, and scrutinized herself, patting back a stray lock on her forehead. "Oh, don't," said Donovan, and he slipped the hair out again with his finger. "Be quiet, but I'll concede that. This won't do, though." Out came a tiny powder puff. "How's that?" she demanded, smiling up at him. "Perfect," he said, "but it's not fair to do that here." "Wait for the taxi, then," she said. "Besides, it won't matter so much then." "What won't matter?" demanded Peter. "Sodom, dear, you're as innocent as a newborn babe. Isn't he?" she demanded of his friend. Donovan looked across at him. "Still waters run deep," he said. "I don't know. But excuse me." He was sitting next Julie and opposite Miss Reynard, but he was now on his feet and begging her to change places with him. She consented, laughing, and did so, but Julie pretended to be furious. "I won't have it. You're a perfect beast, Tommy. Captain Donovan, I'll never come out with you again. Solomon, come and sit here, and you, Tommy, go over there." Peter hadn't an idea why, but he too got up. Tommy protested. "Look here," she said, "I came for dinner, not for a dance. Oh, look out, Captain Graham, you'll upset the cutlets." Peter avoided the waiter by an effort, but came on round her to the other side. "Get out of it, Tommy," said Julie, leaning over and pushing her. "I will have a man beside me, anyhow." "I'd sooner be opposite," said Donovan. "I can see you better, and you can't make eyes at the Frenchman at the other table quite so well if I get my head in the way." "Oh, but he's such a dear," said Julie. "I'd love to flirt with him. Only I might say his hair is a bit greasy." "You'll make his lady furious if you don't take care," said Donovan, "and it's a shame to spoil her trade." Peter glanced across. A French officer, sitting opposite a painted girl, was smiling at them. He looked at Julie. She was smiling back. "Julie, don't, for heaven's sake," said her half-section. "We shall have him over here next, and remember once before how awkward it was." Julie laughed. "Give me another drink then, Captain Donovan," she said, "and I'll be good." Donovan filled up her glass. She raised it and challenged him. "Here's to we two in Blighty," she began. Miss Reynard rose determinedly and interrupted her. "Come on," she said. "That's a bit too much, Julie. We must go, or we'll never get back. And don't forget you've got to go on duty in the morning, my dear." She pulled out her little watch. "Good heavens!" she cried. "Do you know the time? It's 8:20 now. We ought to have been in by 8, and 8:30 is the latest time that's safe. For any sake, come on." Julie for once agreed. "Good Lord, yes," she said. "We must have a taxi. Can we get one easily?" "Oh, I expect so," said Donovan. "Settle up, Graham, will you, while I shepherd them out and get a car? Come on, and take care how you pass the Frenchman." In a few minutes Peter joined them on the steps outside. The restaurant was in the corner of a square which contained a small public garden, and the three of them were waiting for him on the curb. A taxi stood by them. The broad streets ran away to left and right, gay with lights and passers-by, and the dark trees stood out against a starry sky. A group of British officers went laughing by, and one of them recognized Donovan and hailed him. Two Spahis crossed out of the shade into the light, their red and gold a picturesque splash of colour. Behind them glared the staring pictures of the cinema show on a great hoarding by the wall. "Come on, Graham," called Donovan. "Hop in." The four packed in closely, Peter and Tommy opposite the other two, Julie farthest from Peter. They started, and he caught her profile as the street lights shone in and out with the speed of their passing. She was smoking, puffing quickly at her cigarette, and hardly silent a moment. "It's been a perfect treat," she said. "You're both dears, aren't they, Tommy? You must come and have tea at the hospital any day. Just walk in. Mine's Ward 3. Come about 4 o'clock, and you'll find me any day this week. Tommy's opposite. There's usually a crush at tea, but you must come. By the way, where's your camp? Aren't you going heaps out of your way? Solomon, where do you live? Tell me." Peter grinned in the dark and told her. "Oh, you perfect beast," she said. "Then you knew the Quai de France all the time. Well, you're jolly near, anyway." "Oh, Lord," she exclaimed suddenly, "you aren't the new padre?" "I am," said Peter. "Good Lord, what a spree! Then you'll come in on duty. You can come in any hour of the day or night. Tommy, do you hear that? Solomon's our spiritual pastor. He's become well, hasn't he?" Peter was silent. It jarred him horribly. But just then the car slowed down. "What's up now?" demanded Donovan. "Only the sentry at the swing bridge," said Tommy. "They stop all cars at night. He's your side, dear. Give him the glad eye." The door opened, and a red cap looked in. "Hospital, Corporal. It's all right," said Julie, beaming at him. "Oh, all right, miss. Good night," said the man, stepping back and saluting in the light of the big electric standard at the bridgehead. "Carry on, driver." "We're just there," said Julie. "I am sorry. It's been ripping. Stop the car, Solomon, somewhere near the leave boat. It won't do to drive right up to the hospital. We might be spotted." Peter leaned out of the window on his side. The lights on the quay glowed steadily across the dark water, and made golden flicking streaks upon it as the tide swelled slowly in. In the distance a great red eye flashed in and out solemnly, and on their side he could see the shaded lights of the hospital ship getting ready for her night crossing. He judged it was time, and told the man to stop. "Where's my powder puff?" demanded Julie. "I believe you've bagged it, Captain Donovan." "No, it's here." "Skip out, Tommy. Is anybody about?" "No," said the girl from the step. "But don't wait all night. We'd best run for it." "Well, good night," said Julie. "You've both been dears, but whether I'm steady enough to get in safely, I don't know. Still, Tommy's a rock. See you again soon. Goodbye." She leaned forward. "Now, if you're good," she said to Donovan. He kissed her, laughing, and before he knew what she was doing, She reached over to Peter, kissed him twice on the lips, and leaped lightly out. "Be good," she said, "and if you can't, be careful." End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 7. Following a delay of some days, there had been a fairly heavy mail, and Peter took his letters to the little terrace by the sea outside the mess, and sat in the sun to read them. While he was so occupied, Arnold appeared with a pipe, but seeing him engaged, went back for a novel and deck chair. It was all very peaceful and still, and beyond occasional hammering from the leisurely construction of the outer harbour wall, and once or twice the siren of a signalling steamer entering the docks, there was nothing to disturb them at all. Perhaps half an hour passed. Then Peter folded up some sheets, put them in his pocket, and walked moodily to the edge of the concrete, staring down at the lazy slushing of the tide against the wall below him. He kicked a pebble discontentedly into the water, and turned to look at Arnold. The older man was stretched out in his chair, smoking a pipe and regarding him. A slow smile passed between them. "No, hang it all," said Peter, "there's nothing to smile about, Arnold. I've pretty well got to the end of my tether." "Meaning what exactly?" queried the other. "Oh, well, you know enough already to guess the rest. Look here, Arnold, you and I are fairly good pals now. I'd just like to tell you exactly what I feel." "Sit down then, man, and get it out. There's a chair yonder, and you've got the forenoon before ye. I'm a heretic and all that sort of thing, of course, but perhaps that'll make it easier. I take it it's a kind of heretic you're becoming yourself." Peter pulled up a chair and got out his own pipe. "Arnold," he said, "I'm too serious to joke, and I don't know that I'm even a Christian heretic. I don't know what I am and where I stand. I wish I did. I wish I even knew how much I disbelieved, for then I'd know what to do. But it's not that my dogmas have been attacked and weakened. I've no new light on the Apostles' Creed, and no fresh doubts about it. I could still argue for the virgin birth of Christ, and the Trinity, and so on. But it's worse than that. I feel—" He broke off abruptly and pulled at his pipe. The other said nothing. They were friends enough by now to understand each other. In a little while the younger man found the words he wanted. "Look here, it's like this. I remember once on the east coast coming across a stone breakwater high and dry in a field half a mile from the sea. There was nothing the matter with the breakwater, and it served admirably for certain purposes, a seat, for instance, or a shady place for a picnic. But it was no longer of any vital use in the world, for the sea had receded and left it there. Now that's just what I feel. I had a religion. I suppose it had its weaknesses and its faults, but most of all it was good sound stone, and it certainly had served. But it serves no longer. Not because it's damaged, but because the need for it has changed its nature, or is no longer there." He trailed off into silence and stopped. Arnold stirred to get out his pouch. "The sea is shifty, though," he said. "If they keep the breakwater in decent repair, it'll come in handy again." "Yes," burst out Peter, "but of course that's where illustrations are so little good. You can't press them. And in any case no engineer worth his salt would sit down by his breakwater and smoke a pipe till the sea came in handy again. His job is to go after it." "True for ye, boy. But if the old plan was so good, why not go down to the beach and get on with building operations of the same sort?" "Arnold," said Peter, "you couldn't have put it better. That's exactly what I came here to do. I knew in London that the sea was receding to some extent, and I thought that there was a jolly good chance to get up with it again out here. But that leads straight to my second problem. I can't build on the old plan, and it doesn't seem any good. It's as if our engineer found quicksands that wouldn't hold his stone, and cross-currents that smashed up all his piles. I mean, I thought I knew what would save souls, but I find that I can't, because my methods are, I don't know, faulty perhaps, out of date, maybe possibly worse. And what is more, the souls don't want my saving. The Lord knows they want something. I can see that fast enough, but what it is, I don't know. Heavens, I remember preaching in the beginning of the war from the text, 'Jesus had compassion on the multitude.' Well, I don't feel that he has changed, and I'm quite sure he still has compassion, but the multitude don't want it. I was wrong about the crowd. It's nothing like what I imagined. The crowd isn't interested in Jesus any more. doesn't believe in him. It's a different sort of crowd altogether from the one he led."
"I wonder," said Arnold.
Peter moved impatiently. "Well, I don't see how you can," he said. "Do you think Tommy worries about his sins? Are the men in our mess miserable? Does the girl the good books talked about, who flirts and smokes and drinks and laughs, sit down by night on the edge of her little white bed and feel a blank in her life? Does she, Arnold?"
"I'm blessed if I know. I haven't been there."
"You seem to know a precious lot about it," he added dryly. "Oh, don't brag, and don't be facetious. If you do, I shall clear. I'm trying to talk sense, and at any rate it's what I feel. And I believe you know I'm right too." Peter was plainly a bit annoyed. The elder padre sat up straight at that, and his tone changed. He stared thoughtfully out to sea and did not smoke. But he did not speak all at once. Peter glanced at him, and they lay back in his chair and waited. Arnold spoke at last. Possibly the harbour works inspired him.
"Look here, boy," he said. "Let's get back to your illustration, which is no such a bad one. What do you suppose your engineer would do when he got down to the new sea beach and found the conditions you described? It wouldn't do much good if he sat down and cursed the blessed sea and the sands and the currents, would it? It would be mighty little use if he blamed his good stone and sound timber, useless though they appeared. I'm thinking he'd be no much of an engineer either if he chucked his job. What would he do you think?"
"Go on," said Peter, interested.
"Well," said the speaker in parables, "unless I'm mighty mistaken, he'd get down first to studying the new conditions. He'd find they'd got laws governing them, same as the old. Different laws, maybe, but things you could perhaps reckon with if you knew them. And when he knew them, I reckoned he'd have a look at his timber and stone and iron and get out plans. Maybe these days he'd help out with a few tons of reinforced concrete and get in a bit of work with some high explosive. I'm no saying. But if he came from north of the Tweed, my lad," he added, with a twinkle in his eye and a touch of accent, "I should be very surprised if that foreshore hasn't a breakwater that would do its duty in none so long a while." "And if he came from south of the Tweed and found himself in France?" queried Peter. "I reckon he'd get down among the multitude and make a few inquiries," said Arnold more gravely. "I reckoned he wouldn't be in too great a hurry, and he wouldn't believe all he saw and heard without chewing on it a bit, as our Yankee friends say. And he'd know well enough that there was nothing wrong with his master, and no change in his compassion, only maybe that he had perhaps misunderstood both a little." A big steamer hooted as she came up the river, and the echoes of the siren died out slowly among the houses that climbed up the hill behind them. Then Peter put his hand up and rested his head upon it, shading his face. "That's difficult and dangerous, Arnold," he said. "It is that, laddie," the other answered quickly. "There was a time when I would have thought it too difficult and too dangerous for a boy of mine. But I've had a lesson or two to learn out here as well as other folks. Up the line, men have learnt not to hesitate at things because they are difficult and dangerous. And I'll tell you something else we've learnt, that it is better for 500,000 to fail in the trying than for the thing not to be tried at all." "Arnold," said Peter, "what about yourself? Do you mind my asking? Do you feel this sort of thing at all, and if so, what's your solution?" The padre from north of the Tweed knocked the ashes out of his pipe and got up. "Young man," he said, "I don't mind your asking, but I'm getting old, and my answering wouldn't do either of us any good. If I had a solution, I don't suppose it would be yours. Besides, a man can't save his brother, and not even a father can save his son. I've nothing to tell ye, except maybe this: don't fear, and don't falter, and wherever you get to, remember that God is there. David is out of date these days, and very likely it wasn't David at all, but I don't know anything truer in the old book than yon verse where it says, 'Though I go down into hell, thou art there also.'" "I beg your pardon, padre," said a drawling voice behind them. "I caught a word just now which I understand no decent clergyman uses except in the pulpit. If therefore you are preaching, I will at once and discreetly withdraw. But if not, for his very moral sake, I will withdraw your congregation, that is, if he hasn't forgotten his engagement." Graham jumped up. "Good heavens, Pennell," he explained, "I'm blessed if I hadn't." He pushed his arm out and glanced at his watch. "Oh, there's plenty of time anyway. I'm lunching with this blighter downtown, Padre, some special restaurant of his," he explained, "and I take it the sum and substance of his unseemly remarks are that he thinks we ought to get a move on." "Don't let me stand in the way of your youthful pleasures," said Arnold, smiling. "But take care of yourself, Graham. Eat and drink, for tomorrow you die. But don't eat and drink too much, in case you live to the day after."
"I'll remember," said Peter, "but I hope it won't be necessary. However, you never know among the multitude, do you?" he added. Arnold caught up the light chair and lunged out at him.
"Ye unseemly creature!" he shouted. "Get out of it and leave me in peace."
Pennell and Peter left the camp and crossed the swing bridge into the maze of docks. Threading their way along as men who knew it thoroughly, they came at length to the main roadway, with its small, rather smelly shops, its narrow side streets almost like Edinburgh closes, and its succession of sheds and offices between which one glimpsed the water. Just here the war had made a difference. There was less pleasure traffic up Seine and along Channel, though the Southampton packet ran as regularly as if no submarine had ever been built. Peter liked Pennell. He was an observant creature of considerable decencies, and a good companion. He professed some religion, and although it was neither profound nor apparently particularly vital, it helped to link the two men. As they went on, the shops grew a little better, but no restaurant was visible that offered much expectation. "Where in the world are you taking me?" demanded Peter. "I don't mind slums in the way of business, but I prefer not to go to lunch in them."
"Wait and see, my boy," returned his companion, "and don't protest till it's called for. Even then wait a bit longer, and your sorrow shall be turned into joy. And that's Scripture. Great Scott, see what comes of fraternizing with padres. Now!"
So saying, he dived into the right down a dark passage, into which the amazed Peter followed him. He had already opened a door at the end of it by the time Peter got there, and was half-way up a flight of wood stairs that curved up in front of them out of what was obviously a kitchen. A huge man turned his head as Peter came in, and surveyed him silently, his hands dexterously shaking a frying-pan over a fire as he did so. "Bonjour, monsieur," said Peter politely. Monsieur grunted, but not unpleasantly, and Peter gripped the banister and commenced to ascend. Half-way up he was nearly sent flying down again. A rosy-cheeked girl, short and dark, with sparkling eyes, had thrust herself down between him and the rail from a little landing above, and was shouting, "Un omelette au champignon, jambon, pomme sautée, s'il vous plaît." Peter recovered himself and smiled. "Bonjour, mademoiselle," he said this time. In point of fact, he could say very little else. "Bonjour, monsieur," said the girl, and something else that he could not catch, but by this time he had reached the top in time to witness a little business there. A second girl, taller, older, slower, but equally smiling, was taking Pennell's cap and stick and gloves, making play with her eyes the while. "Merci, chérie," he heard his friend say, and then in a totally different voice, "Ah, bonjour, Marie." In her presence the other two withdrew. She was tall, plain, shrewd of face, with reddish hair, but she smiled even as the others. It was little more than a glance that Peter got, for she called an order, at which the first girl again disappeared down the stairs, greeted Pennell, replied to his question that there were two places, and was out of sight again in the room, seemingly all at once. He too then surrendered cap and stick, and followed his companion in. There were no more than 4 tables in the little room, 2 for 6, and 2 for 4 or 5. Most were filled, but he and Pennell secured 2 seats with their backs to the wall opposite a couple of Australian officers who had apparently just commenced. Peter's was by the window, and he glanced out to see the sunlit street below, the wide sparkling harbour, and right opposite the hospital he had now visited several times, and his own camp near it. There was the news green of spring shoots in the window boxes, snowy linen on the table, a cheerful hum of conversation about him, and an oak-panelled wall behind that had seen the Revolution. "Pennell," he said, "you're a marvel. The place is perfect." By the time they had finished, Peter was feeling warmed and friendly. The Australians had been joined to their company, and the 4 spent an idle afternoon cheerfully enough. There was nothing in strolling through the busy streets, joking a little over very French picture postcards, quizzing the passing girls, standing in a queue at Cox's, and finally drawing a fiver in mixed French notes, or in wandering through a huge shop of many departments to buy some toilet necessities. But it was good fun. There was a comradeship, a youthfulness, carelessness about it all that gripped Peter. He let himself go, and when he did so, he was a good companion. One little incident in the Grand Magasin completed his abandonment to the day and the hour. They were ostensibly buying a shaving-stick, but at the moment were cheerily wandering through the department devoted to lingerie. The attendant girls, entirely at ease, were trying to persuade the taller of the two Australians, whom his friend addressed as Alex, to buy a flimsy lace nightdress for his fiancée, readily pointing out that he would find no difficulty in getting rid of it elsewhere if he had not got such a desirable possession, when Peter heard an exclamation behind him. "Hello," said a girl's voice. "Fancy finding you here." He turned quickly and blushed. Julie laughed merrily. "Caught out?" she said. "Tell me what you're buying and for whom. A blouse, a camisole, or worse?" "I'm not buying," said Peter, recovering his ease. "We're just strolling round, and that girl insists that my friend the Australian yonder should buy a nightie for his fiancée. He says he hasn't one, so she is persuading him that he can easily pick one up. What do you think?" She glanced over at the little group. "Easier than some people I know, I should think," she said, smiling, taking in his 6 feet of bronzed manhood. "But it's no use your buying it. I wear pyjamas, silk, and I prefer Vens." "I remember," said Peter. "By the way, I'm coming to tea again tomorrow." "That will make 3 times this week," she said. "But I suppose you will go round the ward first." Then quickly, for Peter looked slightly unhappy, "Next week I've a whole day off." "No?" he said eagerly. "Oh, do let's fix something up. Will you come out somewhere?" Her eyes roved across to Pennell, who was bearing down upon them. "We'll fix it up tomorrow," she said. "Bring Donovan, and I'll get Tommy. And now introduce me nicely." He did so, and she talked for a few minutes, and then went off to join some friends who had moved on to another department. "By Jove," said Pennell, "that's some girl. I see now why you were so keen on the hospital, old dear. Wish I were a padre." "I shall be padre in—" began Alex, but Peter cut him short. "Oh, Lord," he said, "I'm tired of that. Come on out of it, and let's get a refresher somewhere. What's the club like here?" "Club's no good," said Pennell. "Let's go to Travellini's and introduce the padre. He's not been there yet." "I thought everyone knew it," said the other Australian, rather contemptuously, Peter thought. What with one thing and another, he felt suddenly that he'd like to go. He remembered how nearly he had gone there in another company. "Come on, then," he said, and led the way out. There was nothing in Travellini's to distinguish it from any other such places, indeed to distinguish it from the restaurant in which Peter, Donovan, and the girls had dined 10 days or so before, except that it was bigger, more garish, more expensive, and consequently more British in patronage. The restaurant was, however, separated more completely from the drinking lounge, in which, among palms, a string band played. There was an hotel above, besides, and that held business, but one could come and go innocently enough, for all that there was anything a gentleman wants, as the head waiter, who talked English, called himself a Belgian, and had probably migrated from over the Rhine, said. Everybody, indeed, visited the place now and again. Peter and his friends went in between the evergreen shrubs in their pots, and through the great glass swing door, with every assurance. The place seemed fairly full. There was a subdued hum of talk and clink of glasses. Waiters hurried to and fro. The band was tuning up. British uniforms predominated, but there were many foreign officers and a few civilians. There were perhaps a couple of dozen girls scattered about the place besides. The friends found a corner with a big plush couch which took 3 of them, and a chair for Alex. A waiter bustled up, and they ordered drinks, which came on little saucers marked with the price. Peter lay back luxuriously. "Chin chin," said the other Australian, and the others responded. "That's good," said Pennell. "Not so many girls here this afternoon," remarked Alice carelessly. "See, Dick, there's that little Eventime with the thick dark hair. She's caught somebody." Peter looked across in the direction indicated. The girl, in a cerise costume with a big black hat, short skirt, and dainty bag, was sitting in a chair halfway onto them and leaning over the table before her. As he watched, she threw her head back and laughed softly. He caught the gleam of a white throat and of dark, slow eyes. "She's a pretty one," said Pennell. "God, but they're queer little bits of fluff, these girls. Beats me how they're always gay and always easy to get and to leave, and they get rottenly treated sometimes." "Yes, I'm damned if I understand them," said Alex. "Now, Padre, I'll tell you something that's more in your way than mine, and you can see what you make of it. I was in a maison tolerée the other day, you know the sort of thing, and there were 6 of us in the sitting-room with the girls, drinking fizz. I had a little bit of a thing with fair hair. She couldn't have been more than 17 at most, I reckon,
with a laugh that did you good to hear, and by gum, we wanted to be cheered just then, for we had had a bit of a gruelling on the anchor and had been pulled out of the line to refit. She sat there with an angel's face, a chemise transparent except where it was embroidered, and not much else, and some of the women were fair beasts. Well, she moved on my knee, and I spilt some champagne and swore. Jesus Christ, I said. Do you know, she pushed back from me as if I'd hit her. Oh, don't say his name, she said. Promise me you won't say it again. Do you not know how he loved us? I was so taken aback that I promised, and to tell you the truth, Padre, I haven't said it since. What do you think of that? Peter shook his head and drained his glass. He couldn't have spoken at once. The little story, told in such a place, struck him so much. Then he asked, But is that all? How did she come to be there? Well, Alex said, that's just as strange. Father was in a French cavalry regiment and got knocked out on the Marne. They lived in Arras before the war, and you can guess that there wasn't much left of the home. One much older sister was a widow with a big family. The other was a kid of 10 or 11. So this one went into the business to keep the family going. Fact. The mother used to come and see her, and I got to know her. She didn't seem to mind, so the doctors looked after them well, and the girl was making good money. Hello, he broke off. There's Louise. And to Peter's horror, he half rose and smiled across at a girl some few tables away. She got up and came over, beamed on them all, and took the seat Alex vacated. Good evening, she said in fair English, scrutinizing them. What is it you say? How's things? Alex pressed a drink on her and beckoned the waiter. She took a syrup, the rest martinis. Peter sipped his and watched her talking to Alex and Pennell. The other Australian got up and crossed the room and sat down with some other men. The stories he had heard moved him profoundly. He wondered if they were true, but he seemed to see confirmation in the girl before him. Despite some making up, it was a clean face, if one could say so. She was laughing and talking with all the ease in the world, though Peter noticed that her eyes kept straying round the room. Apparently his friends had all her attention, but he could see it was not so. She was on the watch for clients, old or new. He thought how such a girl would have disgusted him a few short weeks ago, but he did not feel disgusted now. He could not. He did not know what he felt. He wondered, as he looked, if she was one of the multitude. And then a fragment of a text slipped through his brain. The friend of publicans and sinners. The friend. The little adjective struck him as never before. Had they ever had another? He frowned to himself at the thought, and could not help wondering vaguely what his vicar or the canon would have done in Travellini's. Then he wondered instantly what that other would have done, and he found no answer at all. Yes, but I do not know your friend yet, he heard the girl say, and saw she was being introduced to Pennell. She held out a decently gloved hand with a gesture that startled him. It was so like Hilda's. Hilda? The comparison dazed him. He fancied he could see her utter disgust, and then he involuntarily shook his head. It would be too great for him to imagine. What would she have made of the story he had just heard? He concluded she would flatly disbelieve it. But Julie? He smiled to himself, and then for the first time suddenly asked himself what he really felt towards Julie. He remembered that first night and the kiss, and how he had half hated it, half liked it. He felt now chiefly anger that Donovan had had one too. One? But he, Peter, had had two. Then he called himself a damned fool. It was all of a piece with her extravagant and utterly unconventional madness. But what then would she say to this? Had she anything in common with it? He played with that a while, blowing out thoughtful rings of smoke. It struck him that she had, but he was fully aware that they did not disgust him in the least. It almost fascinated him, just as, that was it, Hilda's disgust would repel him. Why? He hadn't an idea. Monsieur le Capitaine is very dull, said a girl's voice at his elbow. He started. Louise had moved to the sofa and was smiling at him. He glanced toward his companions. Alex was standing, finishing a last drink, Pennell staring at Louise. He looked back at the girl, straight into her eyes, and could not read them in the least. The darkened eyebrows and the glitter in them baffled him. But he must speak. "Am I?" he said. Forgive me, mademoiselle, I was thinking.
Of your fiancée, is it not so? Ah, the Capitaine has his fiancée, then, in England? Ah, well, the girls in England do not suffer like we girls in France. They are proud, too, the English misses. I know, for I have been there to, how do you call it, Folkestone. They walk with the head in the air. And she tilted up her chin so comically that Peter smiled involuntarily. No, I do not like them, went on the girl deliberately. They are only half alive, I think. I almost wish the Boche had been in your land. They are cold, la. Not so very nice to kiss, eh? They're not all like that, said Pennell. Ah, no. But you like the girls of France the best, mon ami, is it not so? She leaned across towards him significantly. Pennell laughed. Now, yes, perhaps, he said deliberately. But after the war... And he shrugged his shoulders like a Frenchman. A shade passed over the girl's face, and she got up. It is so, she said lightly. Monsieur speaks very true, oh, very true. The girls of France now, they are gay, they are alive, they smile, and it is war, and you men want these things. But after, oh, I know you English, you'll go home and be, how do you say, respectable, and marry an English miss and have, many, many babies, and wear the top hat and go to church. There is no country like England. She made a little gesture. What do you believe, you English? In le bon Dieu? No? In love? Ah, no. And what then? Je ne sais. She laughed again. What have I said? Forgive me, monsieur, and you also, monsieur le capitaine. But I do see a friend of mine. See, I go. Bonsoir. She looked deliberately at Peter a moment, then smiled comprehensively, and left them. Peter saw that Alex had gone already. He asked no questions, but looked at Pennell inquiringly. I think so, Padre. I've had enough of it tonight. Let's clear. We can get back in time for mess. They went out into the darkening streets, crossed an open square, and turned down a busy road to the docks. They walked quickly, but Peter seemed to himself conscious of everyone that passed. He scanned faces as if to read a riddle in them. There were men who lounged by, gay, reckless, out for fun plainly, but without any other sinister thought apparently. There were Tommies who saluted and trudged on heavily. There were a couple of Yorkshire boys who did not notice them, flushed, animal, making determinedly for a destination down the street. There was one man at least who passed walking alone, with a tense, greedy, hard face, and Peter all but shuddered. The lit shops gave way to a railed space, dark by contrast, and a tall building of old blackened stone, here and there chipped white, loomed up. Moved by an impulse, Peter paused. "Let's see if it's open, Pennell," he said. "Do you mind? I won't be a second." "Not a scrap, old man," said Pennell. "I'll come in too." Peter walked up to a padded, leather-covered door and pushed. It swung open. They stepped into a faintly broken silence, and stood still. Objects loomed up indistinctly, great columns, altars, pews. Far away a light flickered and twinkled, and from the top of the aisle across the church from the door by which they had entered, a radiance glowed and lost itself in the black spaces of the high roof and wide nave. Peter crossed towards that side, and his companion followed. They trod softly, like good Englishmen in church, and they moved up the aisle a little to see more clearly, and so, having reached a place from which much was visible, remained standing for a few seconds. The light streamed from an altar, and from candles about it set around a figure of the Mother of God. In front knelt a priest, and behind him, straggling back in the pews, a score or so of women, some children, and a blue-coated French soldier or two. The priest's voice sounded thin and low. Neither could hear what he said. The congregation made rapid responses regularly, but eliding the, to them, familiar words. There was then the murmur of repeated prayer, like muffled knocking on a door, and nothing more. "Let's go," whispered Pennell at last. They went out and shut the door softly behind them. As they did so, some other door was opened noisily and banged, while footsteps began to drag slowly across the stone floor and up the aisle they had come down. The newcomer subsided into a pew with a clatter on the boards, but the murmured prayers went on unbroken. Outside, the street engulfed them. The same faces passed by.
A streetcar banged and clattered up towards the centre of the town, packed with jovial people. Pennell looked towards it half-longingly. "Great Scott, Graham! I wish now we hadn't come away so soon," he said.
End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 8. The lower valley of the Seine is one of the most beautiful and interesting river stretches in northern Europe. It was the high street of old Normandy, and feudal barons and medieval monks have left their mark upon it. From the castle of Tronqueville to the abbey of Jumièges you can read the story of their doings, or when you stand in the Roman circus at Lillebon, or enter the ancient cloister of Monsieur Maeterlinck's modern residence at Saint-Vandrille, see plainly enough the writing of a still older legend, such as appeared once on the wall of a palace in Babylon. On the left bank, steep hills, originally wholly clothed with forest and still thickly wooded, run down to the river with few breaks in them, each break, however, being garrisoned by an ancient town. Of these, Caudebec stands unrivalled. On the right bank the flat plain of Normandy stretches to the skyline, pink and white in spring, with miles of apple orchards. The white clouds chase across its fair blue sky, driven by the winds from the sea, and tall poplars rise in their uniform rows along the river as if to guard a paradise. Caudebec can be reached from Le Havre in a few hours, and although cars for hire and petrol were not abundant in France at the time, one could find a chauffeur to make the journey if one was prepared to pay. Given fine weather, it was an ideal place for a day off in the spring, and Peter knew it. In the Grand Magasin, Julie had talked of a day off, and a party of 4 had been mooted, but when he had leisure to think of it, Peter found himself averse to 4, and particularly if one of the 4 were to be Donovan. He admitted it freely to himself. Donovan was the kind of a man, he thought, that Julie must like, and he was the kind of a man, too, to put him, Peter, into the shade. Ordinarily he asked for no better companion, but he hated to see Julie and Jack together. He could not make the girl out, and he wanted to do so. He wanted to know what she thought about many things, and incidentally, of course, what she thought about him. He had argued all this over next morning while shaving, and had ended by cutting himself. It was a slight matter, but it argued a certain absent-mindedness, and it brought him back to decency. He perceived that he was scheming to leave his friend out, and he fought resolutely against the idea. Therefore, that afternoon he went to the hospital, spent a couple of hours chatting with the men, and finally wound up in the nurse's mess-room for tea as usual. It was a little room, long and narrow, at the end of the biggest ward, but its windows looked over the sea, and it was convenient to the kitchen. Coloured illustrations cut from magazines and neatly mounted on brown paper decorated the walls, but there was little else by way of furniture or ornament except a long table and chairs. One could get but little talk except of a scrappy kind, for nurses came continually in and out for tea, and indeed Julie had only a quarter of an hour to spare. But he got things fixed up for the following Thursday, and he left the place to settle with Donovan. That gentleman's company of native labour was lodged a mile or so through the docks from Peter's camp, on the banks of the Tronqueville Canal. It was enlivened at frequent intervals, day and night, by the sirens of tugs bringing strings of barges to the docks, whence their cargo was borne overseas in the sea-going tramps, or, of course, taking equally long strings to the Seine for Rouen and Paris. It was mud and cinders underfoot, and it was walled off with corrugated iron sheeting and barbed wire from the attentions of some hundreds of Belgian refugees who lived along the canal and parallel roads in every conceivable kind of resting place, from ancient bathing vans to broken-down railway trucks. But there were trees along the canal, and reeds and grass, so that there were worse places than Donovan's camp in Le Havre. Peter found his friend surveying the endeavours of a gang of boys to construct a raised causeway from the officers' mess to the orderly room, and he promptly broached his object. Donovan was entranced with the proposal, but he could not go. He was adamant about it. He could possibly have got off, but it meant leaving his something camp for a whole day, and just at present he couldn't. Peter could get Pennell or anyone. Another time, perhaps, but not now, for thus can the devil trap his victims? Peter pushed back for home on his bicycle, but stopped at the docks on his way to look up Pennell. That gentleman was bored, weary, and inclined to be blasphemous. It appeared that for the whole infernal day he'd had to watch the offloading of motor spares, that he'd had no lunch, and that he could not get away for a day next week if he tried. "'Tisn't everyone can get a day off whenever he wants to, Padre," he said. "In the next war I shall be—" Peter turned hard on his heel and left him complaining to the derricks. He was now all but cornered. There was nobody else he particularly cared to ask, unless it were Arnold, and he could not imagine Arnold and Julie together. It appeared to him that fate was on his side. It only remained to persuade Julie to come alone. He pedalled back to mess and to dinner, and then, about 8:30, strolled round to the hospital again. It was late, of course, but he was a padre, and the hospital padre, and privileged. He knew exactly what to do, and that he was really as safe as houses in doing it, and yet this intriguing by night made him uncomfortable still. He told himself he was an ass to think so, but he could not get rid of the sensation. Julie would be on duty till 9:30, and he could easily have a couple of minutes' conversation with her in the ward. He followed the railway track then along the harbour, and went in under the great roof of the empty station. On the far platform a hospital train was being made ready for its return run, but except for a few cleaners and orderlies, the place was empty. An iron stairway led up from the platform to the wards above. He ascended and found himself on a landing with the door of the theatre open before him. There was a light in it, and he caught the sound of water. Some pro was cleaning up. He moved down the passage and cautiously opened the door of the ward. It was shaded and still. Somewhere a man breathed heavily, and another turned in his sleep. Just beyond the red glow of the stove, with the empty armchairs in a circle before it, were screens from which came a subdued light. He walked softly between the beds towards them, and looked over the top. Inside was a little sanctum, a desk with a shaded reading lamp, a chair, a couch, a little table with flowers upon it, and a glass and jug, and on the floor by the couch a work-basket. Julie was at the desk writing in a big official book, and he watched her for a moment unobserved. It was almost as if he saw a different person from the girl he knew. She was at work, and a certain hidden sadness showed clearly in her face. But the little brown fringe of hair on her forehead and the dimpled chin were the same. "Good evening," he whispered. She looked up quickly with a start, and he noticed curiously how rapidly the laughter came back to her face. "You did startle me, Solomon," she said. "What is it?" "I want to speak to you a minute about Thursday," he said. "Can I come in?" She got up and came round the screens. "Follow me," she said, "and don't make a noise." She led him across the ward to the wide veranda, opening the door carefully and leaving it open behind her, and then walked to the balustrade and glanced down. The hospital ship had gone, and there was no one visible on the wharf. The stars were hidden, and there was a suggestion of mist on the harbour, through which the distant lights seemed to flicker. "You're coming on, Solomon," she said mockingly. "Never tell me you'd have dared to call on the hospital to see a nurse by night a few weeks ago. Suppose Matron came round. There's no dangerous case in my ward." "Not among the men, perhaps," said Peter mischievously. "But look here, about Thursday. Donovan can't go, nor Pennell, and I don't know anyone else I want to ask." "Well, I'll see if I can raise a man. One or two of the doctors are fairly decent, or I can get a convalescent out of the officers' hospital." She had the lights behind her, and he could not see her face, but he knew she was laughing at him, and it spurred him on. "Don't rag, Julie," he said. "You know I want you to come alone." There was a perceptible pause. Then, "I can't cut Tommy," she said. "Not for once," he urged. She turned away from him and looked down at the water. It is curious how there come moments of apprehension in all our lives when we want a thing but know quite well we are mad to want it. Julie looked into the future for a few seconds and saw plainly, but would not believe what she saw. When she turned back, she had her old manner completely. "You're a dear old thing," she said, "and I'll do it. But if it gets out that I gadded about for a day with an officer, even though he is a padre, and that we went miles out of town, there'll be some row, my boy. Quick now, I must get back. What's the plan?"
"Thanks awfully," said Peter. "It will be a rag. What time can you get off?"
"Oh, after breakfast, easily. Say 8:30.
"Right. Well, take the tram car to Harfleur. You know, as far as it goes. I'll be at the terminus with a car. What time must you be in?"
"I can get late leave till 10, I think," she said.
"Good. That gives us heaps of time. We'll lunch and tea in Quarterbeck and have some sandwiches for the road home."
"And if the car breaks down?"
"It won't," said Peter. "You're lucky in love, aren't you?"
She did not laugh.
"I don't know," she said. "Good night."
And then Peter had walked home, thinking of Hilda, and he had sat by the sea and come to the conclusion that he was a rotter, but in the web of fate and much to be pitied, which is like a man. And then he played auction till midnight and lost 10 francs, and gone to bed, concluding that he was certainly unlucky at cards. As Peter sat in his car at the Harfleur terminus that Thursday, it must be confessed that he was largely indifferent to the beauties of the same valley that he professedly come to see. He was nervous, to begin with, lest he should be recognized by anyone, and he was in one of his troubled moods. But he had not long to wait. The tram came out, and he threw away his cigarette and walked to meet the passengers. Julie looked very smart in the grey, with its touch of scarlet, but she was discontented with it. "If only I could put on a few glad rags," she said, as she climbed into the car. "This would be perfect. You men can't know how a girl comes to hate uniform. It's not bad occasionally, but you have to wear it always. It spoils chances. But I've got my new shoes and silk stockings on," she added, sticking out a neat ankle, "and my skirt is not vastly long, is it? Besides, underneath, if it's any consolation to you, I've really pretty things. Uniform or not, I see no reason why one should not feel joyful next the skin. What do you think?" Peter agreed heartily, and tucked a rug round her. "There's the more need for this, then," he said. "Oh, I don't know. Silk always makes me feel so comfortable that I can't be cold. Isn't it a heavenly day? We are lucky, you know. It might have been beastly. Lord, but I'm going to enjoy myself today, my dear. I warn you, I've got to forget how Tommy looked when I put her off with excuses. I felt positively mean." "What did she say?" asked Peter. "That she didn't mind at all, as she had got to write letters," said Julie. "Solomon, Tommy's a damn good sort. Give us a cigarette, and don't look blue. We're right out of town." Peter got out his case. "Don't call me Solomon today," he said. Julie threw herself back in her corner and shrieked with laughter. The French chauffeur glanced round and grimaced appreciatively, and Peter felt a fool. "What am I to call you, then?" she demanded. "You are a funny old thing, and now you look more of a Solomon than ever." "Call me Peter," he said. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "I'm really beginning to enjoy myself," she said. "But look here, you mustn't begin like this. How in the world do you think we shall end up if you do? You'll have nothing left to say, and I shall be worn to a rag, and a temper warding off your sentimentality." "Julie," said Peter, "are you ever serious? I can't help it, you know. I suppose because I am a parson, though I am such a rotten one." "Who says you're a rotten one?" "Everybody who tells the truth. Besides, I know it. I feel an absolute stummer when I go round the wards. I never can say a word to the men." "They like you awfully. You know little Jimmy, that kiddie who came in the other day, who was always such a brick? Well, last night I went and sat with him a bit because he was in such pain. I told him where I was going today as a secret. What do you think he said about you?" "I don't want to know," said Peter hastily. "Well, you shall. He said if more parsons were like you, more men would go to church. What do you make of that, old Solomon?" "It isn't true to start with. A few might come for a little, but they would soon fall off. And if they didn't, they get no good. I don't know what to say to them." Julie threw away her cigarette stump. "One sees a lot of human nature in hospitals, my boy," she said, "and it doesn't leave one with many illusions. But from what I've seen, I should say nobody does much good by talking." "You don't understand," said Peter. "Look here, I shouldn't call you religious in a way at all. Don't be angry. I don't know, but I don't think so, and I don't think you can possibly know what I mean." "I used to do the flowers in church regularly at home," she said. "I believe in God, though you think I don't." Peter sighed. "Let's change the subject," he said. "Have you seen any more of that Australian chap lately?" "Rather.
He's engaged to a girl I know, and I reckon I'm doing her a good turn by sticking to him. He's a bit of a devil, you know, but I think I can keep him off the French girls for a bit."
Peter looked at her curiously. "You know what he is, and you don't mind, then?" he said.
"Good Lord, no," she replied. "My dear boy, I know what men are. It isn't in their nature to stick to one girl only. He loves Edie all right, and he'll make her a good husband one day, if she isn't too particular and inquisitive. If I were married, I'd give my husband absolute liberty, and I'd expect it in return. But I shall never marry. There isn't a man who can play fair. They'll take their own pleasures, but they are all as jealous as possible. I've seen it hundreds of times."
"You amaze me," said Peter. "Let's talk straight. Do you mean to say that if you were married, and your husband ran up to Paris for a fortnight, and you knew exactly what he'd gone for, you wouldn't mind?"
"No," she declared roundly, "I wouldn't. He'd come back all the more fond of me. I know I'd be a fool to expect anything else."
Peter stared at her. She was unlike anything he had ever seen. Her moral standards, if she had any, he added mentally, were so different from his own that he was absolutely floored. He thought grimly that alone in a motor car he got among the multitude with a vengeance. "Have you ever been in love?" he demanded. She laughed.
"Solomon, you're the quaintest creature. Do you think I'd tell you if I had been? You never ought to ask anyone that. But if you want to know, I've been in love hundreds of times. It's a queer disease, but not serious. At least, not if you don't take it too seriously."
"You don't know what love is at all," he said. She faced him fairly and unashamed.
"I do," she said. "It's an animal passion for the purpose of populating the earth. And if you ask me, I think it is rather a dirty trick on the part of God."
"You don't mean that," he said, distressed. She laughed again merrily and slipped her hand into his under the rug.
"Peter," she said, "there, am I not good? You aren't made to worry about these things. I don't know that anyone is. We can't help ourselves, and the best thing is to take our pleasures when we can find them. I suppose you'll be shocked at me, but I'm not going to pretend. I wasn't built that way. If this were a closed car, I'd give you a kiss."
"I don't want that sort of kiss," he said. "That was what you gave me the other night. I want—"
"You don't know what you want, my dear, though you think you do. You shouldn't be so serious. I'm sure I kiss very nicely. Plenty of men think so. Anyway, and if there is nothing in that sort of kiss, why not kiss? Is there a commandment against it? I suppose our grandmothers thought so, but we don't. Besides, I've been east of Suez, where there ain't no 10 Commandments. There's only one real rule left in life for most of us, Peter, and that's this. Be a good pal and don't worry."
Peter sighed. "You and I were turned out differently, Julie," he said. "But I like you awfully. You attract me so much that I don't know how to express it. There's nothing mean about you, and nothing sham, and I admire your pluck beyond words. It seems to me that you've looked life in the face and laughed. Anybody can laugh at death, but very few of us at life. I think I'm terrified of it. And that's the awful part about it all, for I ought to know the secret, and I don't. I feel an absolute hypocrite at times, when I take a service, for example. I talk about things I don't understand in the least, even about God, and I began to think I know nothing about him." He broke off, utterly miserable.
"Poor old boy," she said softly. "Is it as bad as that?"
He turned to her fiercely. "You darling," he said, carried away by her tone. "I believe I'd rather have you than God." She did not move in her corner, nor did she smile now.
"I wonder," she said slowly. "Peter, it's you that hate shams, not I. It's you that are brave, not I. I play with shams because I know they're shams, but I like playing with them. But you are greater than I. You are not content with playing. One of these days— I don't know."
She broke off and looked away. Peter gripped her hand tightly. "Don't, little girl," he said. "Let's forget for today. Look at those primroses. They're the first I've seen. Aren't they heavenly?" They ran into Quarterbeck in good time, and lunched at an hotel overlooking the river with great enthusiasm. To Peter it was utterly delicious to have her by him. She was as gay as she could possibly be, and made fun over everything. Sitting daintily before him, her daring, unconventional talk carried him away. She chose the wine, and after déjeuner sat with her elbows on the table, puffing at a cigarette, her brown eyes alight with mischief, apparently without a thought for tomorrow. "Oh, I say," she said, "do look at that party in the corner. The old Major's well away, and the girl'll have a job to keep him in hand. I wonder where they're from. Rouen, perhaps. There was a car at the door. What do you think of the girl?" Peter glanced back. "No better than she ought to be," he said. "No, I don't suppose so. But they are gay, these French girls. I don't wonder men like them. And they have a hard time. I'd give them a leg up any day if I could. I can't, though. So if you ever get a chance, do it for me, will you?" Peter assented. "Come on," he said. "Finish that glass if you think you can, and let's get out." "Here's the best, then, I've done. What are we going to see?" For a couple of hours they wandered round the old town, with its narrow streets and even 15th-century houses, whose backs actually leaned over the swift little river that ran all but under the place to the Seine. They penetrated through an old mill to its back premises, and climbed precariously round the water-wheel to reach a little moss-grown platform from which the few remaining massive stones of the Norman wall and castle could still be seen. The old abbey kept them a good while. Julie interested Peter enormously as they walked about its cool aisles and tried to make out the legends of its ancient glass. She had nothing of that curious kind of shyness most people have in a church, and that he would certainly have expected of her. She joked and laughed a little at it, at a queer row of mutilated statues packed into a kind of chapel to keep quiet out of the way till wanted, at the vivid red of the Red Sea engulfing Pharaoh and all his host, but not in the least irreverently. He recalled a saying of a book he had once read, in which a Roman Catholic priest had defended the homeliness of an Italian congregation by saying that it was right for them to be at home in their Father's house. It was almost as if Julie were at home, yet he shrank from the inference. She was entirely ignorant of everything, except perhaps of a little biblical history, but she made a most interested audience. Once he thought she was perhaps egging him on for his own pleasure. When he grew more silent, she urged him to explain. "It's ripping going round with somebody who knows something," she said. "Most of the men one meets know absolutely nothing. They're very jolly, but one gets tired. I could listen to you for ages." Peter assured her that he was almost as ignorant as they, but she was shrewdly insistent. "You read more. You understand what you read," she said. "Most people don't, I know." They bought picture postcards off a queer old woman in a peasant headdress, and then came back to the river and sat under the shade of a line of great trees to wait for the tea the hotel had guaranteed them. Julie now did all the talking, of South Africa, of gay adventures in France and on the voyage, and of the men she had met. She was as frank as possible, but Peter wondered how far he was getting to know the real girl. Tea was an unusual success for France. It was real tea, but then there was reason for that, for Julie had insisted on going into the big kitchen, to Madame's amusement and Monsieur's open admiration, and making it herself. But the chocolate cakes, the white bread and proper butter, and the cream were a miracle. Peter wondered if you could get such things in England now, and Julie gaily told him that the French made laws only to break them, with several instances thereof. She declared that if a food ration officer existed in Caudebec, he must be in love with the landlady's daughter, and that she only wished she could get to know such an official in Havre. The daughter in question waited on them, and Julie and she chummed up immensely. Finally, she was dispatched to produce a collection of army badges and buttons. Scalps, Julie called them. When they came, they turned them over. All ranks were represented, or nearly so, and most regiments that either could remember. There were Canadian, Australian, and South African badges, and at last Julie declared that only one was wanting. "What do we give for this officer's badge?" she demanded, seizing hold of one of Peter's Maltese crosses. The girl looked at it curiously. "What is it?" she said. "It's the badge of the Sacred Legion," said Julie gravely. "You know Malta? Well, that's part of the British Empire, of course, and the English used to have a regiment there to defend it from the Turks. It was a great honour to join, and so it was called the Sacred Legion. This officer is a captain in it."
"Shut up, Julie," said Peter sotto voce. But nothing would stop her.
"Come now," she said. "What will you give? You'll give her one for a kiss, won't you, Solomon?"
The girl laughed and blushed.
"Not before mademoiselle," she said, looking at Peter. "Oh, I'm off," cried Julie. "I'll spare you one, but only one, remember." And she deliberately got up and left them. "Mademoiselle was très jolie," said the girl, collecting her badges. Peter detached a cross and gave it to her, and she demurely put up her mouth. He kissed her lightly, and walked leisurely out to settle the bill and call the car. He had entirely forgotten his depression, and the world seemed good to him. He hummed a little song by the water's edge as he waited, and thought over the day. He could never remember having had such a one in his life. Then he recollected that one badge was gone, and he abstracted the other. Without his badges he would not be known as a chaplain. When Julie appeared, she made no remark, as he had half expected. They got in and started off back in the cooling evening. Near Tonqueville they stopped the car to have the hood put up, and strolled up into the grounds of the old castle while they waited. "Extraordinary must have been to have lived in a place like this," said Peter. "Rather," said Julie, "and beyond words awful to the women. I cannot imagine what they must have been like, but I think they must have been something like native African women." "Why?" queried Peter. "Oh, because a native woman never reads, and hardly goes 5 miles from her village. She's a human animal who bears children and keeps the house of her master. That's all. That's what these women must have done." "The church produced some different types," said Peter, "but they had no chance elsewhere, perhaps. Still, I expect they were as happy as we, perhaps happier." "And their cows were happier still, I should think," laughed Julie. "No, you can't persuade me. I wouldn't have been a woman in those days for the world." "And now?" asked Peter. "Rather. We have much the best time on the whole. We can do what we like pretty well. If we want us to be men, we can. We can put on riding breeches even and run a farm. But if we like, we can wear glad rags and nice undies and be more woman than ever." "And in the end thereof?" Peter couldn't help asking. "Oh," said Julie lightly, "one can settle down and have babies if one wants to, and sit in a drawing-room and talk scandal as much as one likes. Not that I shall do either, thank you. I don't know what I shall do. Solomon, you're at your worst. Pick me some of those primroses and let's be going. You never can tell, we may have to walk home yet." Peter plucked a few of the early blooms, and she pushed them into her waist-belt. Then they went back to the car and got in again. "Cold?" he asked, after a little. "A bit," she said. "Tuck me up, and don't sit in that far corner all the time. You make me feel chilly to look at you. I hate sentimental people, but if you tried hard and were nice, I could work up quite a lot of sentiment just now." He laughed and tucked her up as required. Then he lit a cigarette and slipped his arm round her waist. "Is that better?" he said. "Much, but you can't have had much practice. Now, tell me stories." Peter had a mind to tell her several, but he refrained, and they grew silent. "Do you think we shall have another day like this?" he demanded, after a little. "I don't see why not," she said, "but one never knows, does one? The chances are we shan't. It's a queer old world." "Let's try, anyway. I've loved it," he said. "So have I," said Julie. "It's the best day I've had for a long time, Peter. You're a nice person to go out with, you know, though I mustn't flatter you too much. You should develop the gift. It's not everyone that has it." "I've no wish to," he said. "You are an old bear," she laughed. "But you don't mean all you say, or rather you do, for you will say what you mean." "You shouldn't, Peter. It's not done nowadays, and it gives one away. If you were like me now, you could say and do anything, and nobody would mind. They'd never know what you meant, and of course, all the time, you'd mean nothing." "So you mean nothing all the time?" he queried. "Of course," she said merrily. "What do you think?" That jarred Peter a little, so he said nothing, and silence fell on them. And at the Hôtel de Ville in the city, he asked if she would mind finishing alone. "Not a bit, old thing, if you want to go anywhere," she said. He apologized. "Arnold, he's our padre, is likely to be at the club, and I promised I'd walk home with him." He lied remorselessly. "It's beastly rude, I know, but I thought you'd understand."
She looked at him and laughed.
"I believe I do," she said.
He stopped the car and got out, settling with the man and glancing up at a clock. "You'll be in at 9:45, he said, "as proper as possible. And thank you so much for coming."
"Thank you, Solomon," she replied. "It's been just topping. Thanks awfully for taking me. And come in to tea soon, won't you?"
He promised and held out his hand. She pressed it and waved out of the window as the car drove off. And no sooner was it in motion than he cursed himself for a fool. Yet he knew why he had done as he had there in the middle of the town. He knew that he feared she would kiss him again, as before. Not noticing where he went, he set off through the streets, making, unconsciously almost, for the sea, and the dark boulevards that led from the gaily lit centre of the city towards it. He walked slowly, his mind a chaos of thoughts, and so ran into a curious adventure. As he passed a side street he heard a man's uneven steps on the pavement, a girl's voice, a curse, and the sound of a fall. Then followed an exclamation in another woman's voice, and a quick sentence in French. Peter hesitated a minute, and then turned down the road to where a small group was faintly visible. As he reached it, he saw that a couple of street girls were bending over a man who lay sprawling on the ground, and he quickened his steps to a run. His boots were rubber-soled and all but noiseless. "Here, I say," he said as he came up, "let that man alone. What are you doing?" he added in halting French. One of the two girls gave a little scream, but the other straightened herself, and Peter perceived that he knew her. It was Louise of Travellini's. "What are you doing?" he demanded again in English. "Is he hurt?" "No, no, monsieur," said Louise. "He is but zigzag. We found him a little way down the street, and he cannot walk easily. So we help him. If the gendarme, how do you call him, the red cap, see him, maybe he will get into trouble. But now you come. You will doubtless help him. Vraiment, he is in luck. We go now, monsieur." Peter bent over the fallen man. He did not know him, but saw he was a subaltern, though a middle-aged man. The fellow was very drunk, and did little else than stutter curses in which the name of our Lord was frequent. Peter pulled at his arm, and Louise stooped to help him. Once up, he got his arm round him and demanded where he lived. The man stared at them foolishly. Peter gave him a bit of a shake and demanded the address again. "Come on," he said, "pull yourself together, for the Lord's sake. We shall end before the 8 p.m. if you don't. What's your camp, you fool?" At that the man told him stammeringly, and Peter sighed his relief. "I know," he said to Louise. "It's not far. I'll maybe get a taxi at the corner." She pushed him towards a doorway. "Wait a minute," she said. "I live here. It's all right. I will get a fiacre. I know where to find one." She darted away. It seemed long to Peter, but in a few minutes a horn tooted and a cab came round the corner. Between them they got the subaltern in, and Peter gave the address. Then he pulled out his purse before stepping in himself, opened it, found a 10-franc note, and offered it to Louise. The girl of the street and the tavern pushed it away. "La!" she exclaimed. "Vite, get in! Bon Dieu! Should I be paid for a kindness? Poor boy! He does not know what he does. He will have a head, terrible in the morning. And see, he has fought for la patrie." She pointed to a gold wound stripe on his arm. "Bonsoir, monsieur." She stepped back and spoke quickly to the driver, who was watching sardonically. He nodded. "Bonsoir, monsieur," she said again, and disappeared in the doorway. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 9. A few weeks later, the War Office, if it was the War Office, but one gets into the habit of attributing these things to the War Office, had one of its regular spasms. It woke up suddenly with a touch of nightmare, and it got fearfully busy for a few weeks before going to sleep again. All manner of innocent people were dragged into the vortex of its activities, and blameless lives were disturbed and terrorized. This particular enthusiasm involved even such placid and contented souls as the chaplain-general, the principal chaplain, their entire staffs, and a great many of their rank and file. It created a new department, acquired many additional officers for the BEF, dragged from their comfortable billets a certain number of high-principled base officers, and then, by the mercy of Providence, flickered out almost as soon as the said officers had made themselves a little more comfortable than before in their new posts. It was so widespread a disturbance that even Peter Graham, most harmless of men, with plenty of his own fish to fry, was dragged into it, as some leaf floating placidly downwards may be caught and whirled away in an excited eddy. More definitely, it removed him from Havre and Julie just when he was beginning to want most definitely to stay there, and of course, when it happened, he could hardly know that it was to be but a temporary separation. He was summoned then, one fine morning, to his ACG's office in town, and he departed on a bicycle, turning over in his mind such indiscretions of which he had been guilty, and wondering which of them was about to trip him. Pennell had been confident indeed, and particular. "You're in for it, old bean," he had said. "There's a limit to the patience even of the Church. They're going to say that there is no need for you to visit hospitals after dark, and that their padres mustn't be seen out with nurses who smoke in public. And all power to their elbow, I say." Peter's reply was certainly not in the prayer book, and would probably have scandalized its compilers, but he thought secretly that there might be something in what his friend said. Consequently, he rode his bicycle carelessly, and was indifferent to tram lines and some 6 inches of nice sticky mud on parts of the pavé. In the ordinary course, therefore, these things revenged themselves upon him. He came off neatly and conveniently opposite a small café de bille at a turn in the dock road, and the mud prevented the pavé from seriously hurting him. A Frenchman, minding the cross lines, picked him up, and he, Madame, her assistant, and a customer, carried him into the kitchen off the bar, and washed and dried him. The least he could do was a glass of French beer all round, with a franc to the dock labourer who straightened his handlebars and tucked in a loose spoke. And for all this the War Office, if it was the War Office, for it may quite possibly have been Lord Northcliffe or Mr. Bottomley or some other controller of our national life, was directly responsible. When one thinks that in 100 places just such disturbances were in progress in 10 times as many innocent lives, one is appalled at their effrontery. They ought to eat and drink more carefully, or take liver pills. However, in due time Peter sailed up to the office of his immediate chief, but little the worse for wear, and was ushered in. He was prepared for a solitary interview, but he found a council of some 24 persons, who included an itinerant bishop, an Oxford professor, a few YMCA ladies, and, triumph of the ACG, a Labour member. Peter could not conceive that so great a weight of intellect could be involved in his affairs, and took comfort. He seated himself on a wooden chair, and put on his most intelligent appearance, and if it was slightly marred by a mud streak at the back of his ear, overlooked by Madame's kindly assistant who had attended to that side of him, he was not really to blame. Again, it was the fault of Lord Northcliffe, or any of the rest of them. It transpired that he was slightly late. The bishop had been speaking. He was a good bishop and eloquent, and as the ACG, who now rose to take the matter in hand, remarked, he had struck the right note. In all probability it was due to Peter's having missed that note that he was so critical of the scheme. The note would have toned him up. He would have felt a more generous sympathy for the lads in the field, and would have been more definitely convinced that something must be done. If not plainly stated in the Holy Scriptures, his lordship had at least found it indicated there, but Peter was not aware of this. He only observed that the note had made everyone solemn and intense, except the Labour member. That gentleman, indeed, interrupted the ACG before he was fairly on his legs with the remark, "Begging your pardon, sir, but as this is an informal conference, does anyone mind if I smoke?" Peter's ACG was anything but a fool, and the nightmare from headquarters had genuinely communicated itself to him. He felt all he said, and he said it ably. He lacked only in one regard. He had never been down among the multitude. He knew exactly what would have to have been in his own mind for him to act as he believed some of them were acting, and he knew exactly how he would, in so deplorable a condition of affairs, have set about remedying it. These things, then, he stated boldly and clearly. As he proceeded, the YMCA ladies got out notebooks, the professor allowed himself occasional applause, and the Labour member lit another pipe. It appeared there was extreme unrest and agitation among the troops, or at least a section of the troops, for no one could say that the armies in the field were not magnificent. They got to remember that the Tommy of today was not as the Tommy of yesterday. Not that he suffered by comparison, but that he was far better educated and far more inclined to think for himself. They were well aware that a little knowledge was a dangerous thing, or again, as his friend the bishop would have doubtless put it, how great a matter a little fire kindleth. There was no escaping it. Foreign propaganda, certain undesirable books and papers, he need hardly say, outside the control of the reputable press, and even socialistic agitators were abroad in the army. He did not wish to say too much. It was enough to remind them of what, possibly, they already knew, that certain depots on certain occasions had refused to sing the national anthem, and were not content with their wages. Insignificant as these things might be in detail, GHQ had felt there was justifiable cause for alarm. This meeting had gathered to consider plans for a remedy. Now he thanked God that they were not Prussians. There must be no attempt at coercion. A war for liberty must be won by free people. One had, of course, to have discipline in the army, but theirs was today a citizen army. His friend, who had left his parliamentary duties to visit France, might rest assured that the organisations represented there that morning would not forget that. In a word, Tommy had a vote, and he was entitled to it, and should keep it. One day he should even use it, and although no one could wish to change horses crossing a stream, still they hoped that day would speedily come, the day of peace and victory. But meantime, what was to be done? As the bishop had rightly said, something must be done. Resolute on this point, HQ had called in the CG and the PC, and, he believed, expert opinion on both sides of the House of Commons, and the general opinion agreed upon was that Tommy should be educated to vote correctly when the time came, and to wait peacefully for that time. The professor could tell them of schemes even now in process of formation at home, in order that the land they loved might be cleaner, sweeter, better, and happier in the days to come. But Tommy, meantime, did not know of these things. He was apparently under the delusion that he must work out his own salvation, whereas, in point of fact, it was being worked out for him, scientifically and religiously. If these things were clearly laid before him, HQ was convinced that agitation, dissatisfaction, and even revolution, for those who thought that they were actually trending in that direction, would be nipped in the bud. The scheme was simple and far-reaching. Lectures would be given all over the areas occupied by British troops. Every base would be organised in such a way that such lectures and even detailed courses of study should be available for everyone. Every chaplain, hut worker, and social entertainer must do his or her bit. They must know how to speak wisely and well, not all in public, but everyone as the occasion offered, privately, in hut or camp, to inquiring and dissatisfied Tommies. They would doubtless feel themselves insufficient for these things, but study circles were to be formed, and literature obtained, which would completely furnish them with information. He would conclude by merely laying on the table a bundle of the splendid papers and tracts already prepared for this work. The professor would now outline what was being attempted at home, and then the meeting would be open for discussion. The professor was given half an hour, and he made an excellent speech for a cornered and academic theorist. The first 10 minutes he devoted to explaining that he could not explain in the time. In the second, tempering the wind to the shorn lamb, he pointed out that it was no use his outlining schemes not yet completed, or that they could read for themselves, or that possibly without some groundwork they would not understand. And in the third 10 minutes he outlined the committees dealing with the work and containing such well-known names as Robert Smiley, Mr. Button, and Clydens. He sat down. Everyone applauded. The MP and possibly the ACG, because they honestly knew and respected these gentlemen, and the rest because they felt they ought to do so. The meeting was then opened for discussion. Peter took no part in what followed, and indeed nothing over-illuminating was said, save one remark cast upon the waters by the Labour member, which was destined to be found after many days. They were talking of the lectures, and one of the ladies, Peter understood a Girton lecturer, was apparently eager to begin without delay. The MP begged to ask a question. Were there to be questions and a discussion? The ACG glanced at a paper before him and rose. He apologised for omitting to mention it before, but HQ thought it would be subversive of all discipline if, let us say, privates should be allowed to get up and argue with the officers who might have addressed them. They all knew what might be said in the heat of argument. Also, if he might venture to say so, some of their lecturers, though primed with the right lecture, might not be such experts that they could answer every question, and plainly failure to satisfy a questioner might be disastrous. But questions could be written and replies given at the next lecture. He thought, smiling, that some of them would perhaps find that convenient. The MP leaned back in his chair. "Well, sir," he said, "I'm sorry to be a wet blanket, but if that is so, the scheme is wrecked from the start. You don't know the men. I do. I'm not going to line up like the pupils of the Boys' Academy for a spoonful of brimstone and treacle." The meeting was slightly scandalised. The chairman, however, rose to the occasion. That, he said, was a matter for HQ. They were there to do their duty, and being an able person, he did his. In 10 minutes they were formed into study bands, and were pledged to study, with which conclusion the meeting adjourned. Peter was almost out of the door when he heard his name called, and turning saw the ACG beckoning him. He went up to the table and shook hands. "Do you know the Professor?" asked his superior. "Professor, this is Mr. Graham." "How do you do?" said the man of science. "You are Graham of Balliol, aren't you? You read political science and economics a little at Oxford, I think. You ought to be the very man for us, especially as you know how to speak." Peter was confused, but being human, a little flattered. He confessed to the sins enumerated, and waited for more. "Well," said the ACG, "I sent in your name already, Graham. They want you to go to Abbeville for a few weeks. A gathering is to be made there of the more promising material, and you are to get down to the work of making a syllabus, and so on. You will meet other officers from all branches of the service, and it should be interesting and useful. I presume you will be willing to go? Of course it is entirely optional, but I may say that the men who volunteer will not be forgotten." "Quite so," said the Professor. "They will render extremely valuable service. I shall hope to be there part of the time myself." Peter thought quickly of a number of things, as one does at such a moment. Some of them were serious things, and some quite frivolous, like Julie. But he could hardly do otherwise than consent. He asked when he should have to go. "In a few days. You'll have plenty of time to get ready. I should advise you to write for some books and begin to read up a little, for I expect you are a bit rusty, like the rest of us, and I shall hope to have you back lecturing in this army area before long." So to speak, bowed out, Peter made his way home. In the Rue de Paris, Julie passed him, sitting with a couple of other nurses in an ambulance motor lorry, and she waved her hand to him. The incident served to depress him still more, and he was a bit petulant as he entered the mess. He flung his cap on the table and threw himself into a chair. "Well," said Pennell, who was there, "on the peg all right?" "Don't be a fool," said Peter sarcastically. "I'm wanted on the staff. Haig can't manage without me. I've got to leave this perishing suburb and skip up to HQ, and don't you forget it, old dear. I shall probably be a Major General before you get your 3rd pip. Got that?" Pennell took his pipe from his mouth. "What's in the wind now?" he demanded. "Well, you might not have noticed it, but I'm a political and economic expert, and Haig's fed up that you boys don't tumble to the wisdom of the centuries as you ought. Consequently, I've got to instruct you. I'm going to waltz around in a motor car, probably with the tabs up, and lecture. And there aren't to be any questions asked, for that's subversive of discipline." "Good Lord, man, do talk sense. What in the world do you mean?" "I mean jolly well what I say, if you want to know, or something precious like it. The blinking army's got dry rot and revolutionary fever, and we may all be murdered in our little beds unless I put a shoulder to the wheel. That's a bit mixed, but it'll stand. I shall be churning out this thing by the yard in a little." "Any extra pay?" demanded Pennell anxiously. "I can lecture on engineering, and would do for an extra 6pence. "The good Lord preserve us," explained Jenks blasphemously. "But I'm off in your train to Boulogne. Been transferred to our show there. Between ourselves, I'm not sorry to go. It's a decent hole in some ways, Boulogne, and it's time I got out of Rouen. You're a lucky man, Padre, not to be led into temptation by every damned girl you meet. I don't know what they see in me," he continued mournfully, "and at the hour this—" he said. "It's a letter from Langton at Rouen, a chap I met there who writes occasionally. He's been hauled in for this stunt himself, and is to go to Abbeville as well. By Jove, I'll go up with him if I can. Give me some paper, somebody. I'll have to write to him at once, or we'll boss it." "And make a will and write to a dozen girls, I should think," said Pennell. "I don't know what the blooming army's coming to. Might as well chuck it and have peace, I think. But meantime I've got to leave you blighted slackers to gad about the place and go and do an honest day's work. I don't get staff jobs and red tabs. No, I help win the bloody war, that's all. See you before you go, Graham, I suppose. They'll likely run the show for a day or two more without you. There'll be time for you to stand to dinner on the strength of it yet." A week later, Peter met Langton by appointment in the Rouen Club, the two of them being booked to travel that evening via Amiens to Abbeville. His tall friend was drinking a whisky and soda in the smoke-room and talking with a somewhat bored expression to no less a person than Jenks of the ASC. Peter greeted them. "Hello," he said to the latter. "Fancy meeting you here again. Don't say you're going to lecture as well." "The good Lord preserve us," explained Jenks blasphemously. "But I am off in your train to Boulogne. Been transferred to our show there. Between ourselves, I'm not sorry to go. It's a decent hold in some ways, Boulogne, and it's time I got out of Rouen." "You're a lucky man, Padre, not to be led into temptation by every damn girl you meet."
"I don't know what they see in me," he continued mournfully, "and at this hour of the afternoon I don't know what I see in them."
"Nor do I," said Langton. "Have a drink, Graham. There'll be no getting anything on the ruddy train. We leave at 6:30, get in somewhere about 4 a.m. next morning, so far as I can make out."
"You don't sound over cheerful," said Graham.
"I'm not. I'm fed up over this damned lecture stunt. The thing's condemned to failure from the start. At any rate, it's no time for it. Fritz means more by this push than the idiots about here allow. He may not get through, but on the other hand he may. If he does, it's up with us all. Here we are to go lecturing in economics and industrial problems while the damned house is on fire."
Peter took his drink and sat down. "What's your particular subject?" he asked.
"The Empire, colonies, South Africa, Canada. And why? Because I took a degree in history at Cambridge and have done surveying on the CPR. Law, finish that drink and have another."
They went together to the station and got a first to themselves, in which they were fortunate. They spread their kit about the place, suborned an official to warn everyone else off, and then Peter and Langton strolled up and down the platform for half an hour, as the train was not now to start till 7. Somebody told them that there was a row on up the line, though it was not plain how that would affect them. Jenks departed on business of his own. A girl lived somewhere in the neighbourhood.
"How are you getting on now, Padre?" asked Langton.
"I'm not getting on," said Peter. "I'm doing my job as best I can, and I'm seeing all there is to see, but I'm more in a fog than ever. I've got a hospital at Havre, and I distribute cigarettes and the news of the day. That's about all. I get on all right with the men socially, and now and then I meet a keen nonconformist who wants me to pray with them, or an Anglican who wants Holy Communion, but not many. When I preach, I rebuke vice, as the Apostle says, but I'm hanged if I really know why." Langton laughed. "That's a little humorous, Padre," he said. "What about the 10 Commandments?" Peter thought of Julie. He kicked a stone viciously. "Commandments are no use," he said. "Not out here." "Not anywhere," said Langton. "Nor ever, I think, too. Why do you suppose I keep moderately moral? Chiefly because I fear natural consequences, and have a wife and kiddies that I love. Why does Jenks do the opposite? Because he's more of a fool, or less of a coward, and chiefly loves himself. That's all. That's all there is in it for most of us." "You don't fear God at all, then?" demanded Peter. "Oh, that I knew where I might find him," quoted Langton. "I don't believe he thundered on Sinai, at any rate." "Nor spoke in the Sermon on the Mount?" "I'm not so sure, but it seems to me that he said too much, or he said too little there, Graham. One can't help looking on a woman occasionally. And in any case it doesn't seem to me that the sermon is anything like the commandments. Brotherly love is behind the first, fear of a tribal god behind the second. So far as I can see, Christ's creed was to love and to go on loving, and never to despair of love. Love, according to him, was stronger than hate, or commandments, or preaching, or the devil himself.
If he saved souls at all, he saved them by loving them whatever they were, and I reckon he meant us to do the same. What do you make of the woman taking an adultery, the woman who wiped his feet with her hair? Or of Peter, or of Judas? He saved Peter by loving him when he thought he ought to have the 10 Commandments and hell fire thrown at his head, and I reckon he'd have saved Judas by giving him that sop token of love if he hadn't had a soul that would love nothing but himself. "What is love, Langton?" asked Peter, after a pause. The other looked at him curiously and laughed. "Ha! Ask the bishops," he said. "Don't ask me. I don't know. Living with the woman to whom you're married because you fear to leave her, or because you get on all right, or is not love at any rate. I can't see that marriage has got much to do with it. It's a decent convention of society at this stage of development, perhaps, and it may sign and seal love for some people. But I reckon love's love, a big positive thing that's bigger than sin and bigger than the devil. I reckon that if God sees that anywhere, he's satisfied. I don't think Cranmer's marriage service affects him much, nor the laws of the state. If a man cares to do without either, he runs a risk, of course. Society's hard on a woman, and man's meant to be a gregarious creature. But that's all there is in it." "But how can you tell lust from love?" demanded Peter. "You can't, I think," said Langton. "Most men can't, anyway. Women may do, but I don't know. I reckon that what they lust after mostly is babies and a home. I don't think they know it any more than men know that what they're after is the gratification of a passion. But there it is. We're sewer rats crawling up a damned long drain, if you ask me, Padre. I don't know who said it, but it's true." They turned in their walk, and Peter looked out over the old town. In the glow of sunset, the thin iron modern spire of the cathedral had a grace not its own, and the roofs below it showed strong and almost sentient. One could imagine that the distant cathedral brooding over the city heard, saw, and spoke, if in another language than the language of men. "If that were all, Langton," said Peter suddenly, "I'd shoot myself." "You're a queer fellow, Graham," said Langton. "I almost think you might. I'd like to know what becomes of you, anyway. Forgive me, I don't mean to be rude, but you may make a parson yet. But don't found a new religion, for heaven's sake, and don't muddle up man-made laws and God-made instincts, if they are God-made," he added. Peter said nothing until they were waiting at the carriage door for Jenks. Then he said, "Do you think out here men have simply abandoned conventions, and because there is no authority or fear or faith left to them, they do as they please?" Langton settled himself in a corner. "Yes," he said, "that's right in a way, but that's negatively. I go farther than that. Of course, there are a lot of Judas Iscariots about, for whom I shouldn't imagine the devil himself has much time, though I suppose he ought not to judge them. But there are also a lot of fine fellows, and fine women. They are men and women, if I understand it, who have sloughed off the conventions, that are conventions simply for convention's sake, and who are reaching out towards the realities. Most of them haven't an idea of what those are, but dumbly they know. Tommy knows, for instance, who's a good chum and who isn't. That is, he knows that sincerity and unselfishness and pluck are realities. He doesn't care a damn if a chap drinks and swears and commits what the statute book and the prayer book call fornication, and he certainly doesn't think there is an ascending scale of sins, or at any rate that you parsons have got the scale right. "I shouldn't be surprised if we haven't," said Peter. "The Bible lumps liars and drunkards and murderers and adulterers and dogs, whatever that may mean, into hell altogether." "That's so," said Langton, sticking a candle on the window-sill. "But I reckon that's not so much because they lie, or drink, or murder, or lust, or grin about the city like our friend Jenks, who'll likely miss the boat for that very reason, but because of something else they all have in common." "What's that?" demanded Peter. "I haven't the faintest idea," said Langton. At this moment the French guard, an RTO, and Jenks appeared in sight simultaneously, the two former urging the latter along. He caught sight of them and waved. "Help them in," said the RTO, a jovial-looking subaltern, genially. "And keep him there," he added under his voice. He's had all that he can carry. If he gets loose again, he'll be for the high jump. The wonder is he ever got back in time. Peter helped him up. The subaltern glanced at his badges and smiled. He's in good company anyway, Padre, he said. If you're leaving the 99 in the wilderness, here's one to bring home rejoicing. He slammed the door. Righto, he said to the guard. They're all aboard now. The man comprehended the action and waved a flag. The train started after the manner of French trains told off for the use of British soldiers, and gents collapsed on the seat. Damn near thing that, he said unsteadily. Might have missed the bloody boat. I saw my little bit, though. She's a jolly good sort, she is. Blasted strong stuff, that French brandy, though. Whiskey's at the club first, you know. Give us a pound, Padre. I reckon I'll just lie down a bit. Jolly good sort of Padre, skipper. What? Peter helped him into his place, and then came and sat at his feet opposite Langton, who smiled askance at him. I'll read a bit, he said. Jenks won't trouble us further. He'll sleep it off. I know his sort. Got a book, Padre? Peter said he had, but he wouldn't read for a little, and he sat still looking at the country as they jolted past in the dusk. After a while Langton lit his candle and contrived a windscreen, for his centre window was broken, of a newspaper. Peter watched him drowsily. He'd been up early and travelled already that day. The motion helped, too, and in half an hour or so he was asleep. He dreamt that he was preaching Langton's views on the Sermon of the Mount in the pulpit of St. John's, and that the canon, from his place beside the credence table within the altar rails, was shouting at him to stop. In his dream he persisted, however, until that irate dignitary seized the famous and massive offertory dish by his side and hurled it in the direction of the pulpit. The clatter that it made on the stone floor awoke him. He was first aware that the train was no longer in motion, and next that Langton's tall form was leaning half out of the window. Then confused noises penetrated his consciousness, and he perceived that light flickered in the otherwise darkened compartment. "Where are we?" he demanded, now fully awake. "What's up?" Langton answered over his shoulder. "Somewhere outside of a biggish town," he said. "There's the devil of a strafe on. The whole skyline's lit up, but that may be 20 miles off. However, Fritz must have advanced some." He was interrupted by a series of much louder explosions and the rattle of machine-gun fire. "That's near," he said. "Over the town, I should say. An air raid, though it may be long-distance firing. Come and see for yourself." He pulled himself back into the carriage, and Peter leaned out of the window in his turn. It was as the other had said. Flares and sudden flashes that came and went more like summer lightning than anything else lit up the whole skyline, but nearer at hand a steady glow from one or two places showed in the sky. One could distinguish flights of illuminated tracer bullets, and now and again what he took to be very lights exposed to the countryside. Peter saw that they were in a siding, the banks of which reached just above the top of the compartments. It was only by craning that he could see fields and what looked like a house beyond. Men were leaning out of all the windows, mostly in silence. In the compartment next them, a man cursed the Huns for spoiling his beauty sleep. It was slightly overdone, Peter thought. "Good God," said his companion behind him. "Listen!" It was difficult, but between the louder explosions Peter concentrated his senses on listening. In a minute he heard something new, a faint buzz in the air. "Aeroplanes," said Langton coolly. "I hope they don't spot us. Let me see. Maybe it's our planes." He craned out in Peter's place. "I can't see anything," he said, "and you can hear they're flying high." Down the train everyone was staring upwards now. "Christ!" exclaimed Langton suddenly. "Some fool's lighting a pipe. Put that match out there," he called. Other voices took him up. "That's better," he said in a minute. "Forgive my swearing, Padre, but a match might give us away." Peter was silent, and, truth to tell, terrified. He tried hard not to feel it, and glanced at Jenks. He was still asleep and breathing heavily. He pressed his face against the pane and tried to stare up too. "They're coming," said Langton suddenly and quickly. "There they are, too. Hun planes. They may not see us, of course, but they may." He brought his head in again and sat down. "Is there anything we can do?" said Peter. Nothing, said Langton, unless you like to get under the seat. That's no real good. It's on the knees of the gods, Padre, whatever gods there may be. Just then Peter saw one. Sailing obliquely towards them and lit by the light of a flare, the plane looked serene and beautiful. He watched it, fascinated. It's very low, 200 feet, I should say, said Langton behind him. Hope he's no pills left. I wonder whether there's another. Let's have a look the other side. He scarcely got up to cross the compartment when the rattle of a machine gun very nearly broke out. Our fellow's likely, he exclaimed excitedly, struggling with the sash, but they knew the truth almost as he spoke. Langton ducked back. A plane on the other side was deliberately flying up the train, machine-gunning. "Down, Padre, for God's sake!" he exclaimed, and threw himself on the floor. Peter couldn't move. He heard the splintering of glass and a rending of woodwork, some oaths, and a sudden cry. The whir of an engine filled his ears, and seemed as if it were on top of them. Then there was a crash all but at his side, and next instant a half-smothered groan and a dreadful gasp for breath. He couldn't speak. He heard Langton say, "Hit anyone?" And then Jenks, "They got me, Slipper," in a muffled whisper, and he noticed that the hard breathing had ceased. At that he found strength and voice and jumped up. He bent over Jenks. "Where have you got it, old man?" he said, and hardly realized that it was himself speaking. The other was lying just as before, on his back, but he pulled his knees up convulsively, and a rug had slipped off. In a flare Peter saw beads of sweat on his forehead and a white, twisted face. He choked back panic and knelt down. He had imagined it all before, and yet not quite like this. He knew what he ought to say, but for a minute he could not formulate it. "Where are you hit, Jenks?" was all he said. The other turned his head a little and looked at him. "Body, lungs, I think," he whispered. "I'm done, Padre. I've seen chaps before." The words trailed off. Peter gripped himself mentally and steadied his voice. "Jenks, old man," he said, "just a minute. Think about God. You are going to him, you know. Trust him, will you? The blood of Jesus Christ, God's Son, saveth us from all sin." The dying man moved his hands convulsively. "Don't you worry, Padre," he said faintly. "I've been confirmed." The lips tightened a second with pain, and then, "Reckon I won't shirk. Have you got a cigarette?" Peter felt quickly for his case, fumbled and dropped one, then got another into his fingers. He hesitated a second, and then put it to his own lips, struck a match, and puffed at it. He was in the act of holding it to the other, when Langton spoke behind him. "It's no good now, Padre," he said quietly. "It's all over." And Peter saw that it was. The planes did not come back. The officer in charge of the train came down it with a lantern and looked in. "That makes 3, he said. "We can do nothing now, but we'll be in the station in a bit. Don't show any lights. They may come back. Where the hell were our machines, I'd like to know." He went on, and Peter sat down in his corner. Langton picked up the rug and covered up the body. Then he glanced at Peter. "Here," he said, holding out a flask. "Have some of this." Peter shook his head. Langton came over to him. "You must," he said. "It'll pull you together. Don't go under now, Graham. You kept your nerve just now. Come on." At that Peter took it and drained the little cup the other poured out for him. Then he handed it back without a word. "Feel better?" queried the other, a trifle curiously, staring at him. "Yes, thanks," said Peter. "Damn sight better. Poor old Jenks. What blasted luck that he should have got it. Langton, I wish to God it had been me." End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 1 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 1. The charm of the little towns of northern France is very difficult to imprison on paper. It is not exactly that they are old, although there is scarcely one which has not a church, or a chateau, or a quaint medieval street worth coming far to see. Nor that they are particularly picturesque,
for the ground is fairly flat, and they are all but always set among the fields, since it is by agriculture far more than manufacture that they live. But they are clean and cheerful, one thinks of them under the sun, and they are very homely. In them the folk smile simply at you, but not inquisitively as in England, for each bustles gaily about his own affairs, and will let you do what you please, with a shrug of the shoulders. Abbeville is very typical of all this. It has its church, and from the bridge over the Somme the backs of ancient houses can be seen leaning half over the river, which has sung beneath them for 500 years, and it is set in the midst of memories of stirring days. Yet it is not for these that one would revisit the little town, but rather that one might walk by the still canal under the high trees in spring, or loiter in the market-place round what the Hun has left of the statue of the famous admiral with his attendant nymphs, or wander down the winding streets that skirt the ancient church and give glimpses of its unfinished tower. Peter found it very good to be there in the days that followed the death of Jenks. True, it was now nearer to the seat of war than it had been for years, and air raids began to be common, but in a sense the sound of the guns fitted in with his mood. So great a battle was being fought within him that the world could not in any case have seemed wholly at peace, and yet in the quiet fields, or sauntering of an afternoon by the river, he found it easier than at Havre to think. Langton was almost his sole companion, and a considerable intimacy had grown up between them. Peter found that his friend seemed to understand a great deal of his thoughts without explanation. He neither condoled nor exhorted. Rather he watched with an almost shy interest the other's inward battle. They lodged at the Hôtel de l'Angleterre, that hostelry in the street that leads up and out of the town towards Saint-Riquier, which you enter from a courtyard that opens on the road, and has rooms that you reach by means of narrow, rickety flights of stairs, and balconies overhanging the court. The big dining-room wore an air of gloomy festivity. Its chandeliers swathed in brown paper, its faded paint, and its covered-up upholstery suggested that it awaited a day yet to be when it should blossom forth once more in glory, as in the days of old. Till then it was as merry as it could be. Its little tables filled up of an evening with the new cosmopolitan population of the town, and old Jacques bustled round with the good wine, and dropped no hint that the choice brands were nearly at an end in the cellar. Peter and Langton would have their wartime apology for petit déjeuner in bed or alone. Peter, as a rule, was up early, and used to wander out a little and sometimes into church, coming back to coffee as good as ever, but wartime bread instead of rolls on a small table under a low balcony in the courtyard, if it were fine. He would linger over it, and have chance conversation with passing strangers of all sorts, from clerical personages belonging to the church army or the YMCA, to officers who came and went, usually on unrevealed affairs. Then Langton would come down, and they would stroll round to the newly fitted-up office, which had been prepared for the lecture campaign, and glance at maps of districts and exchange news with the officer in charge, who, having done all he could, had now nothing to do but stand by and wait for the next move from a war office that had either forgotten his existence or discovered some hitch in its plans. They had a couple of lectures from people who were alleged to know all about such topics as the food shortage at home or the new plans for housing, but who invariably turned out to be waiting themselves for the precise information that was necessary for successful lectures. After such, they would stroll out through the town into the fields, and Langton would criticise the thing in lurid but humorous language, and they would come back to the club and sit or read till lunch. The club was one of the best in France. It was an old house with lovely furniture, and not too much of it, which stood well back from the street and boasted an old-fashioned garden of shady trees and spring flowers and green lawns. Peter could both read and write in its rooms, and it was there that he finally wrote to Hilda, but not until after much thought. After his day with Julie at Caudebec, one might have supposed that there was nothing left for him to do but break off his engagement to Hilda. But it did not strike him so. For one thing, he was not engaged to Julie or anything like it, and he could not imagine such a situation, even if Julie had not positively repudiated any desire to be either engaged or married. He had certainly declared, in a fit of enthusiasm, that he loved her, but he had not asked if she loved him. He had seen her since, but although they were very good friends, nothing more exciting had passed between them.
Peter was conscious that when he was with Julie she fascinated him, but that when he was away— that was it, when he was away. It certainly was not that Hilda came back and took her place, it was rather that the other things in his mind dominated him. It was a curious state of affairs. He was less like an orthodox parson than he had ever been, and yet he had never thought so much about religion. He agonized over it now. At times his thoughts were almost more than he could bear. It came then to this, that he had not so much changed towards Hilda as changed towards life. Whether he had really fundamentally changed in such a way that a break with the old was inevitable, he did not know. Till then Hilda was part of the old, and if he went back to it she naturally took her old place in it. If he did not, well, there he invariably came to the end of thought. Curiously enough, it was when faced with a mental blank that Julie's image began to rise in his mind. If he admitted her, he found himself abandoning himself to her. He felt sometimes that if he could but take her in his arms he could let the world go by, and God with it. Her kisses were at least a reality. There was neither convention nor subterfuge nor divided allegiance there. She was passion, naked and unashamed, and at least real. And then he would remember that much of this was problematical after all, for they had never kissed as that passion demanded, or at least that he had never so kissed her. He was not sure of the first. He knew that he did not understand Julie, but he felt if he did kiss her it would be a kiss of surrender, of finality. He feared to look beyond that, and he could not if he would. He wrote then to Hilda, and he told of the death of Jenks and of their arrival in Abbeville. "You must understand, dear," he said, "that all this has had a tremendous effect upon me. In that train all that I had begun to feel about the uselessness of my old religion came to a head. I could do no more for that soul than light a cigarette. Possibly no one could have done any more, but I cannot, I will not believe it. Jenks was not fundamentally evil, or at least I don't think so. He was rather a selfish fool who had no control, that's all. He did not serve the devil. It was much more that he had never seen any master to serve. And I could do nothing. I had no master to show him. You may say that this is absurd, that Christ is my master, and I could have shown him. Hilda, so he is. I cling passionately to that. But listen, I can't express him. I don't understand him. I no longer feel that he was animating and ordering the form of religion I administered. It is not that I feel Anglicanism to be untrue and something else, say Wesleyanism, to be true. It is much more that I feel them all to be out of touch with reality. That's it. I don't think you can possibly see it, but that is the main trouble. That too brings me to my next point, and this I find harder still to express. I want you to realize that I feel as if I had never seen life before. I feel as if I had been shown all my days a certain number of pictures and told that they were the real thing, or given certain descriptions and told that they were true. I had always accepted that they were. But, Hilda, they are not. Wickedness is not wicked in the way that I was told it was wicked, and what I was told was salvation is not the salvation men and women want. I've been playing in a fool's paradise all these years, and I've got outside the gate. I'm distressed and terrified, I think, but underneath it all, I am very glad. You will say, what are you going to do? And I can only reply, I don't know. I'm not going to make any vast change, if you mean that. A padre I am, and a padre I shall stay, for the war at least, and none of us can see beyond that at present. What I do mean to do is just this. I mean to try and get down to reality myself and try to weigh it up. I'm going to eat and drink with publicans and sinners. Maybe I shall find my master still there. Peter stopped and looked up. Langton was stretched out in a chair beside him, reading a novel, a pipe in his mouth. Moved by an impulse, he interrupted him. "Old man," he said, "I want you to let me read you a bit of this letter. It's to my girl, but there's nothing rotten in reading it. May I?" Langton did not move. "Carry on," he said shortly. Peter finished and put down the sheet. The other smoked placidly and said nothing. "Well?" demanded Peter impatiently. "I should cut out that last sentence," pronounced the judge. "Why? It's true."
Maybe, but it isn't pretty.
Langton, burst out Peter, I'm sick of prettinesses. I've been stuffed up with them all my life, and so is she. I want to break with them.
Very likely, and I don't say that it won't be the best thing for you to try for a little to do so, but she hasn't been where you've been or seen what you've seen. You can't expect her wholly to understand. And more than that, maybe she is meant for prettinesses. After all, they're pretty.
Peter stabbed the blotting paper with his pen.
Then she isn't meant for me, he said. I'm not so sure, said Langton. I don't know that you've stuffed enough in you to get on without those same prettinesses yourself. Most of us haven't. And at any rate I wouldn't burn my boats yet awhile. You may want to escape yet.
Peter considered this in silence. Then he drew the sheets to him and added a few more words, folded the paper, put it in the envelope, and stuck it down. "Come on," he said, "let's go and post this and have a walk." Langton got up and looked at him curiously, as he sometimes did.
"Peter," he said, "you're a weird blighter, but there's something damned gritty in you. You take life too strenuously. Why can't you saunter through it like I do?"
Peter reached for his cap. "Come on," he said again, "and don't talk rot." Out in the street they strolled aimlessly on, more or less in silence. The big bookshop at the corner detained them for a little, and they regarded its variegated contents through the glass. It contained a few good prints, and many more purely executed coloured pictures of ruined places in France and Belgium, of which a few, however, were not bad. Cheek by jowl with some religious works, a statue of Notre-Dame d'Albert and some more of Jeanne d'Arc, were a line of pornographic novels, and beyond packets of picture postcards entitled Théâtreuse, Le Bain de la Parisienne, Les Seins de Marbre, and so on. Then Langton drew Graham's attention to one or two other books, one of which had a gaudy cover representing a mistress with a birch rod in her hands and a number of canes hung up behind her, while a girl of 15 or so with very red cheeks was apparently about to be whipped.
"Good Lord," said Langton, "the French are beyond me. This window is a study for you, Graham, in itself. I should take it that it means that there is nothing real in life. It is utterly cynical. And if the wine you drink, the lip you press, end in what all begins and ends in, yes, think then you are today what yesterday you were. Tomorrow you shall not be less," he quoted.
"Yes," said Peter, "or else it means that there are only two realities, and that the excellent person who keeps this establishment regards both in a detached way, and conceives it her business to cater for each. Let's go on." They turned the corner, and presently found themselves outside the famous carven door of the church. "Have you ever been round?" asked Peter.
"No," said Langton. "Let's go in."
They passed through the door into the old church, which, in contrast to that at Le Havre, was bathed in the daylight that streamed through many clear windows. Together they wandered round it, saying little. He was pulling up his robe to expose a wound, and looking upwards at the same time seraphically, or at least after the manner that the artist of that age had regarded as seraphic. A number of white ribbons and some wax figures of feet and hands and other parts of the body were tied to him. They stood before a wonderful coloured alabaster reredos of the 14th century, in which shepherds and kings and beasts came to worship at the manger. They had a little conversation as to the architectural periods of the nave, choir, and transepts, and Langton was enthusiastic over a noble pillar and arch. Beyond, they gazed in silence at a statue of Our Lady Immaculate in modern coloured plaster, so arranged that the daylight fell through an unseen opening upon her. Among the objects in front were a pair of Renaissance candlesticks of great beauty. A French officer came up and arranged and lit a votive candle as they watched, and then went back to stand in silence by a pillar. The church door banged, and two peasants came in, one obviously from the market, with a huge basket of carrots and cabbages and some long, thin French loaves. She deposited this just inside the door, took holy water, clattered up towards the high altar, dropped a curtsy, and made her way to an altar of the Sacred Heart, at which she knelt. Peter sighed. "Come on," he said. "Let's get out." Langton marched on before him, and held the door back as they stepped into the street.
"Well, philosopher," he demanded, "what do you make of that?"
Peter smiled. "What do you?" he said.
"Well," said Langton, "leaves me unmoved. except when I'm annoyed by the way their rigid images spoil the church. But it's plain that they like it. I should say one of your two realities is there, but I find it hard to forgive the bad art."
"Do you?" said Peter. "I don't. It reminds me of those appalling enlargements of family groups that you see, for example, in any Yorkshire cottage. They are unutterably hideous, but they stand for a real thing that is honest and beautiful, the love of home and family. And by the same token, where the photographs got exchanged, as they do in Mayfair, for modern French pictures of nude women, or some incredible futurist extravagance, that love has usually flown out of the window."
"Huh," said Langton. "Not always. Besides, why can't a family group be made artistically, and so keep both art and love? I should think we ought to aim at that."
"I suppose we ought," said Peter. "But in our age the two don't seem to go together.
Goodness alone knows why."
"Why, hello!" he broke off.
"What's up now?" demanded Langton.
"Why, there, across the street. If that isn't a nurse I know from Havre. I don't know who it is. Wait a tick." He crossed the road, and saw as he got near that it was indeed Julie. He came up behind her as she examined a shop window. "By all that's wonderful, what are you doing here?" he asked. She turned quickly, her eyes dancing. "I wondered if I should meet you," she said. "You see, your letter told me you were coming here, but I haven't heard from you since you came, and I didn't know if you'd started your tour or not. I came simply enough. There's a big South African hospital here, and we had to send up a batch of men by motor. As they knew I was from South Africa, they gave me the chance to come with them."
"Well, I am glad," said Peter, devouring the sight of her.
"Wait a minute, I must introduce you to Langton. He and I are together, and he's a jolly good chap." He turned and beckoned to Langton, who came over and was introduced. They walked up the street a little way together. "Where are you going now?" asked Peter. "Back to the hospital," said Julie. "A car starts from the square at 12:45, and I have to be in for lunch."
"Have you much to do up there?"
asked Peter. "Oh, no," she said. "My job's done. I clear off the day after tomorrow. We only got in last night, so I get a couple of days' holiday. What are you doing? You don't look any too busy."
Peter glanced across at Langton and laughed.
"We aren't," he said. "The whole stunt's a washout, if you ask me. We're really expecting to be sent back any day. There's too much doing now for lectures. Is the hospital full?" "Packed," said Julie gravely. "The papers say we're falling back steadily so as not to lose men, but the facts don't bear it out. We're crammed out. It's ghastly. I've never known it so bad." Peter had hardly ever seen her grave before, and her face showed a new aspect of her. He felt a glow of warmth steal over him. "I say," he said, "couldn't you dine with us tonight? We're at the Angleterre, and it's tremendously respectable." She laughed, her gravity vanishing in a minute. "I must say," she said, "that I'd love to see you anywhere really respectable. He's a terrible person for a padre. Don't you think so, Captain Langton?"
"Terrible," said Langton, "but really the Angleterre is quite proper. You don't get any too bad a dinner either. Do come, Miss Gamelin."
She appeared to consider. "I might manage it," she said at last, stopping just short of entering the square, "but I haven't the nerve to burst in and ask for you. Nor will it do for you to see me all the way to that car, or we shall have a dozen girls talking. If you will meet me somewhere," she added, looking at Peter, "I'll risk it. I'll have a headache and not go to first dinner. Then the first will think I'm at the second, and the second at the first. Besides, I've no duty, and the hospital's not like Havre. It's all spread out in huts and tents, and it's easy enough to get in. Last but not least, it's colonial. The matron is a brick. Yes, I'll come." "Hurrah!" said Peter. "I tell you what, I'll meet you at the crossroads below the hospital and bring you on. Will that do? What time? 5:30? "Heavens, do you dine at 5:30? demanded Julie. "Well, not quite, but we've got to get down," said Peter, laughing. "All right," said Julie. 5:30, and the saints preserve us. Look here, I'll chance it and come in mufti if possible. No one knows me here." "Splendid," said Peter. "Goodbye, 5:30.
"Goodbye," said Langton. "We'll go and arrange our menu."
"There must be champagne," called Julie merrily over her shoulder and catching his eye. The two men watched her make for the car across the sunlit square. Then they strolled round it towards a cafe.
"Come on," said Langton. "Let's have an appetizer."
From the little marble-topped table Peter watched the car drive away. Julie was laughing over something with another girl.
It seemed to conclude the morning somehow. He raised his glass and looked at Langton. "Well," he said, "here's to reality, wherever it is."
"And here's to getting along without too much of it," said Langton, smiling at him.
The dinner was a great success, at least in the beginning. Julie wore a frock of some brown stuff, and Peter could hardly keep his eyes off her. He had never seen her out of uniform before, and although she was gay enough, she said and did nothing very exciting. If Hilda had been there, she need hardly have behaved differently, and for a while Peter was wholly delighted. Then it began to dawn on him that she was playing up to Langton, and that set in train irritating thoughts. He watched the other jealously, and noticed how the girl drew him out to speak of his travels, and how excellently he did it, leaning back at coffee with his cigarette, polite, pleasant, attractive. Julie, who usually smoked cigarette after cigarette furiously, only, however, getting through about half of each, now refused a second, and glanced at the clock about 8:30. "Oh," she said, "I must go." Peter remonstrated. "If you can stay out later at Havre," he said, "why not here?" She laughed lightly. "I'm reforming," she said, "in the absence of bad companions. Besides, they're used to my being later at Havre, but here I might be spotted, and then there would be trouble. Would you fetch my coat, Captain Graham?" Peter went obediently, and they all three moved out into the court. "Come along and see her home, Langton," he said, though he hardly knew why he included the other.
"Thanks," said his friend, "but if Miss Gamelin will excuse me, I ought not. I've got some reading I must do for tomorrow, and I want to write a letter or two as well. You'll be an admirable escort, Graham."
"Good night," said Julie, holding out her hand. "Perhaps we shall meet again sometime. One is always running up against people in France. And thank you so much for your share of the entertainment." In a few seconds Peter and she were outside. The street was much darkened, and there was no moon. They walked in silence for a little. Suddenly he stopped. "Wouldn't you like a cab?" he said. "We might be able to get one." Julie laughed mischievously, and Peter gave a little start in the dark. It struck him that this was the old laugh, and that he had not heard it that night before. "It's convenient, of course," she said mockingly. "Do get one by all means. But last time I came home with you in a cab, you let me finish alone. I thought that was to be an invariable rule." "Oh, don't, Julie," said Peter. Her tone changed. "Why not?" she demanded. "Solomon, what's made you so glum tonight? You were cheerful enough when you met me and when we began. Then you got silent. What's the matter?" "Nothing," he said. She slipped her hand in his arm. "There is something," she said. "Do tell me." "Do you like Langton?" he asked. "Oh, immensely. Why?" "Oh, Lord Solomon, what do you mean?" "You were different in his presence, Julie, from anything you've been before." They took a few paces in silence. Then Peter had an idea, and glanced at her. She was laughing silently to herself. He let her hand fall from his arm and looked away. He knew he was behaving like an ass, but he could not help it. She stopped suddenly. "Peter," she said, "I want to talk to you. Take me somewhere where it's possible." "At this hour of the evening? What about being late?" She gave a little stamp with her foot, then laughed again. "What a boy it is!" she said. "Don't you know anywhere to go?" Peter hesitated. Then he made up his mind. There was a hotel he knew of out of the main street, of none too good a reputation. Some men had taken Langton and him there, once in the afternoon, between the hours in which drinks were legally sold, and they had gone through the hall into a little back room that was apparently partly a sitting room, partly part of the private rooms of the landlord, and had been served there. He recalled the description of one of the men. "It's a place to know. You can always get a drink, and take in anyone you please." "Come on, then," he said, and turned down a back street. "Where in the world are you taking me?" demanded Julie. "I shall have no reputation left if this gets out." "Nor shall I," said Peter. "Nor you will. What a spree! Do you think it's worth it, Peter?" Under a shaded lamp they were passing at the moment, he glanced at her, and his pulses raced. "Good God, Julie," he said, "you could do anything with me." She chuckled with laughter, her brown eyes dancing. "Maybe," she said, "but I'm out to talk to you for your good now." They turned another corner into an old street and under an arch. Peter walked forward to the hotel entrance and entered. There was a woman in the office who glanced up and looked first at Peter, then at Julie. On seeing her behind him, she came forward. "What can I do for you, monsieur?" she asked. "Good evening, madame," said Peter. I was here the other day. Give us a bottle of wine in that little room at the back, will you?" "Why, certainly, monsieur," said she. "Will madame follow me? It is this way." She opened the door and switched on the light. "Shall I light the fire, madame?" she demanded. Julie beamed on her. "Ah, yes, that would be jolly," she said. "And the wine, madame? Brune?" The woman smiled and bowed. "Let madame but seat herself, and it shall come," she said, and went out. Julie took off her hat and walked to the glass, patting her hair. "Give me a cigarette, my dear," she said. "It was jolly hard only to smoke one tonight." Peter opened and handed her his case in silence, then pulled up a big chair. There was a knock at the door, and a girl came in with wine and glasses, which she set on the table, and then knelt down to light the fire. She withdrew and shut the door. They were alone. Peter was still standing. Julie glanced at him and pointed to a chair opposite. "Give me a drink, and then go and sit there," she said. He obeyed. She pulled her skirts up high to the blaze and pushed one foot out to the logs, and sat there, provocative, sipping her wine and puffing little puffs of smoke from her cigarette. "Now then," she said, "what did I do wrong tonight?" Peter was horribly uncomfortable. He felt how little he knew this girl, and he felt also how much he loved her. "Nothing, dear," he said. "I was a beast." "Well," she said, "if you won't tell me, I'll tell you. I was quite proper tonight, immensely and intensely proper, and you didn't like it. You'd never seen me so. You thought, too, that I was making up to your friend. Isn't that so?" Peter nodded. He marvelled that she should know so well, and he wondered what was coming. "I wonder what you really think of me, Peter," she went on. "I suppose you think I never can be serious. No, I won't say serious. Conventional. But you're very stupid. We all of us can be, and must be sometimes. You asked me just now what I thought of your friend. Well, I'll tell you. He's as different from you as possible. He has his thoughts, no doubt, but he prefers to be very tidy. He takes refuge in the things you throw overboard. He's not at all my sort, and he's not yours either, in a way. Goodness knows what will happen to either of us, but he'll be Captain Langton to the end of his days. I envy that sort of person intensely, and when I meet him I put on armour. See?" Peter stared at her. "How is he different from Donovan?" he asked. "Donovan? Oh, Lord, Peter, how dull you are! Donovan must hardly have thought in his head about anything except Donovan. He was born a jolly good sort, and he's sampled pretty well everything. He's cool as a cucumber, though he has his passions like everyone else. If you keep your head, you can say or do anything with Donovan. But Langton is deliberate. He knows about things, and he refuses and chooses. I didn't want—" She broke off. "Peter," she said savagely, "in 2 minutes that man would know more about me than you do, if I let him." He had never seen her so. The childish brown eyes had a look in them that reminded him of an animal caught in a trap. He sprang up and dropped on his knees by her side, catching her hand. "Oh, Julie, don't," he said. "What do you mean? What is there about you that I don't know? How are you different from either of them?" She threw her cigarette away and ran her fingers through her hair, then made a gesture, almost as if she was pushing something away, Peter thought, and laughed her old ringing trill of laughter. "Lord, Peter, was I tragic? I didn't mean to be, my dear. There's a lot about me that you don't know, but something that you've guessed. I can't abide shams and conventions, really. Let's have life, I say, whatever it is. Heavens, I've seen street girls with more in them than I pretended to your friend to have in me tonight. They at least deal with human nature in the raw. But that's why I love you. There's no need to pretend to you, partly because at bottom you like real things as much as I, and partly because— Oh, never mind." "Julie, I do mind. Tell me," he insisted. Her face changed again. "Not now, Peter," she said. "Perhaps one day. Who can say? Meantime, go on liking me, will you?" "Like you?" he exclaimed, springing up. "Why, I adore you. I love you. Oh, Julie, I love you. Kiss me, darling. Now, quick." She pushed him off. "Not now," she cried. "I've got to have my revenge. I know why you wouldn't come home in the cab. Come,
We'll clink glasses, but that's all there is to be done tonight." She sprang up, flushed and glowing, and held out an empty glass. Peter filled hers and his, and they stood opposite to each other. She looked across the wine at him, and it seemed to him that he read a longing and a passion in her eyes, deep down below the merriness that was there now. "Cheerio, old boy," she said, raising hers, "and here's to the day when your big boots and my little shoes lie outside the same closed door." "Judy," he said, "you don't mean it." "Don't I? How do you know, old sober-side? Come, buck up, Solomon. We've been sentimental long enough. I'd like to go to a musical now, or do a skirt dance. Neither's really possible. Certainly not the first. You'd be shocked at the second. I'm half a mind to shock you, though, only my skirt's not long and wide enough, and I've not enough lace underneath. I'll spare you. Come on." She seized her hat and put it on. They went out into the hall. There was a man in uniform there at the office, and a girl, French and unmistakable, who glanced at Julie and then turned away. Julie nodded to Madame and did not glance at the man, but as she passed the girl she said distinctly, "Bonsoir, mademoiselle." The girl started and turned towards her. Julie smiled sweetly and passed on. Peter took her arm in the street, for it was quite dark and deserted. "Why did you do that?" he asked. "What?" she demanded. "Speak to that girl. You know what she is." "I do. A poor devil that's playing with fate for the sake of a laugh and a bit of ribbon. I'm jolly sorry for her, for they are both worth a great deal, and it's hard to be cheated into thinking you've got them when fate is really winning the deal." And I saw her face before she turned away. Why do you think she turned away, Peter? Not because she was ashamed, but because she is beginning to know that fate wins. Oh, la la, what a world! Let's be more cheerful. "There's a long, long trail a-winding," she hummed. Peter laughed. "Oh, my dear," he said, "was there ever anyone like you?" Langton was reading in his room when Peter looked in to say good night. "Hello," he said. "See her home?" "Yes," said Peter. "What do you think of her?" "She's fathoms deep, I should say. But I should take care if I were you, my boy. It's all very well to eat and drink with publicans and sinners, though, as I told you, it's better no one should know. But they are dangerous company." "Why especially?" demanded Peter. Langton stretched himself. "Oh, I don't know," he said. "Perhaps because society's agin 'em." "Look here, Langton," said Peter. "Do you hear what I say? Damn society! Besides, do you think your description applies to that girl?" Langton smiled. "No," he said, "I shouldn't think so. But she's not your sort, Peter. When you take that tunic off, you've got to put on a black coat. Whatever conclusions you come to, don't forget that." "Have I?" said Peter. "I wonder." Langton got up. "Of course you have," he said. "Life's a bit of a farce, but one's got to play it. See here, I believe in facing facts and getting one's eyes open, but not in making oneself a fool. Nothing's worth that." "Isn't it?" said Peter, and again, "I wonder." "Well, I don't. At any rate, I'm for bed. Good night." "Good night," said Peter. "I'm off too. But I don't agree with you. I'm inclined to think exactly the opposite, that anything worth having is worth making oneself a fool over. What is a fool, anyway? Good night." He closed the door, and Langton walked over to the window to open it. He stood there a few minutes listening to the silence. Then a cock crew somewhere, and was answered far away by another. "Yes," said Langton to himself. "What is a fool, anyway?" End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 2. The Lessing family sat at dinner, and it was to be observed that some of those incredible wonders at which Peter Graham had once hinted to Hilda had come about. There were only 3 courses, and Mr. Lessing had but 1 glass of wine, for one thing. For another, he was actually in uniform, and was far more proud of his corporal's stripes than he had previously been of his churchwarden's staff of office. Nor was he only in the volunteers. He was actually in training, to some extent, and the war had at any rate done him good. His wife was not dressed for dinner either. She had just come in from a war committee of some sort. A solitary maid waited on them,
and they had already given up fires in the dining-room. Not that Mr. Lessing's income had appreciably diminished, but quite honestly, he and his were out to win the war. He had come to the conclusion at last that business could not go on as usual, but, routed out of that stronghold, he made for himself another. The war was now to him a business. He viewed it in that light. "We must stop them," he was saying. "Mark my words, they'll never get to Amiens. Did you see Haig's last order to the troops? Not another inch was to be given at any cost. We shan't give either. We've got to win this war. There's too much at stake for us to lose. Whoever has to foot the bill for this business is ruined, and it's not going to be Great Britain. They were saying in the hall tonight that the army is as cheerful as possible. That's the best sign. I doubt the German army is. Doesn't Graham say anything about it, Hilda?"
"No, father," said Hilda shortly, and bent over her plate.
"Extraordinary thing. He's a smart chap, and I should have thought he'd have been full of it. Perhaps he's too far back."
"He was in a big town he doesn't name the other day, in an air raid, and a man was killed in his carriage."
"Good Lord, you don't say so. When did you hear that? I thought we had command of the air."
"I got a letter tonight, father. He just mentioned that, but he doesn't say much else about it. He's at Abbeville now, on the Somme, and he says the Germans come over fairly often by night."
"Impossible!" snorted the old man. "I have it on the best possible authority that our air service is completely up to date now, far better than the German. He must be exaggerating. They would never allow the enemy to outdistance us in so important a department. What else does he say?"
"Oh, nothing," said Hilda. "Or at least nothing about the war, in a way. It's full of his work."
She stopped abruptly. "Well, well," said Mr. Lessing. "I was against his going at first, but it's all shoulders to the wheel now, and it's plain he ought to see a little life out there. A young man who won't have much of a look in afterwards, that's how I reasoned it. And he works hard, doesn't Graham? I've always said that for him. I expect he's of great service to them, eh, Hilda?"
"I don't know," said the girl. "He doesn't say. But he's been chosen for some special work, lecturing or something, and that's why he's at Abbeville."
"Ah, good. Special work, eh? He'll go far yet, that fellow. I don't know that I'd have chosen him for you, Hilda, at first, but this business has shaken us all up. I shouldn't be surprised if Graham comes to the front over it." He stopped as the maid came in. "I think I'll have my coffee in the study, my dear," he said to Mrs. Lessing. "I have some reading to do." When the two women were once more alone, Mrs. Lessing put her cup down and spoke. "What is it, dear?" she questioned. Hilda did not look at her. The two indeed understood each other very well. "I can't tell you here, mother," she said. "Come then, dear," said Mrs. Lessing, rising. "Let's go to my room. Your father will be busy for some time, and we shall not be disturbed there." She led the way and lit a small gas fire. "I can't be cold in my bedroom," she said, "and though I hate these things, they are better than nothing. Now, dear, what is it?" Hilda seated herself on a footstool on the other side of the fire and stared into it. The light shone on her fair skin and hair, and Mrs. Lessing contemplated her with satisfaction from several points of view. For one thing, Hilda was so sensible. "What is it?" she asked again. "Your father saw nothing. Men don't. But you can't hide from me, dear, that your letter has troubled you. Is Peter in trouble?" Hilda shook her head. Then she said, "Well, at least, mother, not that sort of trouble. I told father truly he's been picked for special service." "Well, then, what is it?" Mrs. Lessing was a trifle impatient. "Mother," said Hilda, "I've known that he's not been happy ever since his arrival in France, but I've never properly understood why. Peter is queer in some ways, you know. You remember that sermon of his? He won't be content with things. He's always worrying. And now he writes dreadfully. He says—" She hesitated. Then suddenly she pulled out the letter. "Listen, mother," she said, and read what Peter had written in the club until the end. "I'm going to eat and drink with publicans and sinners. Maybe I shall find my master still there." If Langton could have seen Mrs. Lessing, he would have smiled that cynical smile of his with much satisfaction. She was frankly horrified, rendered, in fact, almost speechless. "Hilda!" she exclaimed. "What a thing to write to you! What does he mean? Has he forgotten that he's a clergyman? Why, it's positively blasphemous! He's speaking of Christ, I suppose. My poor God, he must be mad! Surely you see that, dear?" Hilda stared on into the fire and made no reply. Her mother hardly needed one.
"Has he met another woman, Hilda?" she demanded. "I don't know. He doesn't say so," said Hilda miserably. "But anyhow, I don't see that matters." "Not matter, girl? Are you mad too? He's your fiancé, isn't he? Really, I think I must speak to your father."
Hilda turned her head slowly, and mother and daughter looked at each other. Mrs. Lessing was a woman of the world, but she was a good mother, and she read in her daughter's eyes what every mother has to read, sooner or later. It was as one woman to another, and not as mother to daughter, that she continued lamely, "Well, Hilda, what do you make of it all? What are you going to do?" The girl looked away again, and a silence fell between them. Then she said, speaking in short, slow sentences, "I will tell you what I make of it, mother. Peter's gone beyond me, I think, now, that I have always feared a little that he might. Of course he's impetuous and headstrong, but it's more than that. He feels differently from me, from all of us. I can see that, though I don't understand him a bit. I thought," her voice faltered, "he loved me more. He knows how I wanted him to get on in the church, and how I would have helped him. But that's nothing to him, or next to nothing. I think he doesn't love me at all, mother, and never really did." Mrs. Lessing threw her head back. "Then he's a fool, my dear," she said emphatically. "You're worth loving. You know it. I should think no more about him, Hilda." Hilda's hands tightened round her knees. "I can't do that," she said. Mrs. Lessing was impatient again. "Do you mean, Hilda, that if he persists in this madness, if he gives up the church, for example, you will not break off the engagement? Mind you, that is the point. Every young man must have a bit of a fling, possibly even clergymen, I suppose. They get over it. A sensible girl knows that. But if he ruins his prospects, surely, Hilda, you're not going to be a fool." The word had been spoken again. Peter had had something to say on it, and now the gods gave Hilda her chance. She stretched out her fine hands to the fire, and a new note came into her voice. "A fool, mother? Oh, no, I shan't be a fool. A fool would follow him to the end of the world. A fool of a woman would give him all he wants for the sake of giving, and be content with nothing in return. I see that. But I'm not made for that sort of foolery. No, I shan't be a fool." Mrs. Lessing could not conceal her satisfaction. "Well, I'm sure I am very glad to hear you say it, and so would your father be. We have not brought you up carefully for nothing, Hilda. You are a woman now, and I don't believe in trying to force a woman against her will, but I am heartily glad, my dear, that you are so sensible. When you are as old as I am, and have a daughter of your own, you will be glad that you have behaved so to-night." Hilda got up, and put her hands behind her head, which was a favourite posture of hers. She stood looking down at her mother with a curious expression on her face. Mrs. Lessing could make nothing of it. She merely thought Hilda queer. She had travelled farther than she knew from youth. "Shall I, mother?" said Hilda. "Yes, I expect I shall. I have been carefully brought up, as you say, so carefully that even now I can only just see what a fool might do, and I know quite well that I can't do it. After a while I shall no more see it than you do. I shall even probably forget that I ever did. So that is all. And because I love him, really, I don't think I can even say, 'Poor Peter.' That's curious, isn't it, mother? Well, I think I'll go to my room for a little. I won't come in again. Good night." She bent and kissed Mrs. Lessing. Her mother held her arms a moment more. "Then what are you going to do?" she demanded. Hilda freed herself. "Write and try to persuade him not to be a fool either, I think. Not that it's any good. And then wait and see." She walked to the door. "Of course, this is just between us two, isn't it, dear?" she said, playing with the handle. "Of course," said her mother. "But do be sensible, dear, and don't wait too long. It is much better not to play with these things, much better. And do tell me how things go, darling, won't you?" "Oh, yes," said Hilda slowly. "Oh, yes, I'll tell you. Good night." She passed out and closed the door gently. "I wonder why I can't cry tonight," she asked herself as she went to her room, and quite honestly she did not know. Across the water Peter's affairs were speeding up.
If Hilda could have seen him that night, she would probably have wept without difficulty, but for a much more superficial reason than the reason why she could not weep in London. And it came about in this way. On the morning after the dinner, Peter was moody, and declared he would not go down to the office, but would take a novel out to the canal. He was in half a mind to go up and call at the hospital, but something held him back. Reflection showed him how near he had been to the fatal kiss the night before, and he did not wish, or with the morning he thought he did not wish, to see Julie so soon again. So he got his novel and went out to the canal, finding a place where last year's leaves still lay thick and one could lie at ease and read. We do these things all our days and never learn the lesson. Halfway through the morning he looked up to see Langton striding along towards him. He was walking quickly with the air of one who brings news, and he delivered his message as soon as they were within earshot of each other.
"Good news, Graham," he called out. "This tomfoolery is over. They've heard from HQ that the whole stunt is postponed, and we've all to go back to our bases. Isn't it like him?" he demanded as he came up. "Old Jackson in the office is swearing like blazes. He's had all his maps made and plans drawn up, etc., etc., and now there's so much waste paper. Jolly fortunate at any rate." He sat down and got out a pipe. Peter shut his book. "I'm glad," he said. "I'm sick of fooling around here. Not but what it isn't a decent enough place, but I prefer the other. There's more doing. When do we go?" "Tomorrow. They're getting our movement orders. Yours to Havre, mine to Rouen. I put in a spoke for you to get one via Rouen, but I don't know if you will. It's a vile journey otherwise."
"By Jove!" cried Peter. "I've an idea. Miss Gamelyn's troop of motor buses goes back to Havre tomorrow empty. Why shouldn't I travel on them? Think I could work it?" Lambton puffed solemnly.
"Sure, I should think," he said, "being a padre anyway."
"What had I best do?"
"Oh, I should go and see Jackson and get him to phone the hospital for you. That is, if you really want to go that way."
"It's far better than the vile train," said Peter. "Besides, one can see the country, which I love. And I've never been in Dieppe, and they're to go through there and pick up some casualties."
"Just so," said Langton, still smoking.
"Well," said Peter, "reckon I'll go and see about it. Jackson's a decent old stick, but I'd best do it before he tackles the RTO. Coming?"
"No," said Langton. "Leave that novel and come back for me. You won't be long."
"Righto," said Peter, and set off. It was easily done. Jackson had no objections and rang up the hospital while Peter waited. Oh, yes, certainly they could do it. What was the name? Captain Graham, C.F. Certainly. He must be at the hospital early, 8:30 the next morning. That all right? Thank you. Thank you, said Peter. Motoring's a long sight better than the train these days, and I'll get in quicker too, as a matter of fact, or at any rate just as quickly. He turned to go, but a thought struck him. Have you an orderly to spare? He asked.
Any quantity, said the other bitterly. They've been detailed for weeks and done nothing. You have one with pleasure. Give the perisher something to do.
Thanks, said Peter. I want to send a note, that's all. May I write it here? He was given pen and paper and scribbled a little note to Julie. He did not know who else might be on the lorry, or if she would want to appear to know him. The orderly was called and dispatched, and he left the place for the last time. Langton and he walked out to Saint-Riquier in the afternoon, had tea there, and got back to dinner. A note was waiting for Peter, a characteristic one. Dearest Solomon, it ran, you are really waking up. There will be 3 of us nurses in one lorry, and they're sure to start you off in another. We lunch at Oo, and I'd be delighted to see you. Then you could go on in our car. Dieppe's on the knees of the gods, as you say, but probably we can pull off something. Julie. He smiled and put it in his pocket. Langton said nothing till the coffee and liqueurs came in. Then he lit a cigarette and held the match out to Peter.
Wonder if we shall meet again, he said.
Oh, I expect so, said Peter. Right, anyway, won't you? I'd like to get a chance to come to Rouen.
And I likely won't be there. I'm putting in again for another job. They're short of men now, and want equipment officers for the RAF. It's a stump for which engineering's useful, and I may get in. I don't suppose I'll see much of the fun, but it's better than bossing up a Labour company any road.
Sportsman, said Peter, I envy you. Why didn't you tell me? I've half a mind to put in too. Do you think I'd have a chance?
No, said Langton brutally. Besides, it's not your line. You know what yours is. Stick to it.
And you know that I'm not so sure that I can, said Peter.
Rot, said the other. You can if you like. You won't gain by running away. Only I give you this bit of advice, old son. Go slow. You're so damned hot-headed. You can't remake the world to order in 5 minutes, and if you could, I bet it wouldn't be a much better old world. We've worried along for some time moderately well. Don't be too ready to turn down the things that have worked with some success, at any rate, for the things that have never been tried.
Peter smoked in silence. Then he said, Langton, you're a bit different from what you were. In a way, it's you who've set me out on this racket, and it's you who encouraged me to try and get down to rock bottom. You've always been a cautious old rotter, but you're more than cautious now. Why? Langton leaned over and touched the other's tunic pocket in which lay Julie's note. Then he leaned back and went on with his cigarette. Peter flushed. It's too late, he said judiciously, flicking off his ash.
So? Well, I'm sorry, frankly. Sorry for her, I'm sorry for you. But if it is, I'll remember my own wisdom. It's no use meddling with such things. For all that, you're a fool, Peter, as I told you last night.
Just so, and I asked what was a fool.
And I didn't answer. I reckon fools can be of many sorts. Your sort of fool chucks the world over for the quest of an ideal.
Thank you, said Peter quietly.
You needn't. That fool is a real fool, and bigger than most. Ideals are ideals. One can't realize them. It's a waste of time to try.
Is it? Said Peter. Well, at any rate, I don't know that I'm out after them much. I don't see any. All I know is that I've looked in the likely places, and now I'll look in the unlikely.
Langton ground his cigarette end in his coffee cup. You will, he said, whatever I say. Have another drink. After all, there's no need to turn down the empty glass yet.
They did not see each other in the morning, and Peter made his way early to the hospital, as arranged. The PMO met him, and he was put in nominal charge of the 3 Red Cross ambulance cars. While he was talking to the doctor, the 3 nurses came out and got in, Julie not looking in his direction. Then he climbed up next the driver of the first car. "Cheerio," said the PMO, and they were off. It was a dull day, and mists hung over the water meadows by the Somme. For all that, Peter enjoyed himself immensely. They ran swiftly through the little villages, under the sweeping trees, all new-budded into green, and soon had vistas of the distant sea. The driver of Peter's car was an observant fellow, and he knew something of gardening. It was he who pointed out that the fruit trees had been indifferently pruned, or not pruned at all, and that there were fields no longer under the plough that had been plainly so not long before. In a word, the country bore its war scars, although it needed a clever eye to see them. But Peter had little thought for this. Now and again at a corner he would glance back, his mind on Julie in the following car, while every church tower gave him pause for thought. He tried to draw the man beside him on religion, but without any success, though he talked freely enough of other things. He was for the colonies after the war, he said. He knocked about a good deal in France, and the taste for travel had come to him. Canada appeared a land of promise. One could get a farm easily, and his motor knowledge would be useful on a farm these days. Yes, he had a pal out there, a Canadian who had done his bit and been invalided out of it. They corresponded, and he expected to get in with him, the one's local knowledge eking out the other's technical. No, he wasn't for marrying yet a while. He'd wait till he got a place for the wife and kiddies. Then he would. The thought made him expand a bit, and Peter smiled to himself as he thought of his conversation with Langton over the family group. It struck him to test the man, and as they passed a wayside Calvary, rudely painted, he drew his attention to it. "What do you think of that?" he asked. The man glanced at it and then away. "It's all right for them as like it," he said. "Religion's best in a church, it seems to me. I've seen chaps mock at them crucifixes, sir, same as they wouldn't if they'd only been in church." "Yes," said Peter, "but I suppose some men have been helped by them, who never would have been if they'd only been in church. But don't you think they're rather gaudy?" "Gaudy, sir? Meaning highly painted? No, not as I knows on. They're more like what happened, I reckon, than them brass crosses we have in our churches." They ran into Oo for lunch, and drew up in the market square. Peter went round to the girls' car, greeted Julie, and was introduced. He led them to an old inn in the square,
and they sat down to luncheon in very good humour. The other girls were ordinary enough, and Julie rather subdued for her. Afterwards they spent an hour in the church and a picture postcard shop, and it was there that Julie whispered, "Go on in your own car. At Dieppe, go to the Hotel Trois Poissons and wait for me. I found out yesterday that a woman I know is a doctor in Dieppe, and she lives there. I'll get leave easily to call. Then I can see you. If we travel together, these girls will talk. Just the sort." Peter nodded understanding, and they drifted apart. He went out to see if the cars were ready, and returned to call the nurses, and in a few minutes they were off again. The road now ran through forests nearly all the way, except where villages had cleared a space around them, as was plain to see. They crossed little streams, and finally came downhill through the forest into the river valley that leads to Dieppe. It was still early, and Peter stopped the cars to suggest that they might have a look at the castle of Arc-le-Bataille. The grand old pile kept them nearly an hour, and they wandered about the ruins to their heart's content. Julie would climb a buttress of the ancient keep when their guide had gone on with the others, and Peter went up after her. She was as lissom as a boy, and seemingly as strong, swinging up by roots of ivy and the branches of a near tree, in no wise impeded by her short skirts. From the top one had indeed a glorious view. The weather had cleared somewhat, and one could see every bit of the old castle below, the village at its feet, and the forest across the little stream, out of which the Duke of Mayenne's infantry had debouched that day of battle from which the village took its name. "They had some of the first guns in the castle, which was held for Henry of Navarre," explained Peter, "and they did great execution. I suppose they fired one stone shot in about every 5 minutes, and killed a man about every half hour. The enemy were more frightened than hurt, I should think. Anyway, Henry won." "Wasn't he the king who thought Paris worth more than a mass?" she demanded. "Yes," said Peter, watching her brown eyes as she stared out over the plain. "I wonder what he thinks now," she said. He laughed. "You're likely to wonder," he said. "Funny old days," said Julie. "I suppose there were girls in this castle watching the fight. I expect they cared more for the one man each half hour the cannon hit than for either Paris or the mass. That's the way of women, Peter, and a damned silly way it is. Come on, let's go. I'll get down first, if you please." On the short road remaining, Peter asked his chauffeur if he knew the Trois Poissons, and finding that he did, had the direction pointed out. They ran through the town to the hospital, and Peter handed his cars over. "I'll sleep in town," he said. "What time ought we to start in the morning?" He was told, and walked away. Julie had disappeared. He found the Trois Poissons without difficulty, and made his way to the sitting-room, a queer room opening from the pavement direct on the one side, and from the hall of the hotel on the other. It had a table down the middle, a weird selection of chairs, and a piano. A small woman was sitting in a chair reading the Tatler and smoking. An empty glass stood beside her. She looked up as he came in, and he noticed RAMC badges. "Good evening," he said cheerily. "Good evening, Padre," she replied, plainly willing to talk. "Where have you sprung from?" "Abbeville-Vailleux in a convoy of Red Cross cars," he said, "and I feel like a sundowner. Would you have another with me?" "Sure thing," he said, and he ordered a couple from the French maid who came in answer to his ring. "Do you live here?" he asked. "For my sins I do," she said. "I doctor wax, and I don't think much of it. A finer, heartier lot of women I never saw. Epsom salts is all they want, and Charles could do it." Peter laughed. "Well, I don't see why you should grumble," he said. "Don't you? Where's the practice? This business out here is the best chance for doctors in a lifetime, and I have to strip strapping girls hopelessly and endlessly." "You do you?" said a voice in the doorway, and there stood Julie. "Well, at any rate, you oughtn't to talk about it like that to my gentlemen friends, especially padres. How do you do, my dear?" "Julie, by all that's holy, where have you sprung from?" She glanced from one to the other. "From Abbeville-Vailleux in a convoy of Red Cross cars, I dare bet," she said. "Julie, you're beyond me. If you were so strong, I'd smack you. But as it is, give me another kiss, and introduce us. There may well be propriety somewhere." They sorted themselves out and sat down. "What do you think of my rig?" demanded Dr. Melville, as Julie had introduced her. "Toppin'," said Julie critically. "But what in the world is it? Chiefly whack with 3 pucker stars and an RAMC badge.
Teeny, how dare you do it?"
"I dare do all that doth become a woman," she answered complacently, "and it doth it not? Skirts a trifle short, perhaps," she added, sticking out a leg and examining the effect critically, "but uppers eminently satisfactory." Julie leaned over and prodded her.
"No corsets?"
she inquired innocently.
"Julie, you're positively indecent. You must have tamed your padre completely. You're not married by any chance?"
she added suddenly.
Julie screamed with laughter. "Oh, Teeny, you'll be the death of me," she said at last. "Solomon, are we married? I don't think so, Teeny. There's never no telling these days, but I can't recollect it."
"Well, it strikes me you ought to be if you're jogging round the country together," said the other, her eyes twinkling. "But if you're not, take warning, padre. A girl that talks about corsets in public isn't respectable, especially if she doesn't wear them herself, except in the evening for the sake of other things. Or she used not to. But perhaps you know."
Peter tried to look comfortable, but he was completely out of his depth. He finished his drink with a happy inspiration and ordered another. That down, he began to feel more capable of entering into the spirit of these two. They were the sort he wanted to know, both of them, women about as different from those he had met as they could possibly be. Another man dropped in after a while, so the talk became general. The atmosphere was very free and easy, bantering, careless, jolly, and Peter expanded in it. Julie led them all. She was never at a loss, and apparently had no care in the world. The two girls and Peter went together to dinner and sat at the same table. They talked a good deal together, and Peter gathered they had come to know each other at a hospital in England. They were full of reminiscences.
"Do you remember ducking Pocket?"
Teeny asked Julie. "No, I should think I do. Tell Peter. He won't be horrified unless you go into details. If I cough, Solomon, you're to change the subject. Carry on, Teeny."
"Well, Pocket was a nurse of about the last limit. She was fearfully snobby, which nobody of that name ought to be, and she ruled her prose with a rod of iron. I expect that was good for them, and I say nothing to that, but she was a beast to the boys. We had some poor chaps in who were damnably knocked about, and one could do a lot for them in roundabout ways. Regulations are made to be broken in some cases, I think. But she was a holy terror. Sooner than call her, the boys would endure anything. But some of us knew, and once she caught Julie here. It was you, Teeny." "Oh, well, one of us, anyway, in her ward when she was on night duty, sitting with a poor chap who pegged out a few days after. It soothed him to sit and hold her hand. Well, anyway, she was furious and reported it. There was a bit of a row, had to be, I suppose, as it was against regulations. But thank God the PMO knew his job, so there was only a strafe with the tongue in the cheek. However, we swore revenge, and we had it, eh, Julie?"
"We did. Go on. It was you who thought of it."
"Well, we filled a bath with tepid water, and then went to her room one night. She was asleep and never heard us. We had a towel round her head in 2 twinks, and carried her by the legs and arms to the bathroom. Julie had her legs and held them well up, so that down went her head under water. She couldn't yell then. When we let her up, I douched her with cold water, and then we bolted. We saw to it that there wasn't a towel in the bathroom, and we locked her bedroom door. Oh, Lord, poor soul, but it was funny. She met an orderly in the corridor, and he nearly had a fit, and I don't wonder, for her wet nightie clung to her figure like a skin. She had to try 6 rooms before she got anyone to help her, and then when she got back we ragged her room to blazes. She never said a word, and left soon after. Ever heard of her again, Julie?"
"No," she said, looking more innocent than ever, Peter thought, "but I expect she's made good somewhere. She must have had something in her, or she'd have kicked up a row."
Miss Melville was laughing silently. "You innocent baby unborn," she said. "Never shall I forget how you held—"
"Come on, Captain Graham," said Julie, getting up. "You've got to see me home, and I want a nice walk by the sea-front." They went out together, and stood at the hotel door in the little street. There was a bit of a moon, with clouds scurrying by, and when it shone the road was damp and glistening in the moonlight. "What a heavenly night," said Julie. "Come on with us along the sea-front, Teeny, do." Miss Melville smiled up at them. "I reckon you prefer to be alone," she said. Peter glanced at Julie and then protested. "No," he said, "do come on." And Julie rewarded him with a smile. So they set out together,
On the front the wind was higher, lashing the waves, and the moonlight shone fitfully on the distant cliffs, the harbour mouth, and the sea. The two girls clung together, and as Peter walked by Julie, she took his arm. Conversation was difficult as they battled their way along the promenade. There was hardly a soul about, and Peter felt the night to fit his mood. They went up once and down again, and at the casino grounds Teeny stopped them. "No," she said, "I'm for home and bed. You two dears can finish up without me." "Oh, we must see you home," said Peter. The doctor laughed. "Think I shall get stolen?" she demanded. "Someone would have to get up pretty early for that. No, Padre, I'm past the need of being escorted, thanks. Good night. Be good, Julie. We'll meet again sometime, I hope. If not, keep smiling. Cheerio." She waved her hand and was gone in the night. "If there was ever a plucky, unselfish, rattling good woman, there she goes," said Julie. "I've known her sit up night after night with wounded men when she was working like a horse all day. I've known her to help a drunken Tommy into a cab and get him home, and quiet his wife into the bargain. I saw her once walk off out of the Monaco with a boy of a subaltern who didn't know where he was going, and take him to her own flat and put him to bed and get him onto the leave train in time in the morning. She'd give away her last penny, and you wouldn't know she'd done it. And yet she's not the sort of woman you'd choose to run a mothers' meeting, would you, Solomon?" "Sure thing I wouldn't," said Peter. "Not in my old parish, but I'm not so sure I wouldn't in my new one." "What's your new one?" asked Julie curiously. "Oh, it hasn't a name," said Peter, "but it's pretty big. Something after the style of John Wesley's parish, I reckon, and I'm gradually getting it sized up." "Where do I come in, Solomon?" demanded Julie. They were passing by the big Calvary at the harbour gates, and there was a light there. He stopped and turned so that the light fell on her. She looked up at him, and so they stood a minute. He could hear the lash of the waves and the wind drumming in the rigging of the flagstaff near him. Then, deliberately, he bent down and kissed her on the lips. "I don't know, Judy," he said, "but I believe you have the biggest part, somehow." End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 3. All that it is necessary to know of Hilda's return letter to Peter ran as follows. "My dear boy, your letter from Abbeville reached me the day before yesterday, and I've thought about nothing else since. It is plain to me that it is no use arguing with you, and no good reproaching you, for once you get an idea into your head, nothing but bitter experience will drive it out. But, Peter, you must see that so far as I am concerned, you are asking me to choose between you and your strange ideas and all that is familiar and dear in my life. You can't honestly expect me to believe that my church and my parents and my teachers are all wrong, and that, to put it mildly, the very strange people you appear to be meeting in France are all right. My dear Peter, do try and look at it sensibly. The story you told me of the death of Lieutenant Jenks was terrible. Terrible. It brings the war home in all its ghastly reality. But really, you know, it was his fault and not yours, and still less the fault of the Church of England that he did not want you when he came to die. If a man lives without God, he can hardly expect to find him at the point of sudden death. What you say about Christ, too, utterly bewilders me. Surely our Church's teachings in the Catechism and the Prayer Book is Christian teaching, isn't it? Nothing is perfect on earth, and the Church is human, but our Church is certainly the best I know of. It is liberal, active, moderate, and I don't like the word, but after all it is a good one, respectable. I don't know much about these things, but surely you of all people don't want to go shouting in the street like a Salvation Army captain. I can't see that that is more in touch with reality. Peter, what do you mean? Are not St. John's and the Canon and my people and myself real? Surely, Peter, our love is real, isn't it? Oh, how can you doubt that? Darling boy, don't you think you are overstrained and over-worried? You are in a strange country among strange people at a very peculiar time. War always upsets everything and makes things abnormal. London even isn't normal, but as the Canon said the other day,
A great many of the things people do just now are due to reaction against strain and anxiety. Can't you see this? Isn't there any clergyman you can go and talk to? Your Presbyterian and other new friends, and your visits to Roman Catholic churches can't be any real help. Peter, dear, for my sake, do try to see things like this. I hate that bit in your letter about publicans and sinners. How can a clergyman expect them to help him? Surely you ought to avoid such people, not seek their company. It's so like you to get hold of a text or two and run it to death. It's not that I don't trust you, but you are so easily influenced, and you may equally easily go and do something that will separate us and ruin your life, Peter. I hate to write like this, but I can't help it.
Peter let the sheets fall from his hands and stared out of the little window. The gulls were screaming and fighting over some refuse in the harbour, and he watched the beat of their wings, fascinated. If only he too could catch the wind and be up and away like that. He jumped up and paced up and down the floor restlessly, and he told himself that Hilda was right, and he was a cad, and worse. Julie's kiss on his lips burned there yet. That, at any rate, was wrong. By any standards he had no right to behave so. How could he kiss her when he was pledged to Hilda? Hilda to whom everyone had looked up, the capable, ladylike, irreproachable Hilda, the Hilda to whom Park Lane and St. John's were such admirable setting. And who was he, after all, to set aside all that for which both those things stood? And yet he sat down by the little table and groaned.
"What the dickens is the matter with you, Padre?"
Peter started and looked round. In the doorway stood Pennell, regarding him with amusement.
"Here am I trying to read, and you pacing up and down like a wild beast. What the devil's up?"
"The devil himself, that's what up," said Peter savagely. "Look here, Pen, come on downtown and let's have a spree. I hate this place and this infernal camp. Gets on my nerves. I must have a change. Will you come? It's my due."
"I'm with you, old thing. I know what you feel like. I get like that myself sometimes. It's a pleasure to see that you're so human. We'll go downtown and razzle-dazzle for once.
I'm off duty till tonight. I want to sleep, I suppose, but I can't, so come away with you. I won't be a second." He disappeared. Peter stood for a moment, then slipped his tunic off and put on another less distinctive of his office. He crossed to the desk, unlocked it, and reached for a roll of notes, shoving them into his pocket. Then he put on his cap, took a stick from the corner, and went out into the passage. But there he remembered and came quickly back. He folded Hilda's letter and put it away in a drawer. Then he went out again. "Are you ready, Pennell?" he called. The two of them left camp and set out across the docks. As they crossed a bridge, a one-horse cab came into the road from a side street and turned in their direction. "Come on," said Peter. "Anything is better than this infernal walk over this pavé, always. Let's hop in." They stopped the man, who asked where to drive to. "Let's go to the Bretagne first, to get a drink," said Pennell. "Right," said Peter. "Any old thing." "Hotel de la Bretagne," he called to the driver. They set off at some sort of a pace, and Pennell leaned back with a laugh. "It's a funny old world, Graham," he said. "One does get fed up at times. Why sitting in a funeral show like this cab and having a drink in a second-rate pub should be any amusement, I don't know. But it is. You're infectious, my boy. I begin to feel like a rag myself. What shall we do?" "The great thing," said Peter judiciously, "is not to know what one is going to do, but just to take anything that comes along. I remember at the Varsity one never set out to rag anything definitely. You went out and you saw a bobby and you took his hat, let us say. You cleared and he after you. Anything might happen then." "I should think so," said Pennell. "I remember once walking home with a couple of men, and one of them suggested dousing all the street lamps in the road, which was a residential one leading into town. There wasn't anything in it, but we did it. One man put his back against a post, while the second went on to the next post. Then the third man mounted the first man's back, shoved out the light, jumped clear, and ran on past the next lamp-post to the third. The first man jumped on number two's back and doused his lamp, and so on. We did the street in a few minutes, and then a constable came into it at the top. He probably thought he was drunk. Then he spotted lights going out, and like an ass he blew his whistle. We were round a corner in no time, and then turned and ran back to see if we could offer assistance." "Some gag," chuckled Pennell.
But I hope you won't go on that sort of racket tonight. It would be a little more serious if we were caught. Also, those blighted gendarmes would probably start firing or some other damn thing." "They would," said Peter. "Besides, that doesn't appeal to me now. I'm getting too old, or else my tastes have become depraved." The one-horse cab stopped with a jerk. "Hop out," said Peter. He settled the score, and the two of them entered the hotel and passed through into the private bar. "What is it to be?" demanded Pennell. "Cocktails today, old son," said Peter. "I want bucking up. What do you say to martinis?" The other agreed, and they moved over to the bar. A monstrously fat woman stood behind it, like some bloated spider, and a thin, weedy-looking girl assisted her. A couple of men were already there. It was too early for official drinks, but the Britannia knew no law. They ordered their drinks and stood there while Madame compounded them and put in the cherries. Another man came in, and Peter recognised the Australian Ferrars, whom he had met before. He introduced Pennell and called for another martini. "So you frequent this poison shop, do you?" said Ferrars. "Not much," laughed Peter, "but it's convenient." "It is, and it's a good sign when a man like you wants a drink. I'd sooner listen to your sermons any day than some chaps I know." "Subject barred here," said Pennell, "but here's the very best to you, Graham, for all that." "Same here," said Ferrars, and put down his empty glass. The talk became general. There was nothing whatever in it. Mild chaffing, a yarn or two, a guarded description by Peter of his motor drive from Abbeville, and then more drinks, and so on. The atmosphere was warm and genial, but Peter wondered inwardly why he liked it, and he did not like it so much that Pennell's "Well, what about it? Let's go on, Graham, shall we?" found him unready. The two said a general good-bye, promised Madame to look in again, and sauntered out. They crossed the square in front of Travellini's, lingered at the flower stalls, refused the girl's pressure to buy, and strolled on. "I'm sick of Travellini's," said Pennell. "Don't let's go in there." "So am I," said Peter. "Let's stroll down towards the sea." They turned down a side street and stood for a few minutes looking into a picture and bookshop. At that moment quick footsteps sounded on the pavement, and Pennell glanced round. Two girls passed them, obviously sisters. They were not flashily dressed exactly, but there was something in their furs and their high-heeled, high-laced boots that told its own story. "By Jove, that's a pretty girl!" exclaimed Pennell. "Let's follow them." Peter laughed. He was reckless, but not utterly so. "If you like," he said. "I'm on for any rag. We'll take them for a drink. But I stop at that, mind, Pen." "Sure thing," said Pennell. "But come on, we'll miss them." They sat out after the girls, who, after one glance back, walked on as if they did not know they were being followed. But they walked slowly, and it was easy for the two men to catch them up. Peter slackened a few paces behind. "Look here, Pen," he said. "What the deuce are you going to do? They'll expect more than a drink, you know." "Oh, no, they won't, not so early as this. It's all in the way of business to them, too. Let's pass them first," he suggested, "and then slacken down and wait for them to speak." Peter acquiesced, feeling rather more than an ass, but the drinks had gone slightly to his head. They executed their share of the manoeuvre, Pennell looking at the girls and smiling as he did so. But the two quickened their pace and passed the officers without a word. "If you ask me, this is damn silly," said Peter. "Let's chuck it." "No, wait a bit," said Pennell excitedly. "You'll see what they'll do. It's really an amusing study in human nature. Look, I told you so. They live there." The girls had crossed the street and were entering a house. One of them unlocked the door, and they both disappeared. "There," said Peter. "That finishes it. We've lost them." "Have we?" said his companion. "Come on over." They crossed the street and walked up to the door. It was open and perhaps a foot ajar. Pennell pushed it wide and walked in. "Come on," he said again. Peter followed reluctantly, but curious. He was seeing a new side of life, he thought grimly. Before them a flight of stairs led straight up to a landing, but there was no sign of the girls. "What's next?" demanded Peter. "We'll be fired out in 2-2s if nothing worse happens. Suppose they're decent girls after all. What would you say?" "I'd ask if Mademoiselle Lucienne lived here," said Pennell, "and apologise profusely when I found she didn't. But you can't make a mistake in this street, Graham. I'm going up. It's the obvious thing, and probably what they wanted. Coming?" He set off to mount the stairs, and Peter, reassured, followed him at a few paces. When he reached the top, Pennell was already entering an open door.
"How do you do, ma chérie?"
said one of the girls, smiling and holding out a hand. Peter looked round curiously. The room was fairly decently furnished in a foreign middle-class fashion, half bedroom, half sitting-room. One of the girls sat on the arm of a big chair, the other was greeting his friend. She was the one he had fancied, but a quick glance attracted Peter to the other and elder. He was in for it now, and he was determined to play up. He crossed the floor and smiled down at the girl on the arm of the chair.
"So you have come," she said in broken English. "I told Lucien that you would not."
"Lucien!" exclaimed Peter, and looked back at Pennell. That traitor laughed, and seated himself on the edge of the bed, drawing the other girl to him. "I'm awfully sorry, Graham," he said, "but I couldn't help it. You wanted to see life, and you'd have shied off if I hadn't played the game. I do just know this little girl, and jolly nice she is too. Give me a kiss, Lulu." The girl obeyed, her eyes sparkling.
"It's not proper before monsieur," she said. "He is, how do you say, shocked."
She seated herself on Pennell's knee, and putting an arm round his neck, kissed him again, looking across at Peter mischievously.
"We show him French kiss,"
she added to Pennell, and pouted out her lips to his.
"Well, now you have come, what do you want?"
demanded the girl on the arm of Peter's chair.
"Sit down,"
she said imperiously, patting the seat,
"and talk to me."
Peter laughed more lightly than he felt. "Well, I want a drink," he said at random. "Pen," he called across the room, "what about that drink?" The girl by him reached over and touched a bell. As she did so, Peter saw the curls that clustered on her neck and caught the perfume of her hair. It was penetrating and peculiar, but not distasteful, and it did all that it was meant to do. He bent and kissed the back of her neck, still marvelling at himself. She straightened herself, smiling.
"That is better. You aren't so cold as you pretended, chérie. Now, kiss me properly."
And she held up her face. Peter kissed her lips. Before he knew it, a pair of arms were thrown about his neck, and he was being half suffocated with kisses. He tore himself away, disgusted and ashamed. "No!" he cried sharply, but knowing that it was too late. The girl threw herself back, laughing merrily.
"Oh, you are funny," she said. "Lucien, take your boy away. I want to talk to mine."
Before he could think of a remonstrance, it was done. Pennell and the other girl got up from the bed where they had been whispering together, and left the room. "Pennell!" called Peter, too late again, jumping up. The girl ran round him, pushed the door to, locked it, and dropped the key down the neck of her dress.
"Voilà!"
she said gaily. There came a knock on the door.
"Non, non," she cried in French. "Take the wine to Mademoiselle Lucienne. I am busy."
Peter walked across the room to her. "Give me the key," he said, holding out his hand and changing his tactics. "Please do. I won't go till my friend comes back. I promise." The girl looked at him.
"You promise, but you will have to find it."
He smiled and nodded, and she walked deliberately to the bed, undid the front of her costume, and slipped it off. Bare-necked and armed, she turned to him, holding open the front of her chemise.
"Down there,"
she said. It was a strange moment and a strange thing, but a curious courage came back to Peter in that second. Without hesitation he put his hand down and sought for the key against her warm body. He found it and held it up, smiling. Then he moved to the door, pushed the key in the keyhole, and turned again to the girl. "There," he said simply. With a gesture of abandon she threw herself on the bed, propping her cheek on her hand and staring at him. He sat down where Pennell had sat, but made no attempt to touch her, leaning instead back and away against the armed bedpost. She pulled up her knees, flung her arms back, and laughed. "And now, monsieur?" she said. Peter had never felt so cool in his life. His thoughts raced, but steadily, as if he had dived into cold, clear water. He smiled again, unhesitatingly, but sadly. "Dear," he said deliberately, "listen to me. I've cheated you by coming here today, though you shan't suffer for it. I did not want anything, and I don't now. But I'm glad I've come, even though you do not understand. I don't want to do a bit what my friend is doing. I don't know why, but I don't. I'm engaged to a girl in England, but it's not because of that. I'm a chaplain to a curé, you know, in the English army, but it's not because of that."
"Protestant?"
demanded the girl on the bed. He nodded.
"Ah, well," she said, "the Protestant ministers have wives. They are men. It is different with priests. If your fiancée is wise, she wouldn't mind if you love me a little. She is in England. I am here. Is it not so? You love me now, again, perhaps once or twice. Then it is finished. You do not tell your fiancée, and she does not know. It is no matter. Come on, chérie."
She held out her hands and threw her head back on the pillow. Peter smiled again. "You do not understand," he said, "and nor do I, but I must be different from some men. I do not want to."
"Ah, well," she exclaimed brightly, sitting up, "another time. Give me my dress, Monsieur le Curé."
He got up and handed it to her.
"Tell me," he said, "do you like this sort of life?"
She shrugged her white shoulders indifferently.
"Sometimes," she said, "sometimes not. There are good boys and bad boys. Some are rough, cruel, mean. Some are kind, and remember that it costs much to live these days, and one must dress nicely. See," she said, deliberately showing him, "it is lace, fine lace. I pay 50 francs in Paris."
"I will give you that," said Peter, and he placed the note on the bed. She stared at it and at him.
"Oh, I love you," she cried. "You are kind. Ah, now, if I could but love you always."
"Always?" he demanded.
"Yes, always, always, while you are here in Le Havre. I would have no other boy but you. Ah, if you would. You do not know how one tires of the music hall, the drinks, the smiles. I would do just all you please. Be gay, be solemn, talk, be silent, just as you please. Oh, if you would."
Half in and half out of her dress, she stood there, pleading. Peter looked closely at the little face with its rouge and powder.
"You hate that," she explained, with quick intuition. "See, it is gone. I use it no more, only a little for the night."
And she ran across to the basin, dipped a little sponge in water, passed it over her face, and turned to him triumphantly. Peter sighed. "Little girl," he said sadly, hardly knowing that he spoke. "I cannot save myself. How can I save you?"
"Poof!" she cried. "Save? What do you mean?"
She drew herself up with an absurd gesture.
"You think me a bad girl? No, I'm not bad. I go to church. The bon Dieu makes us as we are. It is nécessaire."
They stood before each other, a strange pair, the product of a strange age. God knows what the angels made of it. But at any rate Peter was honest. He thought of Julie, and he would not cast a stone. There came a light knock at the door. The girl disregarded it and ran to him.
"You will come again?" she said in low tones. "Promise me that you will. I will not ask you for anything. You can do as you please, but come again. Do come again."
Peter passed his hand over her hair. "I will come if I can," he said, "but the Lord knows why." The knock came again, a little louder. The girl smiled and held her face up.
"Kiss me," she demanded.
He complied, and she darted away, fumbling with her dress.
"I come,"
she called, and opened the door. Lucienne and Pennell came in, and the two men exchanged glances. Then Pennell looked away. Lucienne glanced at them and shrugged her shoulders. "Come, Graham," said Pennell. "Let's get out. Good-bye, you two." The pair of them went down and out in silence. No one had seen them come, and there was no one to see them go. Peter glanced at the number and made a mental note of it, and they set off down the street. Presently Pennell laughed. "I played you a dirty trick, Graham," he said. "I'm sorry." "You needn't be," said Peter. "I'm very glad I went."
"Why?"
said Pennell curiously, glancing sideways at him. "You are a queer fellow, Graham." But there was a note of relief in his tone. Peter said nothing, but walked on. "Where next?" demanded Pennell. "It looks as if you are directing this outfit," said Peter. "I'm in your hands." "All right," said Pennell. "I know." They took a street running parallel to the docks and entered an American bar. Peter glanced round curiously. "I've never been here before," he said. "Probably not," said Pennell. "It's not much at this time of the year, but jolly cool in the summer, and you can get first-class cocktails. I want something now. What's yours?" "I'll leave it to you," said Peter. He sat down at a little table rather in the corner and lit a cigarette. The place was well lighted, and by means of mirrors, coloured glass ornaments, paper decorations, and a few palms, it looked, in its own way, smart. 2 or 3 officers were drinking at the bar, sitting on high stools, and Pennell went up to give his order. He brought 2 glasses to Peter's table and sat down. "What fools we are, Padre," he said. "I sometimes think that the man who gets simply and definitely tight when he feels he wants a breather is wiser than most of us. We drink till we're excited, then we drink to get over it, and I suppose the devil sits and grins. Well, it's a weary world, and there isn't any good road out of it. I sometimes wish I'd stopped a bullet earlier on in the day. Yet I don't know. We do get some excitement. Let's go to a music hall tonight." "What about dinner?" "Oh, get a quiet one in a decent hotel. I'll have to clear out at half-time, if you don't mind." "Not a bit," said Peter. "Half will be enough for me, I think. But let's have dinner before we have more of these things." The bar was filling up. A few girls came and went. Pennell nodded to a man or two and finished his glass, and they went off to dinner. The music hall was not much of a show, but it glittered, and people obviously enjoyed it. Peter watched the audience as much as the stage. Quite respectable French families were there, and there was nothing done that might not have been done on an English stage, perhaps less, but the words were different. The women as well as the men screamed with laughter, flushed of face, but an old fellow with his wife and daughter, obviously from the country, sat as stiffly as an English farmer through it all. The daughter glanced once at the 2 officers, but then looked away. She was well brought up. A half-caste Algerian, probably, came on and danced really extraordinarily well, and a negro from the States, equally ready in French and English, sang songs which the audience demanded. He was entirely master, however, and conscious of his power, used it. No one in the place seemed to have heard of this colour bar, except a couple of Americans, who got up and walked out when the comedian clasped a white girl round the waist in one of his songs. The negro made some remark that Peter couldn't catch, and the place shook with laughter. At half-time, everyone flocked into a queer kind of semi-underground hall, whose walls were painted to represent a cave. Dingy cork festoons and rocks added to the illusion. Here, at long tables, everyone drank innocuous French beer, that was really quite cool and good. It was rather like part of an English bank holiday. Everybody spoke to everybody else, and there were no classes and distinctions. You could only get 1 glass of beer, for the simple reason that there were too many drinking, and too few supplying the drinks for more in the time. "I must go," said Pennell, "but don't you bother to come." "Oh, yes, I will," said Pennell, and they got up together. In the entrance hall, however, a girl was apparently waiting for someone, and as they passed, Peter recognized her. "Louise!" he exclaimed. She smiled and held out her hand. Peter took it, and Pennell after him. "Do you go now?" she asked them. "The concert is not half finished." "I've got to get back to work," said Pennell. "Worse luck. It is la guerre, you know." "Poor boy," said she gaily. "And you?" turning to Peter. Moved by an impulse, he shook his head. "No," he said. "I was only seeing him home." "Bien. See me home instead, then," said Louise. "Nothing doing," said Peter, using a familiar phrase. She laughed. "Bah! Cannot a girl have friends without that, eh? You have a fiancé, have you not?" "Oh, yes, I remember very well. Come, I have done for today. I am tired. I will make you some coffee, and we shall talk. Is it not so?" Peter looked at Pennell. "Do you mind, Pen?" he asked. "I'd rather like to." "Not a scrap," said the other cheerfully. "Wish I could come too. Ask me another day, Louise, will you?" She regarded him with her head a little on one side. "I do not know," she said. "I do not think you would talk with me as he will. You like what you can get from the girls of France now, but after, no more. Monsieur, he is different. He want not quite the same." "Oh, I know. Allons." Pennell shrugged his shoulders. "One for me," he said. "Well, good night. Hope you both enjoy yourselves." In 5 minutes Peter and Louise were walking together down the street. A few passers-by glanced at them, or especially at her, but she took no notice, and Peter, in a little, felt the strangeness of it all much less.
He deliberately crossed once or twice to get between her and the road, as he would have done with a lady, and moved slightly in front of her when they encountered two drunken men. She chatted about nothing in particular, and Peter thought to himself that he might almost have been escorting Hilda home. But if Hilda had seen him! She ushered him into her flat. It was cosy and nicely furnished, very different from that of the afternoon. A photograph or two stood about on silver frames, a few easy chairs, a little table, a bookshelf, and a cupboard. A fire was alight in the grate. Louise knelt down and poked it into a flame. "You shall have French coffee," she said, "and I have even lait for you." She put a copper kettle on the fire and busied herself with cups and saucers. These she arranged on the little table and drew it near the fire. Then she offered him a cigarette from a gold case, and took one herself. "Ah," she said, sinking back into a chair. "Now we are, as you say, comfy, is it not so? We can talk. Tell me how you like La France, and what you do." Peter tried, but failed rather miserably, and the shrewd French girl noticed it easily enough. She all but interrupted him as he talked of Abbeville and the raid. "Mon ami," she said, "you have something on your mind. You do not want to talk of these things. Tell me." Peter looked into the kindly, keen eyes. "You're right, Louise," he said. "This is a day of trouble for me." She nodded. "Tell me," she said again. "But first, what is your name, mon ami? It is hard to talk if one does not know even the name." He hardly hesitated. It seemed natural to say it. "Peter," he said. She smiled, rolling the R. "Peter. Well, Peter, go on." "I'll tell you about today first," he said, and once launched, did so easily. He told the little story well, and presently forgot the strange surroundings. It was all but a confession, and surely one was never more strangely made. And from the story he spoke of Julie, but concealed her identity, and then he spoke of God. Louise hardly said a word. She poured out coffee in the middle, but that was all. At last he finished. "Louise," he said, "it comes to this. I've nothing left but Julie. It was she restrained me this afternoon, I think. I'm mad for her. I want her and nothing else, but with her somehow I lose everything else, or possess, or even thought I possessed." And he stopped abruptly, for she did not know his business in life, and he had almost given it away. When he had finished, she slipped a hand into his, and said no word. Suddenly she looked up. "Peter, mon ami," she said, "listen to me. I will tell you the story of Louise, of me. My father, he lived... it matters not. But he had some money. He was not poor. I went to a good school, and I came home for the holidays. I had one sister older than me. Presently I grew up. I learnt much. I noticed. I saw there were terrible things chez nous. My mother did not care, but I cared. I was mad. I spoke to my sister. It was no good. I spoke to my father, and truly I thought he would kill me. He beat me. Terrible. And I ran from the house. I wept under the hedges. I said I would no more go home. I come to a big city. I found work in a big shop. Much work, little money. How little. Then I met a friend. He persuaded me. At last he keep me. 2 months, 3, or more. Then comes the war. He is an officer, and he goes. We kiss, we part. He loved me, that officer. I pray for the thing. I think I never leave the church, but it is no good. He is dead. Then I curse le bon Dieu. They know me in that place. I could do nothing unless I will go to an hotel, to be for the officers, you understand. I say, no. I sell my things, and I come here. Here I do well. You understand? I am careful. I have now my home. Well, this is what I tell you, Peter. One does wrong to curse le bon Dieu. He is wise. How wise? It is not for me to say. And good. Jesu, how good. You think I do not know? How should I know? But I know. I do not understand. For me, I am caught. I am like the bird in the cage. I cannot get out. So I smile, I laugh, and I wait. She ceased. Peter was strangely moved, and he pressed the hand he held almost fiercely. The tragedy of her life seemed so great that he hardly dared speak of his own. "But what is it to do with me?" he demanded. She gave a little laugh. "How should I say?" she said. "But you think God not remember you, and Peter, He remember all the time." "And Julie?" quizzed Peter after a moment. Louise shrugged her shoulders. "This love," she said, "it is one great thing. For us women it is perhaps the only great thing. Though your English women are blind, are dead, they do not see. Julie, she is as us, I think. She is French inside. La pauvre petite, she is French in the heart." "Well?" demanded Peter again. "C'est tout, mon ami. But I am sorry for Julie." "Louise," said Peter impulsively, "you're better than I, 1,000 times. I don't know how to thank you." And he lifted her hand to his lips. He hardly touched it. She sprang up, withdrawing it. "Ah, no, no," she cried. "You must not. You forget. It is easy for you are good. Yes, so good. You think I did not notice in the street. But I see. You treat me like a lady. And now you kiss my hand, the hand of the girl of the street. No, no," she protested vehemently, her eyes alight. "I will kiss your feet." Outside, in the darkened street, Peter walked slowly home. At the gate of the camp he met Arnold, returning from a visit to another mess.
"Hello," he called to Peter. "Where have you been?"
Peter looked at him for a minute without replying. "I'm not sure, but seeing for the first time a little of what Christ saw, Arnold, I think," he said at last, with a catch in his voice. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Simon Called Peter by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 4. Looking back on them afterwards, Peter saw the months that followed as a time of waiting between two periods of stress. Not, of course, that anyone can ever stand still, for even if one does but sit by a fire and warm one's hands, things happen, and one is imperceptibly led forward. It was so in this case, but not unnaturally Graham hardly noticed in what way his mind was moving. He had been through a period of storm, and he had to a certain extent emerged from it. The men he had met, and above all Julie, had been responsible for the opening of his eyes to facts that he had before passed over, and it was entirely to his credit that he would not refuse to accept them and act upon them. But once he had resolved to do so, things, as it were, slowed down. He went about his work in a new spirit, the spirit not of the teacher, but of the learner, and ever since his talk with Louise he thought, or tried to think, more of what love might mean to Julie than to himself. The result was a curious change in their relations, of which the girl was more immediately and continually conscious than Peter. She puzzled over it, but could not get the clue, and her quest irritated her. Peter had always been the least little bit nervous in her presence. She had known that he never knew what she would do or say next, and her knowledge had amused and carried her away. But now he was so self-possessed. Very friendly they were, and met often, in the ward for a few sentences that meant much to each of them, downtown by arrangement in a cafe, or once or twice for dinner, and once for a day in the country, though not alone, and he was always the same. Sometimes on night duty she would grope for an adjective to fit him, and could only think of tender. He was that, and she hated it, or all but hated it. She did not want tenderness from him, for it seemed to her that tenderness meant that he was, as it were, standing aloof from her, considering, helping when he could. She demanded the fierce rush of passion with which he would seize and shrine her in the centre of his heart, deaf to her entreaties, careless of her pain. She would love then, she thought, and sometimes, going to the window of the ward and staring out over the harbour at the twinkling lights, she would bite her lip with the pain of it. He had thought she dismissed love lightly when she called it animal passion. Good God, if he only knew! Peter, for his part, did not realize so completely the change that had come over him. For one thing, he saw himself all the time, and she did not.
She did not see him when he lay on his bed in a tense agony of desire for her. She did not see him when life looked like a tumbled heap of ruins to him, and she smiled beyond. She all but only saw him when he was staring at the images that had been presented to him during the past months, or hearing in imagination Louise's quaintly accented English and her quick and vivid "La pauvre petite." For it was Louise, curious enough, who affected him most in these days. A friendship sprang up between them of which no one knew. Pennell and Donovan, with whom he went everywhere, did not speak of it either to him or to one another, with that real chivalry that is in most men, but if they had, they would have blundered, misunderstanding. Arnold, of whom Peter saw a good deal, did not know, or if he knew, Peter never knew that he knew. Julie, who was well aware of his friendship with the two first men, knew that he saw French girls, and indeed openly chaffed him about it. But under her chaff was an anxiety, typical of her. She did not know how far he went in their company, and she would have given anything to know. She guessed that, despite everything, he had no physical relationship with any one of them, and she almost wished it might be otherwise. She knew well that if he fell to them, he would the more readily turn to her. There was a strength about him now that she dreaded. Whatever Louise thought, she kept wonderfully hidden. He took her out to dinner in quiet places, and she would take him home to coffee, and they would chat, and there was an end. She was seemingly well content. She did her business, and they would even speak of it. "I cannot come tonight, mon ami," she would say. "I am busy." She would nod at him as she passed out of the restaurant with someone else, and he would smile back at her. Nor did he ever remonstrate or urge her to change her ways. And she knew why. He had no key with which to open her cage. Once, truly, he attempted it, and it was she who refused the glittering thing. He rarely came uninvited to her flat, for obvious reasons, but one night she heard him on the stairs as she got ready for bed. He was walking unsteadily, and she thought at first that he had been drinking. She opened to him with the carelessness her life had taught her costume off, and her black hair all about her shoulders. "Go in and wait, Peter," she said. "I come." She had slipped on a coloured silk wrap, and gone into the sitting-room to find him pacing up and down. She smiled. "Sit down, mon ami," she said. "I will make the coffee. See, it is ready. Mais vraiment, you shall drink café noir tonight. And one little glass of this. Is it not so?" And she took a green bottle of peppermint liqueur from the cupboard. "Coffee, Louise," he said, "but not the other. I don't want it." She turned and looked more closely at him then. "No," she said, "pardon, but sit you down. Am I to have the wild beast prowling up and down in my place?" "That's just it, Louise," he cried. "I am a wild beast tonight. I can't stand it any longer. Kiss me." He put his arms round her, and bent her head back, studying her French and rather inscrutable eyes, her dark lashes, her mobile mouth, her long white throat. He put his hand caressingly upon it, and slid his fingers beneath the loose lace that the open wrap exposed. "Dear," he said, "I want you tonight." "Tonight, chérie?" she questioned. "Yes, now," he said hotly. "And why not? You give to other men. Why not to me, Louise?" She freed herself with a quick gesture, and, brave heart, she laughed merrily. The devil must have started at that laugh, and the angels of God sung for joy. "Ah, no," she cried, "it is the mistake you make. I sell myself to other men, but you are my friend. I cannot sell myself to you." He did not understand altogether why she quibbled. How should he have done? But he was ashamed. He slid into the familiar chair and ran his fingers through his hair. "Forgive me, dear," he muttered. "I think I'm mad tonight, but I'm not drunk, as you thought, except with worrying. I feel lost, unclean, body and soul, and I thought you would help me to forget. No more than that. Help me to feel a man." "Can't you? Won't you?" he demanded, looking up. "I'm tired of play-acting. I've a body like other men. Let me plunge down deep tonight, Louise. It will do me good, and it doesn't matter. That girl was right after all. Oh, what a fool I am!" Then did the girl of the streets set out to play her chosen part. She did not preach at all. How could she? Besides, neither had she any use for the 10 Commandments. But if ever Magdalene broke an alabaster box of very precious ointment, Louise did so that night. She was worldly wise,
and she did not disdain to use her wisdom. And when he had gone, she got calmly into bed, and slept. Not all at once, it is true, but as resolutely as she had laughed and talked. It was only when she woke in the morning that she found her pillow wet with tears. It was a few days later that Louise took Peter to church. His ignorance of her religion greatly amused her, or so at least she pretended, and when he asked her to come out of town to lunch one morning, and she refused because it was Corpus Christi and she wanted to go to the sung Mass, it was he who suggested that he should go with her. She looked at him queerly a moment, and then agreed. They met outside the church and went in together, as strange a pair as ever the meshes of that ancient net which gathers all kinds has ever drawn towards the shore. Louise led him to a central seat and found the place for him in her prayer book. The building was full, and Peter glanced about him curiously. The detachment of the worshippers impressed him immensely. There did not appear to be any prescribed procedure among them, and even when the Mass began, he was one of the few who stood and knelt as the rubrics of the service directed. Louise made no attempt to do so. For the most part she knelt, and her beads trickled ceaselessly through her fingers. Peter was, if anything, bored by the Mass, though he would not admit it to himself. It struck him as being a rather poorly played performance. True, the officiating ministers moved and spoke with a calm regularity which impressed him, familiar as he was with clergymen who gave out hymns and notices, and with his own solicitude at home that the singing should go well or that the choir boys should not fidget. But there was a terrible confusion with chairs, and a hideous kind of clapper that was used, apparently, to warn the boys to sit and rise. The service, moreover, as a reverential congregational act of worship, such as he was used to hope for, was marred by innumerable collections, and especially by the old woman who came round even during the Sanctus to collect the rent of the chairs they occupied, and change money or announce prices with all the zest of the market-place. But at the close there was a procession which is worth considerable description. 6 men with censers of silver lined up before the high altar, and stood there, slowly swinging the fragrant bowls at the end of their long chains. The music died down. One could hear the rhythmical, faint clangour of the metal. And then, intensely sudden, away in the west gallery, but almost as if from the battlements of heaven, pealed out silver trumpets in a fanfare. The censers flew high in time with it, and the sweet clouds of smoke, caught by the coloured sunlight of the rich painted windows, unfolded in the air of the sanctuary. Lights moved and danced, and the space before the altar filled with the white of the men and boys who should move in the procession. Again and again those trumpets rang out, and hardly had the last echoes died away than the organ thundered the Pange Lingua, as a priest in cloth of gold turned from the altar with the glittering monstrance in his hand. Even from where he stood, Peter could see the white centre of the host for whom all of this was enacted. Then the canopy, borne by 4 French laymen in frock-coats and white gloves, hid it from his sight, and the high gold cross and its attendant tapers swung round a great buttress into view. Peter had never heard a hymn sung so before. First the organ would peal alone, then the men's voices unaided would take up the refrain, then the organ again, then the clear treble of the boys, then like waves breaking on immemorial cliffs, organ, trumpets, boys, men, and congregation would thunder out together till the blood raced in his veins and his eyes were too dim to see. Down the centre aisle at last they came, and Peter knelt with the rest. He saw how the boys went before throwing flowers, how in pairs, as the censers were recharged, the thurifiers walked backward before the 3 beneath the canopy, of whom one, white-haired and old, bore that in the monstrance which all adored. In music and light and colour and scent the host went by, as it had gone for centuries in that ancient place, and Peter knew, all bewildered as he was, there by the side of the girl, that a new vista was opening before his eyes. It was not that he understood as yet, or scarcely so. In a few minutes all had passed them, and he rose and turned to see the end. He watched while, amid the splendour of that court, with singers and ministers and thurifiers arranged before, the priest ascended to enthrone the sacrament in the place prepared for it. With banks of flowers behind, and the glitter of electric as well as of candlelight, the jewelled rays of the monstrance gleaming, and the organ pealing note on note in a triumphant ecstasy,
The old bent priest placed that he carried there, and sank down before it. Then all sound of singing and of movement died away, and from the kneeling crowd one lone, thin voice, but all unshaken, cried to heaven of the need of men. It was a short prayer, and he could not understand it, but it seemed to Peter to voice his every need, and to go on and on till it reached the throne. The Amen beat gently about him, and he sank his face in his hands. But only for a second. The next he was lifted to his feet. All that had gone before was as nothing to the volume of praise that shook, it seemed to him, the very carven roof above, and swept the ancient walls in waves of sound. Adoremus in aeternum sanctissimum sacramentum, cried men on earth, and as it seemed to him, the very angels of God. But outside he collected his thoughts. "Well," he said, "I'm glad I've been, but I shan't go again." "Why not?" demanded Louise. "It was most beautiful. I've never heard it better." "Oh, yes, it was," said Peter. "The music and singing were wonderful, but forgive me if I hurt you, but I can't help saying it. I see now what our people mean when they say it is nothing less than idolatry." "Idolatry?" queried Louise, stumblingly and bewildered. "But what do you mean?" "Well," said Peter, "the sacrament is, of course, a holy thing, a very holy thing, the sign and symbol of Christ himself. But in that church sign and symbol were forgotten. The sacrament was worshipped as if it were very God." "Oui, oui," protested Louise vehemently. It is le bon Jésus. It is he who is there. He passed by us among them all, as we read. He went through the crowds of Jerusalem in the Holy Gospel. And there was not one he did not see either," she added, with a little break in her voice. Peter all but stopped in the road. It was absurd that so simple a thing should have seemed to him new, but it is so with us all. We know in a way, but we do not understand, and then there comes a moment of illumination, sometimes. "Jesus himself!" he exclaimed, and broke off abruptly. He recalled a fragment of speech. Not a dead man, not a man on the right hand of the throne of God, but "He can't be found," Langton had said. Was it so? He walked on in silence. What if Louise, with her pitiful story and her caged, earthy life, had after all found what the other had missed? He pulled himself together. It was too good to be true. One day Louise asked him abruptly if he had been to see the girl in the house which he visited with Pennell. He told her no, and she said, they met by chance in the town, "Well, go you immediately then, or you will not see her." "What do you mean?" he asked. "Is she ill? Dying?" "Ah, no, not dying, but she is ill. They will take her to a hospital tomorrow. But this afternoon she will be in bed. She liked to see you, I think." Peter left her and made for the house. On his way he thought of something, and took a turning which led to the market-place of flowers. There, at a stall, he bought a big bunch of roses and some sprays of asparagus fern, and set off again. Arriving, he found the door shut. It was a dilemma, for he did not even know the girl's name, but he knocked. A grim-faced woman opened the door and stared at him and his flowers. "I think there is a girl sick here," said Peter. "May I see her?" The woman stared still harder, and he thought she was going to refuse him admission, but at length she gave way. "Entrez," she said. "Je pense que vous savez la chambre. Mais le bouquet, c'est incroyable." Peter went up the stairs and knocked at the door. A voice asked who was there, and he smiled because he could not say. The girl did not know his name either. "A friend," he said. "May I come in?" A note of curiosity sounded in her voice. "Oui, certainement. Entrez," she called. Peter turned the handle and entered the remembered room. The girl was sitting up in bed in her nightdress, her hair in disorder, and the room felt hot and stuffy, and looked more tawdry than ever. She exclaimed at the sight of his flowers. He deposited the big bunch by the side of her, and seated himself on the edge of the bed. She had been reading a book, and he noticed that it was the sort of book that Langton and he had seen so prominently in the bookshop at Abbeville. If he had expected to find her depressed or ashamed, he was entirely mistaken. "Oh, you darling!" she cried in clipped English.
Kiss me quick, or I forget the order of the doctor and jump out of bed and catch you. Oh, that you should bring me the rose so beautiful! Hélas! I may not wear one this night in the café. See, are they not beautiful here?" She pulled her nightdress open considerably more than the average evening dress is cut away, and put 2 or 3 of the blooms on her white bosom, putting her head on one side to see the result. "Oh, oui," she exclaimed, "je suis exquise. Tonight I have so many boys I do not know what to do. But I forget I cannot go. Je suis malade, très malade. You knew? You are angry with me, is it not so?" He laughed. There was nothing else to do. "No," he said, "why should I be? But I am very sorry." She shrugged her shoulders. "It is nothing," she said. "C'est la guerre for me. I shall not be long, and when I come out you will come to see me again, will you not? And bring me more flowers? And you shall not let me have the danger any more, and if I do wrong you shall smack me hard. Perhaps you will like that. In the books men like it much. Would you like to whip me?" she demanded, her eyes sparkling as she threw herself over in the bed and looked up at him. Peter got up and moved away to the window. "No," he said shortly, staring out. He had a sensation of physical nausea, and it was as much as he could do to restrain himself. He realized suddenly that he was in the presence of the world, the flesh, and the devil's final handiwork. Only his new knowledge kept him quiet. Even she might be little to blame. He remembered all that she had said to him before, and suddenly his disgust was turned into overwhelming pity. This child before him, for she was little more than a child, had bottomed degradation. For the temporary protection and favour of a man that she guessed to be kind, there was nothing in earth or in hell that she would not do. And in her already were the seeds of the disease which were all but certain to slay her. He turned again to the bed and knelt beside it. "Poor little girl," he said, and lightly brushed her hair. He certainly never expected the result. She pushed him from her. "Oh, go, go!" she cried. "Quick, go! You pretend, but you do not love me. Why you give me money, the flowers, if you do not want me? Go quick! Come never to see me again!" Peter did the only thing he could do. He went. "Good-bye," he said cheerfully at the door. "I hope you will be better soon. I didn't mean to be a beast to you. Give the flowers to Lucienne if you don't want them. She will be able to wear them tonight. Cheerio! Good-bye!" "Good-bye!" she echoed after him, and he closed the door on her life. In front of the Hôtel de Ville he met Arnold returning from the club, and the 2 men walked off together. In a moment of impasse he related the whole story to him. "Now," he said, "what do you make of all that?" Arnold was very moved. It was not his way to say much, but he walked on silently for a long time. Then he said, "The potter makes many vessels, but never one needlessly. I hold on to that. And he can remake the broken clay." "Are you sure?" asked Peter. "I am," said Arnold. "It's not in the Westminster Confession, nor in the Book of Common Prayer, nor, for all I know, in the Penny Catechism, but I believe it. God Almighty must be stronger than the devil, Graham." Peter considered this. Then he shook his head. "That won't wash, Arnold," he said. "If God is stronger than the devil, so that the devil is never ultimately going to succeed, I can see no use in letting him have his fling at all. And I've more respect for the devil than to think he'd take it. It's childish to suppose the existence of 2 such forces as a perpetual game of cheat. Either there is no devil and there is no hell, in which case I reckon that there is no heaven either, for a heaven would not be a heaven if it were not attained, and there would be no true attainment if there was no possibility of failure, or else there are all 3, and if there are all 3, the devil wins out sometimes in the end." "Then God is not almighty?" Peter shrugged his shoulders. "If I breed white mice, I don't lessen my potential power if I choose to let some loose in the garden to see if the cat will get them. Besides, in the end I could annihilate the cat if I wanted to." "You can't think of God so," cried Arnold sharply. "Can't I?" demanded Peter. "Well, maybe not. Arnold, I don't know that I can think of him at all. But I can face the facts of life, and if I'm not a coward I shan't run away from them. That's what I've been doing these days, and that's what I do not think even a man like yourself does fairly. You think, I take it, that a girl like that is damned utterly by all the canons of theology, and then, forced on by pity and tenderness, you cry out against them all that she is God's making, and he will not throw her away. Is that it?"
Arnold slightly evaded an answer. "How can you save her, Graham?" he asked.
"I can't. I don't pretend I can. I've nothing to say or do. I see only one flicker of hope, and that lies in the fact that she doesn't understand what love is. No shadow of the truth has ever come her way. If now, by any chance, she could see for one instant, in fact, mind you, the face of God, if God is love," he added. They walked a dozen paces. "And even then she might refuse," he said.
"Whose fault would that be?"
demanded the older man.
Peter answered quickly.
"Whose fault? Why, all our faults, yours and mine, and the fault of men like Pennell and Donovan, as well as her own too, as like as not. We've all helped build up the scheme of things as they are, and we are all responsible. We curse the Germans for making this damned war, and it is the war that have done most to make that girl. But they didn't make it. No Kaiser made it, and no Nietzsche. The only person who had no hand in it that I know of was Jesus Christ."
"And those who have left all and followed him?" said Arnold softly.
"Precious few," retorted Peter. The other had nothing to say. During these months Peter wrote often to Hilda, and with increasing frankness. Her replies grew shorter as his letters grew longer. It was strange, perhaps, that he should continue to write, but the explanation was not far to seek. It was by her that he gauged the extent of his separation from the old outlook, and in her that he still clung, desperately as it were, to the past. Against reason he elevated her into a kind of test position, and if her replies gave him no encouragement, they at least served to make him feel the inevitableness and the reality of his present position. It would have been easy to get into the swim and let it carry him carelessly on, moderately easy at any rate. But with Hilda to refer to, he was forced to take notice, and it was she, therefore, that hastened to the end. Just after Christmas, in a fit of temporary boldness, he told her about Louise, so that it was Louise again who was the responsible person during these months. Hilda's reply was delayed, nor had she written immediately. When he got it, it was brief, but to the point. She did not doubt, she said, but that what he had written was strictly true, and she did not doubt his honour. But he must see that their relationship was impossible. She couldn't marry the man who appeared actually to like the company of such a woman, nor could she do other than feel that the end would seem to him as plain as it did to her, and that he would leave the church, or at any rate such a ministry in it as she could share. She had told her people that she was no longer engaged, in order that he should feel free, but she would ever remember the man as she had known him, whom she had loved, and whom she loved still. It was in the afternoon that Peter got the letter, and he was just setting off for the hospital. When he had read it, he put on his cap and set off in the opposite direction. There was a walk along the sea wall a few feet wide, where the wind blew strongly, laden with the Channel breezes, and on the other side was a waste of sand and stone. In some places water was on both sides of the walk, and here one could feel more alone than anywhere else in the town. Peter set off, his head in a mad whirl. He had felt that such a letter would come for weeks, but that did not, in a way, lessen the blow when it came. He had known, too, that Hilda was not to him what she had been, but he had not altogether felt that she could never be so again. Now he knew that he had gone too far to turn back. He felt, he could not help it, released in a sense, with almost a sense of exhilaration behind it, for the unknown lay before. And yet, since we are all so human, he was intensely unhappy below all this. He called to mind little scenes and bits of scenes, their first meeting, the sight of her in church as he preached, how she looked at the dining table in Park Lane, her walk as she came to meet him in the park. And he knew well enough how he had hurt her, and the thought maddened him. He told himself that God was a devil to treat him so, that he had tried to follow the right, and that the way had led him down towards nothing but despair. He was no nearer answering the problems that beset him. He might have been in a fool's paradise before,
But what was the use of coming out to see the devil as he was, and men and women as they were, if he could see no more than that? The throne of his heart was empty, and there was none to fill it. Julie? End of Part 2, Chapter 4.